Chapter 59. You have passed the test, my daughter. You are the one who will lead our family into a new world, a dynasty that will last for the next 1,000 years. Avaryss continued to laugh. She couldn't help it. After all this time, all the years of pain and suffering, she had finally been offered something that she had desires for so long. The throne, she thought hungrily. Oh, what a wonderful world I will create when I sit on the Emperor's throne. A world of limitless suffering and pain for those that even contemplate resistance. I will grind this pathetic galaxy beneath my boot. Only the strong will survive, and even they will be subject to the most brutal of tests. The thought excited her. The Sith, the very galaxy, would be remade. She would bring untold horrors upon her enemies. The Emperor had never gone far enough. She realized that now. His limitations had brought dissension to the Sith. She would fix that. No other lord would dare wriggle beneath her heel. At the first hint of resistance, she would crush them. They were hers. This whole galaxy would be hers. She would enjoy breaking it in. Oh yes, she would enjoy it immensely. Mother's spirit continued to swirl overhead. She could feel the satisfaction radiating from it. The shadow of Maya Lilith and life, a child of the Emperor, welcomed her daughter's rise. I will prove myself to her, the Dark Lord thought. What happened to Darth Sadi was just the beginning. Fear would be next, and then the rest of this forsaken empire. She noticed the others standing in the throne room. Beiel had finally fully regained her feet, her dark eyes radiating with pride, her very being speaking of loyalty. Avaryss would reward the War Master well in her new era. All that served her willingly would be elevated beyond anything they could imagine. Their wildest dreams would come true. All they would have to do is ask for what they desired on their knees. The Empress would grant all to her chosen few, for they would be her heralds. They would make the galaxy hers. They would still be tested, of course, but she would favor them. They would see the value of being under her approving gaze. She smiled. She could barely wait. The support of the few remaining royal guards here would be welcome as well. They were a symbol of the old guard, and a sign of its acceptance of the new. Beiel and Talitha were. Her eyes narrowed as she watched them. She could feel the connection between them. How that had come to be she didn't know. She didn't think she liked it. I will prove myself a worthy champion for the Sith, Mother, Avaryss promised the spirit, once I've completed my grand spell, and ensured that I will live beyond what this mortal shell offers. The entire galaxy will tremble at the sound of my name. Yes, the spirit hissed. The spell, your attempt to preserve your existence beyond your natural time. The spirit slithered around her like a serpent, its touch cold, but at the same time comforting. You no longer need to worry about that. I've ensured our family's legacy. There is no need for you to live longer than you will. Avaryss stopped in her tracks, her excitement for the future gone in an instant. No need. What? The spirit swooped away, settling on Beiel and Talitha. The future of our family stands before you, her mother's spirit said. Young Beiel and Talitha will make sure that the fire of Lilith does not go out. Beiel fear sneered at Avaryss. You need not worry anymore, he promised. I'll make sure that your line continues. Talitha giggled. She looked on Beiel with both love and desire. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. Gross. She turned her attention to the spirit. I do not understand, Mother. If I do nothing, if I let things progress as they are, I will be dead within a year, and 2 if I'm fortunate. Plenty of time, the spirit assured her, plenty of time to destroy Darth Fear and take your rightful place. Plenty of time to seize the throne and take your sister as your first apprentice, your heir. The ghost smiled slyly. Plenty of time to complete your holocron, to leave your wisdom for future generations, to ensure that the name of Lilith is never forgotten, that it is only another name for unlimited power. Avaryss' frown deepened. What was her mother talking about? She didn't like this. The spirit continued to radiate pride, but it no longer pleased the Dark Lord. What her mother was asking. It was not what Avaryss wanted. She deserved so much more. You have suffered greatly, my child, the spirit continued. You have given up so much in your pursuit of greatness. So much has been taken from you. The spirit shook his head. Those losses, not only the shortening of your lifespan, but your ability to reproduce has limited your value to the plan, but it does not take away what you have accomplished. You stand before us a true Lord of the Sith. No one can take that away from you. No, Avaryss thought, you just want to use me as a stepping stone. All that I've done to secure my future, you would steal that from me and give it to my dear sister, my sweet little sister, and Beiel. The mere thought of it sickened her. She knew what kind of boy that Beiel Fear was, and she could guess what kind of man he was becoming. Her mother would dare put in someone like him so close to the throne, to put him only 2 heartbeats away from the power of the entire Sith Empire. That isn't right, she thought. It is not fair. The plan, her mother had said, not our plan. Has mother appeared to her sooner, shared what she was doing, Avaryss would have tweaked the plan just so, to ensure that she got what she wanted, what she deserved. Right now, she didn't see that. She saw the rewards that Beiel and Talitha would have, but where did Avaryss fit into all of this? Was she simply to be a figurehead? Would her role be only to win the throne, only to hand it over to Talitha and Beiel? Where was the reward in that? Avaryss' anger continued to build, but she didn't show it. She continued to grin like an idiot, to listen as the spirit nattered on. She needed to understand what had been planned, only then did she have a chance to turn it to her advantage. I take it that this plan has been in place for some time now, she asked, keeping her true feelings hidden. Since the day that Talitha fled to this temple, injured, but unbroken. It was vengeance that laid the groundwork for our plan, Kira, Talitha assured her. Father, Pamir, Aunch, they deserve to be avenged, as I'm sure you agree. Of course, Avaryss said, our enemies must be destroyed. It just remained to be seen just where you stand. Little sister, she thought, are you an enemy now? She smiled at Beiel. If you stand with this little fungus, you might be. In death I came into the fullness of my power, the spirit informed her, but I was untested and weak. I could not leave the confines of this temple. Darth Fear's actions fed my strength, but I remained limited, and the guard station here did what they could for dear Talitha, restoring her body and her strength. Yet as time passed, I realized that Talitha was not alone. That you still live, Kira? I wanted many times to reach out to you, let you know that you weren't alone, but my strength was limited. I was limited. Avaryss continued to listen. Be patient, she reminded herself. Let the spirit speak. Give it more slack, more rope as it were. She smiled. More rope to hang herself with. I soon came to realize that you now belong to Darth Fear. That the monster that destroyed our family had taken my eldest daughter and turned her into her pawn. The spirit bristled, tendrils of shadow turned into blades. Again, I longed to reach out, but was too limited. Our connection was never that strong, my daughter. It was to dear Ander that you had grown close. I needed to wait, to both grow stronger, and for you to grow in power. Plus, I was fierce, Avaryss said flatly. You couldn't say how loyal I was to him. Exactly, the spirit replied. I needed to wait. I had to be sure. Only together would we have a chance of true success. So, you say? Avaryss thought. We will see. Fear continued to pillage our world, Talitha added. The destruction of the free farmers and the fall of the wealthy landowners continued to fuel the dark side on this world, making Mother stronger and giving me a taste of things to come. Talitha smiled cruelly. Mother had talked about the power of the dark side, but I never really understood it, not until Darth Fear came into our lives. Avaryss smirked. He took much from us, but gave us so much more. Her response troubled her little sister. You admire him. I admire his power and his clarity of purpose, Avaryss answered. We should both be so lucky. I shared what I knew of the Sith with Talitha, the spirit said, but my knowledge was limited, not enough to help your sister emerge as a true Lord of the Sith. If the Force was with her, Avaryss replied, Talitha could have surrendered herself to the Imperial mission. They would have ensured her training, gotten her into the academy system. She would have learned much there, as I did. It would have been a risk, Maya Lila's spirit responded. I may not have been able to commune with you, but I could feel your torment, what you endured. I could feel your pain and suffering, daughter. Several times you came very close to death. The spirit shook her head. No, I could not risk it. Our line needed to continue? Avaryss almost sneered at the spirit's answer. There was no reward without risk. Yes, she had suffered greatly on her path to power, but each torment and hardship she survived had only made her stronger. It had toughened both her mind and her will. The spirit had done Tali no favors by hiding her away here. Avaryss looked at Beiel. And where does he figure into this? She demanded, isn't Beiel a part of House Fear? How did you manage to bring him into your plans? If her master's son was insulted, he didn't show it. He grinned at her like the fool she knew him to be. That was Darth Sadie's contribution, the spirit said. Say what you wish about Lord Fear, but he does know how to build a power base. If we were to avenge our family, it was necessary to reach out and ensure that that base could be turned to our advantage. Sadie approached me on Corbin. Beiel volunteered. She introduced me to Maya, and to the opportunity that she offered, and Beiel smiled. He walked up to Talitha and stroked her face, the non-scar side of it. She introduced me to you, my love. He purred, and I will love you from this day until my last. Talitha blushed. At least it looked like she was blushing. It was hard to say in the low light. She looked like she wanted to kiss Beiel. She actually desired to. Avaryss again felt like she wanted to throw up. While we worked to bring Beiel into our circle, I finally had the strength to reach out to you. At first, I could only reach out to you during dreams, filling your head with the lullaby, the first real comfort I offered you when you were but a baby. I heard it, Avaryss said. The shadow smirked. Later, I was able to do more, whisper to you, remind you of who you truly were. I gave you the strength to reclaim your former life and your former name. I reawakened Kira because I knew that she would help us, that she would want to bring glory to her family. Avaryss nodded. Things were starting to make sense. So, it wasn't just her connection to Finn that had brought about her split personality. It had been Mother's manipulations. Her lies and whispers gave rebirth to Kira. I should have known, the Dark Lord thought. The moment that Mother's spirit revealed itself, everything should have been clear, but it hadn't. She had still been divided, caught between the Sith hopeful and the Sith apprentice that she had been. Only now, after finally killing both, and emerging as her true self, did she finally understand. Like Darth Fear before her, Maya Lilas had tried to manipulate Avaryss for her own ends, and as a result, made the Sith Lord weak. Her failings as a commander during the war, her moments of mercy and compassion, those had been because of the divisions that the authority figures in her life had left, traps left to slow her rise. The Dark Lord pursed her lips. She felt shame. They made me weak. She could accept that now. She had been weak. She would never be so again. Still, the spirit remained oblivious to the changes within her, an exploitable flaw if Avaryss ever knew one. She almost laughed. This would be most enjoyable. Again, the spirit wrapped around her. She could feel his dark power, his hunger. I will offer my strength to you, daughter. When you confront your master, we shall both drink deep of vengeance long denied. Once we have destroyed him, Beiel will assume power over the House of Fear, legitimizing our claim to all his father's holdings. You, Kira, shall then claim his seat on the Dark Council, as is your right. Then, you will convince the council to name you Empress, Talitha said. With your control of the Imperial food and medicine supply, they will not be able to refuse you. The Empire will have a strong leader, Maya Lilas continued, and from there you will take your sister as your first apprentice, moving her into position to claim the throne when your life ends. Avaryss nodded. It was an interesting plan. She had to give her mother and her sister that. Kira Lilas would likely even have agreed to it. She would have been happy to have her family back. She likely even would have been pleased that she wouldn't have to waste time seeking out a new body, content that Talitha could do the job, both as her apprentice and as the next ruler of House Avaryss. There was only one problem with that idea. Avaryss was not Kira Lilas, not anymore. She had no damn intention of simply playing placeholder and giving her hard-earned throne away, much less letting it slip into the hands of Beiel and her traitorous sister. Avaryss sneered at the mere thought of it. Her mother, for all her powers and depth, clearly didn't understand the nature of the dark side, or the Sith. No self-respecting Sith would ever give up her own power. The mere thought of it was preposterous. Even thinking about it annoyed her. This was never about Qi'ra, she realized. It was about the throne. That is all that Maya and her daughter care about. The Dark Lord shook her head. It seems that Darth had been right. The House of Lilith was filled with traitors. They had deserved to be exterminated, every last one. Avaryss no longer considered herself a part of the treacherous brood. The dark side had finally purified her, cleansed her of her connection to the filth that spawned Qi'ra, and once she had taken her new body, she would no longer have any blood connection to them. The Jedi had a saying that those that wielded the Force were more than the crude matter that formed them. They were beings of light or shadow. The Dark Lord knew what type of being she was, and she was grateful for that. Soon she would cast off this diseased flesh. She didn't care what Maya Lilos thought. She would not abandon her destiny. So, she said politely, I'm to train Talitha in the ways of the dark side, prepare her to train her children, the next generation of our family. That is your place, my daughter, the spirit answered. I see, Avaryss said, so my reward for giving our family the Empire is to die painfully and ignobly, to slip quietly into the madness beyond death, to fade from memory. Her mother's spirit hissed. I would not let you go to such a fate, Qi'ra, she promised. We would make sure that your body was laid to rest on Korriban, and then I will help you across, aid you in finding your place in the realm of shadows, as I have done. Your shade would continue, you would rule over the dark side, with the Dark Lords of old, advising the generations of Sith to come, the future rulers of the galaxy. She considered that. Once again her mother painted a pretty picture, but Avaryss shook her head. She also knew that her mother was lying. Now that she had embraced her true power, this place offered more than simply a place for the rebels to hide. Avaryss was touching the dark side so deeply now. She could see her mother's true intentions, and they had nothing to do with making her into a dark side force spirit. Avaryss could almost see it, the moment when she died, killed by either Beiel or Talitha, perhaps even both. She could sense her mother's spirit coming for her not to aid, but to feed. Maya Lilith, and the shard of the Emperor that preserved her, would feast on the Dark Lord spirit. She would be absorbed, fed upon like she was some prey animal. Mother could not afford to take any chances. Avaryss recognized that now. She had her own agenda, likely planted by the Emperor himself, a means of continuing his rule. Avaryss' teachings would be twisted to fit those designs. The Empire would be theirs, and the legacy of the one that had put them there would be forgotten. Avaryss, the true Avaryss, would be forgotten. Not going to happen, she thought. Fat chance. She looked over at Beiel. It was strange seeing the War Master unmasked, yet the gaze in those dark eyes were almost as pitiless as the one seen by gazing at a trooper's helmet. Beiel was no fool. She likely had reached the same conclusion her master had. What the rebel leaders were offering Avaryss, it wasn't power, but servitude. She would be trading one master for another. Darth Avaryss had had her fill of masters. She would not bow to one again. The Dark Lord smiled. She knew what she needed to do, but it still required a bit of setting up. She reached out to Beiel through the Force, willing the dark-skinned warrior to be ready. Beiel nodded. If she truly understood what her master wanted, the Sith Lord could not say. They would see, soon enough. So, she said conversationally, fear will die. Of course, the spirit replied. What else have we all been working towards? And what of my other apprentices? She asked. They will not surrender their positions so easily. Beiel sneered at her question. An alien and two failed Jedi, he spat. The three of us will crush them easily enough, and if not, Maya will have our backs. No one can hope to stand against us. Again, the Dark Lord had to hide her disgust. There were many accounts in the history of the Sith of multiple weaker apprentices attacking strong masters. The threat of that was why most Sith considered taking multiple apprentices as a challenge. Avaryss had met that challenge by keeping her students separate, giving them their own spheres of power. It had served well enough. They had grown protective of their own stations, and the rivalry born with their fellows prevented them from even contemplating an alliance against their master. Dime was too fresh to her service. She could destroy him easily. Zen was too much of a slave to her desires. She would prove no threat. Necros was the only one that Avaryss was wary of, but even she was limited by her interests. No, if Avaryss wanted to destroy them, she would not need the aid of others. The fact that Beiel thought she did proved his lack of vision and his cowardice. It seems that we have all things figured out, Avaryss said. There is only one thing that I need to know, Mother. One question that needs to be answered. And what is that, daughter? The spirit asked, amused and pleased by her acceptance. The Dark Lord smiled. Mother would not be smiling much longer. Why? She asked. Why, Kira? Yes, Mother, why should I aid you in any of this? I have my own plans. Why do I need yours? The spirit's eyes narrowed. You forget yourself, child. No, I don't, Avaryss replied, looking over at Talitha. You both ask for the wisdom and power of the Sith. You wish me to share all my secrets with you. You want me to place you in the succession of the Imperial throne. Any other Dark Lord would ask the same question. Why should I? What it is in it for me? Try that. It is your duty to your family, Talitha responded. The Empire needs us. We can end the chaos that has plagued the Sith since the Emperor's death. Her sister gave her that crooked smile of hers. It is for the greater good. Darth Avaryss almost laughed at that. The greater good. She had done many things as a hopeful that appeared to be the greater good. Now, she understood that those choices had been mistakes. What did the greater good matter to a Lord of the Sith? Both Beiel and Talitha were glaring at her now. Even Mother appeared to be annoyed. So, what? Avaryss thought. They couldn't make this plan work without her. Her question was not so out of line. How did she know that this wasn't simply a waste of her time? You say you deserve to be my heir, Avaryss said to her. Prove it. Show me that you have what it takes to be my apprentice, and to sit on the throne one day. Talitha's eyes narrowed. She radiated anger. You want to see, she spat. Fine. Trooper, she shouted. Come to me. One of the two remaining royal guards stepped forward. Avaryss watched curiously, wondering what her sister was going to do. Hold out your hand, Talitha ordered. The guardsman, used to obeying orders, did as she asked. Talitha seized him by the arm. She murmured a Sith spell under her breath. Avaryss felt something jump from her sister to the man. The guard gasped and staggered back. Talitha watched with cold glee. Behold, your answer, sister, she exclaimed. See for yourself. Avaryss watched, her eyes widening. Well, she thought, this was different. She grinned hungrily. Delicious. She had to give the old soldier credit. He didn't fall, though the pain must have been incredible. As she watched his hands seem to desiccate, to change, flesh turned to armor, veins to wires and tubes. When the guard did finally cry out, it sounded more like a machine whirring, a droid with a bad vocoder shrieking out white noise, and then it was over. Bleeze winced, her own eyes widening. Emperor, save us, she whispered. Avaryss almost laughed. She had finally come to accept that the Emperor would not save anyone. The guard found his feet. Not that he was a royal guard anymore. His helmet had fallen away, revealing a very familiar-looking head, a droid head. The Dark Lord laughed. So, that was how Talitha had gotten so many of these Maritza droids so quickly. Once they had been people, now they were repurposed, servants of their master. It had been a most enlightening display, and useful. Now, there was one less guard in her path. She looked upon her little sister with newfound respect. You are a Technomancer, she said with a nod, most impressive. Talitha grinned. Thank you, sister, she replied. It is good to finally show another Sith what I can do. Avaryss nodded. She didn't even have to lie. It was most impressive. Though she had never seen the ability used before, she knew what Technomancy was. She had read a book about it back on Fury 9. Technomancy was a rare Sith discipline, practiced mostly by a secretive sect of the early Sith Order, back when droids were still seen as an oddity, and not a tool. Most of the Sith she had read about had needed to perform complex rituals to bring their technomancy to full bloom, and many of those spells were now lost to time, or hidden in the holocrons of covetous Sith masters. Talitha didn't seem to need those rituals. It seemed that she had learned to create her own techno-beasts without the aid of any special ritual. As Avaryss had said, it was impressive. "You see now, Kira," the spirit of Maya Lila said, "do you not see now why your sister deserves to rule?" "Yes," Avaryss agreed, "I do understand now why my little sister shall have everything she deserves." Avaryss motioned for Bleez to stay back, but at the same time eyes the blaster that the fallen guard had dropped. The Dark Lord readied herself for what would come next. She raised her arms. "Kneel before me, Talitha," she ordered. Her little sister's eyes narrowed. She looked up at her mother's spirit. Avaryss frowned. "A student must know her place," she said coldly. "Power has its price." Avaryss gestured. "Fall to your knees and embrace me as your master. If you want my power, then you must obey." She gestured downward. "A master tolerates no resistance. Kneel. Now." Talitha glanced over at Beiel, who nodded. He, at least, understood. Finally, her little sister knelt. Avaryss nodded. "Good. Now speak the words," Avaryss demanded. "Swear allegiance to me, embrace the dark side, and the power of your Sith master. Speak the words and serve." Darth Avaryss smirked. She knew how hard it was to speak those words, to let go of your Sith pride and bow down. Yet, without that acceptance, there was no apprentice, and therefore no future. "What is thy bidding, my master?" Avaryss beamed. She did so enjoy hearing those words. They spoke of victory. This time, however, her victory was tainted. She could sense Talitha's emotions, her desires. All of the Talitha's thought were of the throne, how she would just bide her time, and wait for Avaryss to die from the sickness that was killing her. How she would just stand back and watch as her older sister did all the heavy lifting, and she could claim the ultimate reward. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. Talitha even dreamed of not letting her sister die. She dreamed of turning her into a techno-beast, to serve as a mindless droid slave to her sister and her new husband, a conversation piece to prove that she deserved the throne. Insolence, Avaryss thought. Arrogance. The girl had no restraint. Any other Sith master would punish her harshly for her impudence. Darth Avaryss was not like other Sith masters. She smiled and stepped behind Talitha. "Your first lesson, my dear sister," she proclaimed. "Mark it well, and do not forget it." "I will not forget, sister." "But you already have," she thought. "You refuse to acknowledge me as master. I'm just a placeholder to you, a font of wisdom to be used and discarded. How wrong you truly are. The first lesson comes in 2 parts. I learned it well during my first trial of blood." She leaned in closer. What she had to say was for her little sister's ears alone. "But where your apprentice," she whispered, "they will always seek to take what is yours." Talitha nodded. "I understand, Kira." "Good. And the second part?" Talitha asked. Avaryss smirked. "That is even easier to remember." She leaned in even closer, her lips almost touching her sister's ear. Tali leaned in, eager to hear. So eager. Avaryss shivered. So eager. "My name isn't Kira," she hissed, and Talitha gasped. A puff of evaporating blood briefly stained the air. Kira's little sister's eyes widened. She looked down in disbelief. Avaryss' lightsaber had punched through her back, its blade burning away her heart as it punched through. Avaryss' new apprentice looked upon her master with disbelief. She couldn't believe it, or understand. "And that is why you fail," the Dark Lord thought. "Beware your master," she whispered in her sister's ear. She watched as the light faded from Talitha's eyes, felt her enter the madness beyond death. "Good," she thought as she pulled out the blade. "Very good." The throne room was as silent as crypt as she pulled her blade from the girl's back. Beiel, the remaining guard, even the spirit of Maya Lilas was stunned. Avaryss sneered down at the would-be Empress, the now dead would-be Empress. "Congratulations," she purred. Your training is now complete. She shook her head. She looked up at the spirit, her eyes glowing defiantly. Now, Avaryss thought with a cold smile. We can begin. Chapter 60. I feel. Avaryss looked down upon the body. It was different. Thinking about the act and dealings with the consequences was two entirely different things. As she looked down on the body, she felt so many different things. I feel. She remembered Talitha as an infant, nursing while little Kira Lilos played with her toys in the corner. She remembered her little sister at 5, taking apart their cleaning droid, curious how it worked. The Dark Lord's eyes narrowed. She thought about their final night, the last time that Kira had seen her years ago, threatening to take away her 9-year-old sister's tools if she didn't go to bed. So many memories, and so many feelings. She felt pain, disbelief, and guilt. She had known what she was doing, and yet, she still felt pain. I feel. It was in that moment, as she looked down into her sister's vacant eyes, that she felt something else, something far grander than she could have possibly imagined. The pain remained, but the guilt passed away. Hate. Avaryss' hands curled into fists. She felt pure white hate. They had made this possible, the rebels, Beiel and Maya Lilas. They had put her on this path. They had turned Talitha into a threat to her rule. They had made her a rival. The dark side rushed in, filling her not only with new strength, but visions of what would have been. The Dark Lord saw herself ascending to the Sith throne, with Talitha at her side, but that was not all. No matter what she tried, her ascension would always end the same. She would die at her sister's hands. Talitha betrayed her in every vision. She stole Avaryss' power and usurped her throne. The Dark Lord was not an empress in her little sister's eyes, only a font of wisdom, a stepping stone to the throne for her and Beiel and their children. She saw, in her mind's eye, the faces of those children, how they laughed at how foolish their aunt had been, how she had served her purpose and been discarded, a joke that amused their father and mother. I'm no joke, Avaryss thought to herself. I am death. As the hate burned inside of her, any guilt or remorse faded and was replaced by power. It was a heady sensation. It was intoxicating. Power, she thought. So much power. Distantly, she could hear the words of a hero, a legend of the Empire. Kill what you love, do it slowly and intimately, and you will achieve a power beyond your wildest dreams. You will be, Sith. She took a shuddering breath. He was right, she realized. Darth Malgus was right. At the time, she had thought the man a monster, but now she understood. Love was a chain. Talitha would have used her sister's love to drag her down. It would have been her undoing. Love had almost killed her once already. Beric had shot her, she would have died. The rebels had saved her, that was their mistake. Avaryss smiled. It was their doom. She smiled and began to laugh. She laughed at Maya Lila's grand plan, at the future she had hoped for Talitha. Avaryss had ended that hope with a single stroke of her lightsaber. All the ghost planning had been for nothing. Her mere existence was a bad joke. Bad, but hilarious. Avaryss found herself back in the throne room, looking down at Kira's sister's body. She was laughing. Tears of mirth ran down her cheeks. So foolish, she thought. Poor little fool, only in the end, did she understand. Beiel looked upon her with horror. She had never seen him look like that. He looked down at the body of his girlfriend and up at Avaryss. The Dark Lord chuckled. Oh, what is the matter, young master? I thought you liked watching me kill. She broke into giggles. She couldn't help it. The look on his face. It was priceless. What have you done? He demanded. His eyes turned cold and angry. What have you done? Her mother's shade came down from the throne. It swirled around her, shock morphing into panic and disbelief. Kira, she gasped. I don't. Darth Avaryss sneered at them. They understood so little. They were about to learn. You had so many great hopes, didn't you? She snarled. Both of you. You saw me as a path to power. You thought I would just accept the fact that I was to be a placeholder. that I was merely a door for you to gain what you wanted. You thought I would simply accept my death and let you pick my bones clean, that you would grow fat and happy off of my successes. Avaryss growled with barely contained fury. You pathetic fools. There is no hope. There is only power. My power. You all exist to serve me. My will is all. I will cheat death, and then I will rise more powerful than ever. I will give this wretched galaxy, this wretched empire, the ruler it deserves. She sensed Bleeze coming up behind her. The wounded war master radiated only loyalty and a healthy dose of fear. She at least understood the truth about the universe. There was nothing beyond what her master said. Avaryss almost smiled at the thought. Avaryss was all. She looked at the swirling spirit in the angry young man before her. She glared at them. She felt only contempt, but they still did have value. She would see if they were smart enough not to throw that value away. You both have one choice. Fall to your knees and embrace me as your Empress. Your power will be used for one goal, the assurance of my continued existence. If you serve well, I will reward you in the new era. Resist now, and I will destroy you both. Avaryss laughed. Your plan was a joke, but it might still serve the future. Now, kneel before me, or die. Beil's face twisted into a mask of rage. Avaryss could feel him gathering the dark side to him. The fool, she thought. It seems the apprentice needs one final lesson. You think that I would ever serve you? He snarled. Not really, no, she replied dryly. Beiel was almost shaking. The dark side swirled around him. It was an interesting display, but it didn't intimidate the Dark Lord. Her mother's ghost, however, that was a bit different. Maya's golden eyes blazed red. Kira, you're a fool. What were you thinking? That I'm not Kira, she replied. Kira was a dream, and now, I'm finally awake. The spirit snarled, its twisting shadowy tendrils becoming more blade-like by the second. You aren't strong enough to cheat death, you pathetic child. Maya spat. You have destroyed the one chance we had to preserve the Empire. We were going to save our family and the dynasty. Avaryss shook her head dismissively. The Emperor is dead, mother. What you are feeling isn't you. It is that last shard of him inside your soul, the one thing that preserved you when you should have faded away. Avaryss held out her hand. The children of the Emperor failed. The Emperor himself has failed. It is time for new ideas and new leadership. Yet, that piece of the Emperor, the power within it, not his will, still has value. She smirked. You will surrender it to me, and you will finally go into the madness beyond death where you belong. You are nothing, merely a vessel that has brought me the final piece to the puzzle that is my ascension. The future belongs to the living, mother. You are no longer relevant. Avaryss sensed the change in the air, the tremor in the force. She almost shook her head. So, it was to be war then? Fine. She was tired of talking anyway, her throat was a little dry. Beiel ignited his lightsaber, his eyes having gone the golden of the Sith. The spirit rose higher, his very being rippling with rage. Let's do this then, Avaryss thought. I have things to do. Let us get on with it. Maya Lilith threw back her head and wailed. A wave of pure dark side energy exploded from her, an all-annihilating pulse of pure fury. Avaryss didn't even try to run. She was of the dark side now, truly, she was no longer trying to run from his power. She was merely a stone on the bottom of the ocean. A stone didn't fear the wave that washed over it. She didn't panic and try to resist, she simply let the power flow through her. She was rewarded for her knowledge. The energy flowed through her, strengthening her even more. It was child's play to keep Bleeze from being swept away. The War Master was her one true ally in this. She would help the Dark Lord hold off the rabble, while she remained free to do what was needed to be done. Beiel fear lunged at her, his heart boiling with the desire for revenge. He brought his lightsaber down again, and hit only air. Avaryss smirked as she danced around him, her speed buffered by the energy she had just absorbed from Maya's attack. She pirouetted away from each of his strikes. The fool boy might as well have been unarmed. Oh, you will never avenge her that way, she mocked him. You never did have good command of your blade. She laughed. You must have been so disappointing to my dear sister, in both battle and everywhere else. Beiel roared. Droids. Guards. Kill the witch. Please, Avaryss shouted. I'm with you, my lord. Avaryss reached out with the force and pulled one of the dead royal guard's blasters to her ally. As soon as Beiel had it in hand, she started firing. The droid who had been a royal guard a few moments ago exploded in a hail of sparks. Seeing an opportunity, Avaryss lifted the machine up, pulling it apart with her will. The chamber door opened, revealing more guards and Maritza-style droids, more people that Talitha had tested her powers on. Avaryss sent the debris shooting towards them. The remaining royal guards were smart enough to get out of the way, but at least 3 of the droids were shredded. Beiel opened fire as she ran for cover. The War Master scooped up a fallen force pike while on the run, using it to deal with one of the guards. The old men were skilled, but Beiel was young and in her prime. They were no match for her. Avaryss laughed. She felt invincible. The dark side was truly with her. None of these fools were a match for her now. Beiel continued to swing at her with that ridiculous curved lightsaber of his. His knowledge of Makashi was a joke. Even during her student years, she could have handled him easily. She thought of Sinestra Fear. She had given her word to try and save the boy. She didn't see that happening now. Considering that she impaled his one chance to be more than a footnote in his family history, she doubted that he would accept any role in her new world. Oh well, plenty more fools rattling around the Empire. She still had not drawn her blade. She hadn't needed it. She cut the back of his head. Pathetic, she hissed, try again. He lunged at her, trying to impale her through the heart. She sidestepped and slapped him across the face. Too slow, she mocked, try again. He wailed with tears in his eyes as he spun around and tried to blast her with force lightning. His grief gave it some substance at least. She merely raised her hand and absorbed it. She had always had a talent for energy manipulation. She could have used it to end the fight right there, but noticed that 2 of the royal guards had Beiel boxed in. The War Master was fighting well, but she unleashed the energy she absorbed in a pure blast of dark energy. It cut the 2 guards in half. As their bodies fell, Beiel leapt away, using her blaster to clear away any droids in her path. Avaryss grinned. So far, so good. You. The spirit had finally decided to intervene. It tried to stab her with its long-bladed tendrils. Again, Avaryss proved too fast. She backflipped out of reach of those tendrils. Beiel pursued her, no longer thinking, just a raging animal too caught up in his own fury to be any true threat. She sneered. She was starting to get bored with all this. Maybe she should end it now, Enough, Beiel. The spirit encircled the screaming boy. He tried to resist as it poured itself down his throat, but was unable to do anything but gurgle pathetically. Darth Avaryss narrowed her eyes and ignited her blade. This might just be a challenge. The spirit vanished. It had flowed entirely into the boy's body. Beiel Fear shook his head and met her gaze, his eyes now glowing like stars. The boy is mine, Kira, her mother said with his voice. He has the skill to beat you, just not the direction. The Beiel Maya thing laughed. Let us see how you fare now, peasant. Again, Beiel lunged, but this time, it was not some mad dash. It was a precision attack. Avaryss blocked it, falling into the rhythm of Sarisu. Bill's lightsaber whirled faster than most could see. The Dark Lord blocked his blows, but she could feel the power radiating from the boy now. The spirit was bolstering him, guiding his hand. She glared at her master's son. No fair, she thought, but at the same time, it made what was about to happen that much more enjoyable. There was no reward without risk. A disturbance in the force made her whirl around, slicing through a droid head that had been launched at her. Soon she was caught in a whirlwind of debris. Droid parts, lost weapons, and loose rocks from the temple floor struck her, bruising and cutting into her flesh. Armor would have been nice right now, but the pain didn't slow her. Pain was an old friend she could endure. Beiel brought his sword down, trying to force his way through her guard. The 2 Sith stood before each other, their blades locked. She glared into the boy's eyes. They flared with the power that was not his own. She could feel her mother's presence, and the shard of the Emperor's will that had given her power. You could have been the Empire's greatest hero, Beiel snarled, his voice overlaid with both mother's and the Emperor's. Now you will die a villain, the greatest fool the Empire has ever known. Beiel laughed at her. I do hope you are satisfied. She grinned back at him. Villain, hero, savior, enemy, good, or evil. It doesn't matter to me what I'm called, you rodent. I'm Sith. I stand above such pathetic judgments. The galaxy doesn't define me. She pushed him back and switched to Makashi. The duelist style gave her a brief edge. Despite the various cuts and bruises, her anger continued to fuel her hatred. She glared into the eyes of the thing that had been Beiel fear. You failed us. She roared. The Empire needed its emperor, and the Emperor chose to hide like a coward. We have come so close to defeat. Our people need direction and guidance. She grinned. I will bring that guidance. I will destroy the Jedi and bring the Republic to its knees. I will bring order to the galaxy. I don't need your aid, Mother, or your Highness. She laughed coldly. Step aside, grandfather, she sneered. The Empire has a new goddess, a mother of horrors. This galaxy, its torment is just beginning. You are delusional, child, the Emperor's voice echoed from Beil's throat. You are dying. Your body maimed and sterilized. All you will do is fall. It is all a matter of will, she replied. How far are you willing to go to survive? She raised her blade, bathing her skin in the scarlet light. I'm willing to do what is necessary. I'm willing to betray the universe itself to make my dreams a reality. How about you? Please open fire on Beiel, the dark side warned him, and he spun to meet the attack. Avaryss closed the distance and tried to take advantage. The boy managed to parry the bolts, but had not been able to send them back at the War Master. He was forced to turn again, to try and meet the attack from Avaryss. He blocked her lightsaber, and they locked blades again. He snarled in her face. You will pay for what you did to Talitha. I will, Beiel pushed her back, his strength overwhelming her, sending her to the ground. She rolled out of the way, and was on her feet again before he could follow up his attack. She held her blade before her, her smile white and hungry. Gotcha. She laughed. Bang. You're dead. Beiel looked down. A small cut ran across his upper chest, right over where his armor had protected him. He sneered at her. It is just a scratch, he hissed. You think I can't? Can't. You are RM. Beiel fear fell to knees and vomited. As Avaryss watched, he emptied his stomach. She grinned. Just a scratch, she taunted, right? Beiel looked up at her, his eyes wide, the veins in his neck standing out. He was also starting to froth at the mouth. What? What did you? She smiled and held up the dagger in her left hand. His blood stained the blade, that, and something else. She remembered Ro Wilk's warning, the danger of Kuba venom. Not a pleasant way to go? She chuckled. I got this during the battle over Fallis. The poison on this blade is quite energetic. One scratch is enough to cause brain death in a matter of minutes. She giggled. Who knew you had a brain to kill, Beiel? I certainly didn't. The boy gulped air, trying to stay upright. Avaryss felt the force roar inside of him, trying to burn away the poison. The spirit of my Lilith might have been able to save him. Avaryss didn't give it that chance. She used the force to yank Beiel fear forward. He flew towards her, like a target waiting to be shot. She whirled around and drove her blade forward. Beiel fear gasped as the lightsaber pierced his chest, its tip driven through his heart, and burning his way out his back. He stared at her in horror. She leaned in close and kissed his cheek. Heal that, Mother, she cackled. She pulled her blade out and dropped into a Nusarisu guard. She didn't think for one moment that this fight was over. Beiel fear staggered forward, his eyes pleading. The glow of her mother's power was gone. He held up his hands, as if to beg for aid, for mercy. She sneered. There was no mercy. Andor Lilith had received none, and now, neither did the son of Darth fear. Beiel took 2 more steps and then fell forward, his eyes rolling up into his head. Blood and pink froth stained his mouth. A shiver of delight ran down Avaryss' spine. She had wanted to do this for so long. And then, she thought, there was one. Bleeze rose from cover and started towards her, but Avaryss stopped her with raised hand. They weren't done, not yet. The shadows around her darkened as an inky blackness flowed out of the body of the fallen boy. It stood before her, flickering between the shape of Beiel and the Sith pure blood. The Emperor and his child, or what was left of them. Avaryss shook her head. You could say what you wanted about the Emperor. He didn't know when to lay down and die. You have won nothing, child, the spirit growled. You are nothing. She held her blade at the ready. Let history be my judge. The future is mine. The spirit laughed. You have no future. She fired force lightning at the spirit, but it passed harmlessly through it. The force screamed out. Darth Avaryss was thrown against the wall behind her, hard. Her force shield held, but the attack was not over. The Emperor reached out again. The Dark Lord spun through air as she bounced from the ground to the wall, and back again. It took all her strength not to break every bone in her body. Avaryss cocooned herself within the force. I can't do this, she thought. I can't endure. Finally, the shadow swarmed over her, its tendrils reaching out, snaring her arms and legs, pulling her upright. She tried to cut herself free with her lightsaber, but the force yanked her from her hand. It struck the wall nearby, hit with such a force that it shattered. The weapon's component rained down, the crystals inside still flickering red. Avaryss struggled, trying to free herself. She cried out in pain. She looked down at her right hand. As she watched the flesh begin to wither and rot, her fingernails fell away. She howled and tried to call on the force to resist. The spirit's face appeared before her, once again wearing the visage of Beiel. She shook her head sadly. I misjudged you, daughter. It is a mistake that has extracted a heavy toll. The spirit's brow furrowed with thought. All is not lost, though. Beric still lives. He is a weak-willed fool, but with the proper guidance, he might just help us salvage some of our plan. It will take time, but I will try to be patient. Avaryss only partially heard her. Her body continued to wither, her eyes dried out, and her vision faded. A rasping cry escaped her throat. She was quite literally being mummified alive. She called out to the dark side. It was still with her, even as her life force was being drained. Even though she had been left blind, she could still see. The spirit's face hovered only a few inches from hers. Such a disappointment, Kira. Your father would be ashamed of you. It took almost all her remaining strength and her rage, but it worked. She managed to tear her mechanical arm free of the spirit. She reached up and tried to grab the spirit, to take it by the throat. Beiel didn't try to back up. Why would she? She was a spirit, and a spirit could not be affected by the living. The crimson gem within Avaryss' palm glowed brightly, the stone that Necris had brought her, the gem that had once belonged to Exar Kun. It was glowing, awakened by the wellspring of dark side power before it, drawn to the spirit. The eyes of the spirit widened to great glowing pools in the face of shadows. Avaryss hissed in delight. The spirit gasped. Avaryss had it right by the throat, or rather where the throat would have been had it been alive. She had it, and she began to squeeze. The gem of Exar Kun began to drink, to feast on the dark side energy. Though her body was horribly withered, Avaryss could still think. Her tongue was useless, but she didn't need it. She called on her powers, casting a spell. It was not life drain, but similar. Necris had tried to teach her how to feed off of death, and though Avaryss had never been really successful, in that moment she found a wellspring of power that was almost pure dark side death energy. The stone drank greedily, feeding his mistress with his power. Avaryss was blind, but she could see. Her tongue was withered but could still speak through the force. Her ears were a withered husk, but she could still hear, barely. The death energy flowed into her, her cells drinking it up. It was a heady sensation, almost as painful as the draining of her life energy had been, but it was helping. Avaryss could feel it, the dark power supercharging her cells. She could almost feel her body starting to regenerate. It was an amazing sensation. For the spirit, not so much. It lashed out at her, but could not break her grip. Avaryss dug her crystal fingernails into the spirit, seeking to increase the draining. Her body was starting to regenerate. She could feel it. "Release me," the spirit howled, his face twisting back and forth between Maya Lilas and the Emperor. "Unhand me, you little wretch." "No," Avaryss hissed through her mummified lips. "I don't think so." Through the force, she could see the spirit starting to weaken, its tendrils shrinking and breaking away. Its very being was starting to shrink. And still she fed. The darkness within the ghost was a heady treat, to be sure. She continued to feed. "I must have it all," she thought to herself. "I must be all." "Kira," the ghost wailed, "let me go." She didn't dignify his demand with an answer. She would not stop now. "Please, daughter. Have mercy." "Mercy?" Avaryss thought. "Mercy?" She laughed, a strange wheezing sound thanks to the destruction of her body. There was no mercy, she wanted to say. No mercy and no hope. She could see herself in the Force, what the spirit had done to her. It wasn't a pretty sight. Her hair was gone except for a few gray wisps. Her red-rimmed eyes looked like dried grapes in her eye sockets. Her rotted fingers now were able to grasp the dying ghost, aid in the stone in the robotic hand, adding more power to the spell. Nearly dead, she thought, but not near enough. Again, she let out another rasping laugh. It was just a test of wills now, who was stronger. She was pretty sure she knew what the outcome would be. As the spirit raged, she got a sense of his past, what had come to be since Maya Lilas had been resurrected in this form. She could sense how far it had been drawn out into the galaxy, how it had tried, not only to influence her, but the galaxy as a whole. And she came to realize there was something more, something she had not seen when she had saw Talitha's survival the night that Darth Fear had burned their home. She saw Maya Lilas, she saw her mother sealed in her room with little Ange in her arms. Avaryss could feel her mother's panic, even as she tried to quiet the crying babe. As she watched, she sensed the change come over her mother, the look in her eye. It was something totally different than anything she had seen before. Mother had made a decision. In that moment, it was the only choice she could have made, or at least, she thought it was. She whispered in the tongue of the old Sith, whispering words that had not been uttered in almost a century. She was casting a spell. Avaryss realized she recognized some of the words and phrases. As Avaryss watched, her mother did something horrible, something unforgivable. She put her hands around her child's neck and began to squeeze. Ange's cries became frightened gurgles. She didn't understand what was going on. But Avaryss understood. Yes, she understood very well. Only death could pay for life. Maya Lilas had made her choice, or perhaps the piece of the Emperor inside of her had made it. She had chosen to live, but life required a sacrifice. Her baby daughter was the price. Avaryss hissed. If she had had the ability to spit, she would have done so, right in the eye of the ghost. Ange was just a baby. Maya had been her mother. How could she? As a Sith, she understood. The life of a mundane meant little when it came to power, but as a woman that couldn't have children. Burn, spirit, she thought to herself. Burn in the torments beyond death. Finally, Maya Lilas found herself on her knees, her shadowy form small and insignificant. Avaryss could feel the shard of the Emperor, the piece of his consciousness he had bound to his child's. As she had told Maya, she didn't want the shard, only the power it possessed. Whatever was left of the Emperor could go to hell with his daughter. Only his power was needed. It was that she would take. Unhand me, it squawked weakly. I'm your Emperor. Your God. No, Avaryss wheezed through mummified lips. There is a new God now. Kira, her mother's spirit whimpered, please. The withered Dark Lord leaned in closer. She wanted her mother to hear this, for this to be the last thing she ever heard. The Dark Lord hissed with contempt. Go to hell, she rasped. She reached down and into the spirit. She pulled out his dark nexus, his heart if you will. She crushed it in her right hand, destroying the piece of the Emperor that had sustained Maya Lilas. Her mother's face faded, the shadow slid away, and for the briefest of moments she saw the Emperor's face again, a face that also faded and was replaced with the skeleton made of shadow. The skeleton collapsed, turning into black ash. The dark side let out one final scream, and then fell silent. The body of Darth Avaryss slumped to the ground, wheezing sounds emerging through her mummified nose and mouth. Done, she thought. It is done. She wheezed, the closest thing to a laugh she could manage at that moment. I win. She could barely move, her muscles were all but destroyed. Her eyes were blind withered husks, but she could feel the power. Inside her, what she had taken from the spirit was now hers. It was working on her body, regenerating her, healing her. In time she would be whole again, in time. Pain. She arched her back and let out a gurgling cry. She lay on the ground, shaking. She couldn't move. The part of her mind that occupied the Force remained distant. She looked down upon her own body and was horrified. A seizure, she realized. I'm having a seizure. Blee stumbled over to her. The War Master held her, trying to keep her still, even forcing the hilt of a knife into her mouth, so she didn't choke on her own ruined tongue. Avaryss suddenly felt very light, like she was drifting away. No, she thought. No. It cannot end this way. She struggled to stay in that moment, to hold onto her shell. She needed to hang on. She still needed time. She called out into the Force, looking for help. And then, she slipped down into the darkness. She slipped down, and then nothing. Chapter 61. She was lost in darkness. It was the only words that could describe it, if she could still speak. Darth Avaryss felt the darkness all around her. It held her tightly, like a million hands reaching out and pinning her in place. She didn't struggle. She had no strength for that. She simply floated, staring up into the nothingness. Is this the end? She wondered. Am I dead? As she drifted, she realized soon enough that the darkness was not empty. She could hear voices in the ether, whispers either of what had been or what was to come. As she remained there, the voices became more insistent, easier to hear. There were so many, she thought. So many of what was to come. When you finally betray me, I hope you care enough to try and kill me yourself. Someone here once told me the Darth title was no longer used. Do you understand the true nature of the dark side? In time I will teach you everything. To hide in plain sight, to smile in the face of a victim, is the galaxy's most delicious irony. To exist incognito is a most intriguing state of being. Love is but another mask. Yes, Master, your death comes at my bidding. It's a dark path into a trackless wilderness from which few return. You're heartless, ambitious, arrogant, insidious, and without shame or empathy. Abiding submission is your only road to salvation. Whose pride never allowed him to question that he would no longer be needed. A tragedy, really, for one so wise. Avaryss began to struggle. The grip of the darkness was starting to pinch, just starting to become painful. She gasped. She could feel the flames starting to lick at her flesh. She could almost imagine the darkest of hells opening beneath her. No. Let me go. Let me go. And still the voices grew louder and more insistent. One voice, in particular, at first, she thought she was hearing Beric or her father speaking. The voice sounded much like them, but it was different, older, and somehow more powerful. The end of the war is near. We must catch them off balance. Do not hesitate. Show no mercy. Do what must be done. Rise, my friend. I look forward to completing your training. Soon, you will call me Master. If you will not turn, you must be destroyed. I've been dead before. Finally, she saw something. A young man in black, a handsome boy with a scarred face, holding a red lightsaber, his blood shine, illuminating his angry eyes, turning them molten. What could you offer me? Something in the darkness smiled. It said one word. Everything. Avaryss found herself standing on a high tower, looking down over a calm sea, and atop that sea were many floating landing platforms, as far as the eye could see, and aboard each one. Her breath caught in her throat. Soldiers, thousands, maybe millions, a billion strong. They all looked up at the tower with Sith eyes. They all radiated with anger and ambition. Overhead, in low orbit, a massive war fleet. She had never seen anything like it. Ships of an unknown design, but powerful. The precision of the ships as they held their formation was flawless. They moved like a flock of birds. My fleet, she realized, and now my army, ready to spread my gospel. It will be a song of power, a song of destruction. It is time, she realized. The age of Avaryss was about to begin. She almost laughed as she heard the soldiers calling out to her, their voices a cold, angry monotone, their desire for blood, undeniable and unsatiable. Hail! 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 Avaryss! 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 Her name echoed across this strange tropical world and across the stars. It is time, Avaryss realized with a satisfied smile. This was the end. The galaxy would fall. She realized she had an audience. She turned to see hooded figures standing behind her, allies and enemies both. They were shocked by what they were seeing below, shocked and in awe. She grinned triumphantly, holding out her arms. Look about you, she crowed. It is all mine. It is mine because I took it. She laughed. I took it all. Lightsabers emerged, blue, green, and even one of violet. Avaryss was not concerned. She ignited her blade. And now, she thought, you fall. She leapt forward, eager to taste the blood of her foes, and then, nothing. She was back in the darkness, back lost in the shadows. She was struggling now. The grip that had held her now pulled at her arms and legs. It felt like she was being pricked by a million claws, claws that wanted to hold onto her, keep her from rising and achieving her destiny. Her flesh began to smolder, or perhaps her very spirit. No! You will let me go. She fought to free herself. She snarled and bit at the shadows. She pulled up, trying to rip away what bound her, the chains that held her in place. I cannot die, she shouted. I will live. I must rule. I will have everything. She howled in rage, her fury undeniable. She fell away, perhaps, was pulled away. She felt the shadows' grip loosen, the heat of the fires quenched by the cold air. She fell through eternity. Free. I'm free. She cackled as she fell. I can't be contained, she laughed. The future is mine. She hit what felt like hard stone, hit with enough force to knock the wind from her lungs. She gasped. Not over. She gasped for breath. Mine. Mine. The words were on her lips as she opened her eyes. She blinked, her head fuzzy, her memory unclear. What? Where? She blinked again. She awoke under an orange sky. Avaryss stared up into the strange light. She was no longer lost in the shadows. She could feel hard stone beneath her fingers, hard stone, and the grit of sand, and something soft beneath her. Her brow furrowed. A blanket. She sat up quickly and looked around. Confusion reigned in her troubled mind. She felt lost. She tried to make sense of it all, but nothing was clear. Her memory, it was so foggy. She shook her head and rubbed the bridge of her nose. What had happened? She couldn't remember. She was on a beach. That much was clear, a harsh and rocky shore. The air tasted strange in her lungs. The sun beat down weakly, but was still enough to warm the stone on which she lay. She looked down at herself, checking her body for injuries. She had been in a battle, a terrible battle. She remembered her flesh being desiccated, drained of all life. She saw no sign of that now. Her body appeared fine. She might have been a little underdressed, but... She corked her lips. This was interesting. Wherever she was, it was clearly not a place where she felt threatened. She had awoken on a rock wearing next to nothing, a small two-piece bathing suit. She remembered it, of course. One of Vaga the Hutt's minions had provided her with it while she had been his guest back on Hutta. That memory was clear at least, and with it came names, both of enemies and allies. Sin, Beiel, Lujane Holly, Mr. Rink. Yes, her head was starting to clear. She nodded. Slowly, it was starting to come back to her. She stood up and tried to get her bearings. There were no settlements around, at least, none that she could see. She appeared to be alone here. Just her, a few birds cawing overhead, and a strangely calm mirror-like lake not far from where she had been lounging. She looked down upon the lake and frowned. She remembered this place. She could almost remember the name, almost. She looked down into the water. She could sense great power here, great, but somehow, muted. The breeze didn't affect the water surface. It was so still, like a mirror, or any other pane of glass. She smiled. What she saw in that mirror pleased her. At last, she thought, there I am. The reflection staring back at her was one she had missed. The bone-white skin, the dark ringed eyes that even now blazed a molten red. Her expression turned sly. Finally, she thought. No longer was she forced to look at Kira Lilos in the mirror. She nodded, most pleased with herself. It was good to see the face of Darth Avaryss again. It was very good indeed. As she looked down, her head began to clear. She started to remember. She remembered Talitha and Beiel, and how they had met their end. She also remembered her mother, how her attack had. No, she realized. Not mother, that was vitiate, or at least, a part of him. She frowned. Vitiate, she thought angrily, Darth Vitiate, the so-called immortal and all-knowing Emperor of the Sith. Her entire life she had looked up to the Emperor, offered her prayers to him, treated him like a living god. Now, she understood the truth, or at least, the beginnings of it. Vitiate was no god, and he was no longer her emperor. His defeat had proven his fallibility. He had been destroyed by a mere Jedi Knight. His invulnerability was finally disproven. The Sith rewarded failure in only one way, and now, she knew that the creature that had ruled them for so long had truly failed his people. Vitiate was no longer worthy of her worship. New leadership was needed. The thought excited her. Vitiate was not their god anymore. The Sith would need a new one that looked out for their people. I could do it, she thought. I could be that god. It was an unusual thought, likely bordering on crazy, but that didn't change the fact that she now knew it to be true. What she had felt when she had battled the spirit, how it had felt to rip out the shard of the Emperor's power, the very thing that had sustained her mother after death. It had been most enlightening, and of course, there was the power to consider. She smiled slyly. The power, it felt fantastic. In the past, when she had absorbed large amounts of life energy, she had never had the physical strength to truly internalize that power. The bulk of what she had taken had always faded away, slipping through her fingers like water in her hands. What she had taken from the spirit had been different. Even now, that power didn't dissipate, it remained strong and a part of her. Her body was a tingle from it. She felt like the entire galaxy had, for that brief and single moment when she had destroyed her mother's spirit, been in her hands. It had been such an amazing sensation. She shook her head. She had never wanted it to end. Lake Nath, a voice inside her whispered. Lake Nath, Ambria. She nodded. At last, she remembered where she was, and now, knew how she had gotten here. She reached out with the Force, her connection with it strengthened by her newly acquired power. She would have to thank Necros for that later. The Devish had given her just the edge she had needed to finally behead the leadership of the rebellion on Ardana, and now only a single problem remained. Fear. She smiled hungrily. The time had finally come, her time. She was finally ready. The time of the challenging was here. As she looked around, she realized that she was not alone. She had never, in fact, been to Ambria in person before, but she had been brought here once in a dream state. If I'm here, she realized, then I'm not alone, he is here too. Finn, she called out looking around. Finn Shadowstone, show you face? She could sense his presence now. The light side of the Force shone in his presence, and like before, that light didn't try to eclipse the darkness within in her. It seemed to connect with it, creating a place of shimmering silver, neither light nor dark. Avaryss felt the change, but unlike before, she was not bombarded with weaker emotions. She kept her feet firmly planted in the darkness. "I've made my choice," she thought to herself. "I will not seek to question it again." She jumped down from the rock and began walking. The small lizard-like neeks that lived on the shore chittered and ran as she passed them by. She ignored the creatures. They were nothing to her and had no value in her future plans. Finn, however, he would likely figure greatly in what was to come. She smiled slyly. "How am I going to play this?" she thought to herself. "What form should I take?" She was no longer bothered by indecision or doubt. The future was now a certainty to her. The Jedi would be destroyed, the Republic broken, and an Empress would rise and bring about a new era of order and security. Finn would likely not understand the change within her. He might even try to stop her if he understood what she was planning. She would need to keep things quiet, at least for now. He still had his uses, she was sure, but it wouldn't do to give up her plans so quickly, not when there was the slimmest chance of him stopping them. No, she would be patient. Their time would come. "Kira." She heard his voice calling a name, that name. She bristled when she heard. Must he? She thought to herself. Why couldn't he just accept the truth? She was not that person anymore. She spotted him coming down a ridge on her right, dressed simply in a plain brown vest and leggings. Not Jedi robes, she noticed. She made note of that. Then again, she should not have been surprised. He had called this place neutral ground once. It would not be fitting for him to appear in full Jedi garb. She decided to follow his example. She closed her eyes and imagined herself not so scantily clad. He would likely be disappointed, but that was okay. He would get to see the real her again soon enough, and hopefully in a new and healthy body. She welcomed that meeting and what would come afterward. Her garments changed. The outfit she had chosen was similar to the one she had appeared in the last time she had been drawn here, but with one difference. This time the skirt and top were midnight black. A pendant bearing the sigil of the Empire adorned her neck. She brushed off any loose sand on her clothes and made for her dream friend, where he was descending. She found herself looking forward to this. They hadn't spoken in months. She was curious to see why he had reached out to her. Had something changed? Had the war turned in a direction that he had not expected? She was most eager to find out what was going on and to see him again. Despite everything that had happened in the last few months, just being around him again, even if it was only through the Force, made her body warm and stir. She was looking forward to this meeting. Her smile widened as they drew closer. It had been far too long. You've changed again. His statement amused her. She couldn't completely kill the smile that wanted to spread across her face. Oh, my sweet Finn, she thought. You don't know the half of it. He remained as he had always been, the strong and handsome young knight that intrigued her as she had first taken steps into adolescence. As an adult, she could still appreciate what had drawn her to him. It was not simply their connection in the Force, though that was part of it. We were made for each other, she didn't doubt that, two pieces of a single whole. There was so much she wished to tell him, but again she hesitated. He would not understand what had happened, the choices she had made, not yet. She tried to put him at ease. This is who I am, she purred, doing a quick pirouette for him, letting him get a good look at her. Is that so bad? Not at all, he replied. His smile was soft, despite the changes, or rather the return of her former looks. He didn't seem troubled in the least. Was that naivety on his part, or blindness? She couldn't say for certain. She would need to probe deeper. You were in pain, he said. You were screaming, calling out for help. I was, she admitted. Things have progressed, in ways that I had not expected. She shrugged. I nearly died. She felt his fear, his desire to see that she was fine. He reached out to her through the Force. Are you okay, now? He asked. She blinked. That was a very good question, and at that moment, she wasn't sure. This was not the real world after all. This was a dream, a safe place within the Force that their spirits could retreat to when they desired. She realized that, at that moment, she had no idea what condition she was in the real world. She had been badly wounded. The spirit had all but destroyed her physical form. The power she had absorbed was regenerating it, but it was hard to say what shape she would be in when she woke up. I will need to do what is necessary, she realized. My survival is all that matters. Fortunately, she had not been alone. Beiel was with her. Hopefully, the War Master would summon help. Another Sith would have tried to eliminate her in her weakened state, but the War Master would likely do what she could to ensure her mistress' survival. She thought with amusement. That would take some getting used to. She had suspected that Beiel was human, but not a woman. She never had given her master any clue. What happened to you, Beiel? She wondered. She was curious now what had made the trooper who she was, why she had elected to be the trooper and nothing else. Questions for another time, she thought. For now, there was Finn. He needed to be put at ease. I'm here, she said to him. I'm not sure what shape my body is in, but here at least, I'm whole. She could sense his concern. He reached out and touched her face. Again, she was shocked at how real his touch felt here, how strong their connection had truly become. She could feel his concern. He reached out with the force, touching not just her body, but her spirit as well. You were slipping away, he said. I felt it. I tried to hold on to you, to pull you back. She smiled. She remembered struggling against the darkness, that sense of almost being consumed by it. Had Finn intervened on her behalf? Had he truly saved her? His brow furrowed as he touched her. She could sense pain, fear. I think you are in a bad way, wherever you are, Kira. She frowned. There was that damn name again. It took all her self-control not to lash out at him. Why did he have to be like this? Why couldn't he just accept the way things were? Through their connection, she was able to feel what he had sensed, what was likely going on beyond this place. She frowned. She could almost see her withered body laying on the floor of the temple. Her hair was all but gone, her eyes shriveled inside her head, her skin pulled so tight against her bones it looked like they might punch through. The image of it made her shiver. What was going to happen now? She could sense Beiel there as well. The War Master had a Kamink in hand, likely trying to call for help. She rushed over to one of Sadie's dead bodyguards. She pulled off the mirrored face plate the dead marauder was wearing. What was she planning to do with that? Avaryss wondered. Beiel slipped the mask over her near mummified head, pressing one of the switches on the side. Avaryss smiled. She thought, so that was why. Some battle ragers had their gear rigged with life support systems, Kolto sprayers or injectors built into their armor, to keep their bodies going as long as they could, even when lost in a dark side frenzy. Smart thinking, Avaryss thought, but she should not have been surprised. Beiel was doing her best to keep her alive in the real world, which made things easier here. She smiled. Finn might have saved her from the darkness, but Beiel would be able to truly pull her back to the land of the living. She was glad. She still had so much to do. She turned her attention to Finn again. He might not have known it, but he had saved her life. You saved me, she murmured. I couldn't just let you go, you know. She had heard enough. No more talking. She grabbed him, pressing her lips to his. He resisted at first, but only at first. She thought. This was nice. They stood together on the shores of Ambria, kissing and becoming sweetly entangled in the force, light and dark merging into something that was both strong and, somehow, comfortable. When they broke for air, he looked down at her, almost panting. I've missed you, he gasped, Kira. She kissed him again, her passions inflamed by his touch. When they broke again, she gave him a sly smile. It is Avi now, she said, now and forever. His brow furrowed. I can feel it, he said, lightly stroking her face. You are different now. I don't sense any conflict. The time of me questioning myself is done, she whispered, but that doesn't mean that I wish to forget about you. I can't. He leaned down, resting his forehead against hers. She hated to admit it, but she felt comfortable here. If she could remain in this sweet moment for all of eternity, she would do it. But that will not give you what you truly desire, the darkness reminded her. It is time to move the plan forward. She sighed. Yes, it was time. Finn, she said, I've come to a plateau in my training. The time has come to strike out on my own. He gave her a curious look. Is that good or bad? I'm not sure, she confessed. What I do know is that I'm finally free to be more than simply my master's apprentice. She gave him a soft smile. Perhaps I will be able to help you, to help all of us. What do you mean? He asked. Her smile turned into a hungry grin. Your master once told me that he believed that peace between the Empire and the Republic was possible, that it simply required a leader brave enough and strong enough to make it a reality. He frowned. He had a skeptical look on his face. Would you support peace? He asked. I can't imagine your fellow Sith would agree. It couldn't be brought about all at once, no. Yet, if someone in a position of power was to reach out in just the right way, with the right type of allies. She nodded. This business with Revan may be exactly what we need, a common foe to unite both sides. The Order is doing what it can to fight the Regionists, he promised, but Revan himself is not to be underestimated. He seems to be 3 or 4 steps ahead of us in all that we are doing. All the more reason to think outside of the box. An alliance between Sith and Jedi might be just what we need. He can't seize the Sith throne if we press in the united front. Finn shook his head. I don't think that is his plan, Avi. It doesn't feel right. She frowned. Okay, so Finn would only let her lead him so far, but that was good too. Still, he called her Avi. That was a good sign. Perhaps he was not a lost cause after all, and he was apparently adaptable. Excellent. She preferred a strong man as her consort, and she could do much if he let down his guard and thought that they had a common goal. We both want Revan and the war stopped, she thought. Order must return to the galaxy. Sith Order. She leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. Know that whatever happens in the next few days, I'm with you. My master is coming here, I can feel it. The time has come to step out of his shadow and blaze my own path in the Empire. He gave her a troubled look. You are going to challenge him? She nodded. Apprentice versus master. That is the way of the Sith. He could kill you, Avi, if your body is in as bad a way as I'm sensing. Don't underestimate me, she replied. I've learned some things in the last few months, things that even my dear master won't expect. He nodded, but she still felt hesitation. It is the only way, she growled, stepping back. The Dark Council needs a new voice on it if what your master wishes is to come to pass. There are Sith on the council that would be willing to accept a shift in policy, especially with the Emperor now gone. I don't like the thought of you walking into danger, he said. She almost laughed. I've been walking through danger since I first left to begin my training as a Sith. Fear not, Finn. I'm a big girl. I know how to take care of myself. Except this, she thought, wishing so badly that she had the ability of forced persuasion. Not that it would likely work here. I have to do this, she said. It is the only way. She couldn't say if he accepted that, but he was smart enough to recognize that he wasn't going to talk her out of it either. He sighed. Just be careful, okay? I will let Master Jazz know that I've spoken to you, that you are considering trying to help us. Please do, she said. When the time comes, you will be surprised how good of an ally I can be. She almost laughed as she said those words. She did want to bring peace, but not in the way that the Jedi thought. She imagined a galaxy not divided by Sith Empire or Galactic Republic, a single galaxy governed with a single vision. She imagined herself standing before the Galactic Senate, not as a conqueror like Exar Kun, but as a leader ushering in a new era. In the interest of peace and continued security, the Republic will be reorganized into the first Galactic Empire for a safe and secure society. And they would cheer, she thought with a smile. How the rabble would cheer for her. She frowned. She felt it, a tugging in her gut. Are you okay? Finn asked. I think I'm waking up, she said. She looked up at him. Remember what I said? there is still a chance for us, and for peace. I just need to get into the right position. I will try. She gasped. The world fell away beneath her feet. She heard Finn cry out, but there was nothing she or he could do. She was being pulled back into the real world. She hoped that was a good thing. She gasped loudly, her back arched painfully as she emerged from the dream. She emerged into a world of darkness. She growled and flailed weakly. Her limbs felt like they were made of iron, slow and sluggish. She couldn't see. She was blind. Calm yourself, master, Beiel said, her voice sounding a parsec away. Avaryss' ears had never been that good, and they were even worse now. Your heart is beating, the War Master informed her. I feared you dead when I put the mask on your face. She heard the trooper chuckle. You have no idea how glad I am that I was wrong. Avaryss didn't respond, not with words. Her tongue was a dried piece of meat in her mouth. This body is all but ruined, she thought. How in the name of the dark side will I ever challenge Lord Fear now? She reached down inside herself, feeling the power she had absorbed earlier. It was still there, within her. Slowly, it was repairing the damage. She wheezed, what passed for a sigh of relief at that moment. So, it is not over, she thought. I'm not done yet. Since her eyes didn't work, she had to use the force to see. She could almost see Beiel kneeling beside her, making sure that she was still among the land of living. Avaryss was grateful for that. At least she didn't have to worry about an enemy finding her in such a weakened state. We can't stay here, she realized. What if more rebels come looking for us? What if Darth Fear catches me here, if he finds me in such a state? She thought of Beiel laying dead not far from where she was. She could imagine how her master would react seeing his son dead at her hands. It would not be pretty, that was for sure. Beiel had wrapped her ravished body in a crimson cloak. Despite the damage she had suffered, she felt warmer having the warrior here. I'm going to try and find a communicator, the War Master informed her. My commok isn't working. We need to call for help. Avaryss nodded, or at least tried to. She remembered Darth Sadi's warning about Beric making sure that she would be blamed for all that had happened here. That the members of her house would pay. If that had come to pass, she and Beiel might be on their own, but she didn't think it would be as easy as the late Darth Sadi believed. Her people were not spit and Polish Imperials, they were survivors. If anyone could see through the plots of her rivals, it was them. In the meantime, she turned her thoughts inward, focusing on healing, drawing deep on the darkness and the power that she had absorbed, and the power of this place. It was a Sith temple after all. The death energy she had taken from the spirit was so potent. If anything could restore her ravished body, it could. As she delved deeper into the darkness, she focused entirely on her hate for her master, his treatment of her in the almost 5 years she had been his apprentice. Hate came so easily to her now. It was almost her natural state. She felt the power bloom, and with it, she could almost feel her veins starting to open again, her blood returning from its sludge-like state and starting to flow freely again. If she could, she would have smiled. This is not the end, she thought. It is the end of the beginning. A hissing rasp escaped her mummified throat. My time has come. She tried to sit up, and somehow, she just managed to. She felt the dark side of the Force caress her, welcome her back into its embrace. It is my time now, she thought. And then, for the first time since her near death, she spoke. I live. Chapter 62. Every breath was painful, every movement was torment. Yet, still, Darth Avaryss managed to claw and scrape her way back onto the Sith throne within the hidden temple. It had been a chore to be sure, bones breaking and resetting with each shift of her arms and legs. Muscle and skin tearing only to reform, pulled back together by Tarek's retrovirus. It was agony, but at the same time, it was ecstasy. Avaryss almost giggled, in spite of the pain. At that moment, she had never felt more alive. A sigh escaped her withered lips as she managed to slide her damaged body into the cold stone seat. She still couldn't see, but that wasn't really a problem. The dark side was sinking within her, offering her visions beyond what was possible with mundane eyes. Despite the exquisite pain she was in, she had never felt more in touch with the darkness and with herself, and as she looked inside her own body with the Force, she knew that she had reached a turning point, a plateau in her life as a servant and master of the dark side. A ragged cackle escaped her ruined mouth. No longer am I bound to the past, she thought, as she leaned her head back against the cold stone. A shiver of pleasure ran through her frame. At last, I'm truly free. She had decided not to simply lay on the stone floor and await rescue. There was still so much she needed to do. She needed to prepare. The Force all but verified that she was healing, that her body was being regenerated by the very virus which was slowly destroying her mind. Ironic, she thought with a shake of her head. Oh Tarek, you wonderfully diseased maniac, if only you had turned your talents to saving the Sith from the effects of dark side necrosis. Your virus could have done that. If it could regenerate this body after being so close to death, then it would have had no problem handling the side effects of long-term dark side usage. We could have been beautiful, Avaryss thought to herself, as beautiful and as terrible as the dark side itself. We could have been a race of golden gods, and not even the Jedi would have been able to dispute our perfection. She sighed. If only the virus didn't damage the brain, she would have been tempted to keep the shell, to continue to use its power. Alas, she feared she was running out of time. The mere thought of it depressed her. Oh well, perfection wasn't everything. Yes, her body was regenerating, but, at the same time she could feel the virus in her blood. Yes, it was repairing her, but at the same time it was growing stronger. Once she was healed, it would likely be only a matter of time until it doubled its attacks on her brain tissue. She had already had one seizure. She may have survived it, but it was clear she was now living on borrowed time, more than before if that was even possible. Another rasping laugh escaped her. At least I will make a good-looking corpse. Her eyes narrowed. Despite the damage, her mind was clear. My time grows short. I may need my new host body sooner rather than later. I will need to deal with Darth fear quickly. I no longer have time for childish games. Ridding herself of Darth fear was the first step in the master plan she had been developing, a way to not only ascend to the Empire's vacant throne, but to leave the Jedi vulnerable and the Republic a willing victim just waiting to be ravaged. It has been too long, she thought, but at long last we Sith will finally rule the galaxy, and Jedi will be nothing more than a bad memory. Their end will be a cautionary tale, a warning to all those that would think to oppose the power of the Sith. First, fear, and then, the rest of the galaxy. The mere thought of moving her plan forward made her giddy, but she realized that she couldn't afford to get sidetracked or distracted. Fear would be no pushover. She would need to take this final meeting between them extremely seriously. He will die easily, she knew, but he would die. She found herself looking forward to their confrontation. It had been a long time coming. One thing is for certain, she realized, my time as an apprentice is done. Win or lose, live or die, I will face the future as a free woman. I'm no longer Darth Fear's servant, now I am a master. As she sat there, she felt a stinging in her eyes. She could almost imagine the fluid within them beginning to flow again. The dark blur she had been lost in suddenly started to lighten. She could almost make out the color of the dim lightning here in the temple. My sight returns, but my eyes were opened long before that happened. She managed to smile, even though that was painful too. I must prepare myself for my final meeting with my master, but first things first. She sighed. First, I need a new weapon. She pulled her lightsaber to her, or rather, the broken pieces of it. Though she could not see them, she could feel them. The Force surrounded them as well as anything else. The crystals, the ruined shell, the emitter, and power source. She sniffed. This weapon had been her life for years now. She had grown attached to this hunk of metal and crystals. She felt a brief twinge of sadness at its destruction. Still, it was a part of her past now. She preferred to live in the present and march towards the future. She would need a new weapon, a dominating weapon. Fortunately, there was no shortage of parts for her to draw on. She pulled Sadi and Beiel's lightsabers to her. They floated before her and began to disassemble themselves. As she sat upon the ancient throne, the pieces of the three lightsabers began to reconfigure themselves according to her will and by her design. She smiled. In truth, she had been thinking of upgrading her lightsaber for a while now, even had come up with some interesting ideas and a few new tricks that her master might not expect. Through the Force, she could see those designs now. It would be easy to reconfigure the parts into what she required. When we meet on the battlefield, my master, she thought to herself, I shall be ready. As she worked, she pulled the holocron out from her ruined robe. She could feel its cold, smooth surface and the power that boiled within the tiny object. She was surprised that it had made it through her fight with the rebels unscathed, proof of her skill and genius to be sure. She intended this holocron to be a part of her legacy. One day, future generations of Sith would know of her greatness. They would know and covet the power she had possessed. A single withered finger caressed the holocron. If anything, it seemed greatly improved by the energy she had absorbed during the fight. She wondered if it had absorbed anything while she had been destroying the failed spirit that had tried to undermine her destiny. Even now, she shook her head at what the rebels had offered her. They wanted to give me a crown. Ridiculous. No one gives me a crown. I will take my crown. I will rip it from the hands of those that would dare defy me. Yes, it didn't matter what happened. The throne would be hers. As her weapon continued to configure itself, she accessed the holocron's gatekeeper, the guide to all the devices' knowledge and wisdom. She told the tale of the rebels and their failed mission. She told the story of her desire and her victory over them. She felt it wise to do so now, while the memory was still fresh in her mind. Let future generations know of my power and skill, and let them be envious of what I accomplished here. The rebellion on Ordana was dead, and its attempt to influence the imperial throne had been ended. Only one future mattered, and that was hers. She would no longer be bound by the chains of the past. Through victory, my chains are broken. She nodded thoughtfully. Yes, only one element of her past remained, one final hurdle to overcome, and take her rightful place at the top of the Empire. Darth Fear had told her once to let go of the past, to forget the farm girl from Ordana, and embrace her new life. At the time, she had resisted his advice, and he had broken her for it. Now, she saw the truth. He had been absolutely right, and that was also the problem. He was right. Now that she had truly achieved lordship, fear had now become a part of her past, an unnecessary part. She no longer needed his guidance and lessons. Now, she would need to remove him. Let go of the past, kill it, if you must. Yes, she hissed. I must. She was not sure how long she had sat there, recording lessons and finally finishing the work on her new lightsaber, but finally she sensed something, a familiar presence in the Force, several, in fact. She smiled as her newly restored lightsaber disappeared onto her belt. At last, she said, her voice echoing of the walls of the chamber. You have come to deliver me? She knew that they could hear her. Her voice was as much in the Force as it was in the real world. Her followers had come for her. Now that the spirit was gone, the dark side that flowed through this place was hers to command. She sensed the Force they entered. Their individual presences were a bomb after all she had faced. Bleez led the way. The War Master had obviously made it to a working link, and now, her allies had come. She was not surprised to sense Rink and Holly. The two had been her first followers, and remained the most loyal. Loyal, she thought with a sneer. She had once counted Barrick among their number, but he had proven unworthy. She welcomed their next meeting. She would enjoy showing him how wrong his choice had been. She was pleased to sense Dr. Vrant's presence as well. The Chiss scientist knew more about her condition than anyone else. If there were any changes, the blue-skinned alien would be able to diagnose the problem quickly. She might even have good news for her lord. Avaryss doubted it, but she could dream, couldn't she? Are you all right, my lord? Holly called out. Bleez said you were badly injured. My wounds will heal, Lujanai, but I fear that my time is even shorter than it was before. Vrant nodded, or at least, Avaryss suspected that she did. The doctor likely had guessed what had happened in her absence, especially considering how her battle with the rebels had ended. Vran had warned her after all. She had warned her of seizures. They had been a possibility from the very beginning, were a possibility. Now, the Chiss had proof. You have missed several injections, my lord, Vran reminded her. That is not good for your treatment, but I've brought my tools with me. I will be able to do a more thorough diagnosis when we see each other. So be it, Avaryss thought. Let the doctor see what had become of her. Of all their little party, Rink remained the most unimpressed. She could feel his disdain for what he was seeing. Lovely place you got here, boss, Rink chuckled. Did you decorate it yourself? Despite her pain, Avaryss chuckled. It isn't a pleasure palace on Alderaan, but it serves. The Dark Lord smiled. It is here that I ended the rebellion, my friends, and now, only one piece of business remains. My master, she purred, his time has come. She sensed them as they entered the chamber. She could feel their surprise at the carnage that had been wrought here. The remnants of the battle would remain here once they were gone, a monument to the victory of the Sith over the Ardana rebellion. The dead would stay as they lay, with one exception. She would bring Beil's body back, for Sinestra. She would at least give the woman a chance to bury her son, as was proper. A bright light shone directly into Avaryss' eyes. She hissed and tried to look away. I need to remove this mask, Vran informed her. I can't get any definitive readings while it is in place. Avaryss nodded and leaned forward, allowing the doctor easy access to the release catches on the slain marauder's faceplate. She took a wheezing breath as the mask came away. As her followers got a good look at the damage that was done, she could sense the change in them, the sense of revulsion and pity. She sneered. The former didn't bother her, the latter was useless. She didn't need pity, only time to regenerate. What they saw gave her an idea of how she looked at that moment, her skin pulled tight against her skull, her veins standing out, fluid flowing through them, looking like tiny ants moving beneath her skin. It was not a pretty picture, and neither was she, but that was okay. She would get better. She could just make out Vran's glowing red eyes. The Chiss recorder droid buzzed nearby as the doctor ran a medical scanner over her lord and patient. The alien sighed. Avaryss frowned. That didn't sound good. My scanner is detecting massive cellular regeneration, she exclaimed. However, I fear that the virus will only be advanced by such rapid changes. My serum may no longer have the desired effect, my lord. I figured as much, she rasped, and shook her head. Do what you must, doctor. The Chiss nodded, muttering to herself, and glancing over at her recorder droid. For Holly and Rink, this was the first time hearing this news. Neither was pleased to hear it. My lord, Holly said, you're sick? Avaryss nodded. For now, she replied, have no fear. The time of my recovery is almost at hand. Rink smirked. You're not contagious, are you? No point in all of us catching it. The sickness is not airborne, Vran assured them. You would need to be injected with our master's blood to be affected, and even then, it might not even do anything. This retrovirus was created with a singular purpose. It was to change Darth Avaryss, prepare her for her new role. The Dark Lord nodded. Darth Tarek continues to vex me, she said, even from beyond the grave. She focused her barely seeing eyes on her allies. She could at least sense what they were thinking. Now is not the time to be debating my health. Tell me everything. I must know what has happened in my absence. It was Rink that answered. He didn't sound happy, not that she could blame him. The news was not good. Soldier Boy sold you out, boss, he said. He sold us all out. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. I figured as much, she said with a grim nod. Sadi warned me that it would happen. I wanted to believe she was lying. He accused us of helping the rebellion, Holly said angrily, after everything that we have faced, all that we have been through together, and he turns on us out of the blue. It wasn't entirely out of the blue, Avaryss informed them. Sadi got inside his head. It doesn't change anything, but it does prove that he is as foolhardy as he is stupid. She growled. He will not survive what is to come. She nodded, looking forward to a meeting with her brother, a meeting, and the torture and torment that would come later. You made your choice, Rick, and now you must live with it. Did they try to arrest you? She asked her allies, and, if so, how did you escape? We were taken in and questioned, Holly said with a shudder. They didn't torture us, but that was only because they had no clear evidence of our involvement with the rebellion. That, and your boyfriend stuck up for us, Rink added. We're lucky he has so much pull among the higher-ups here. Avaryss nodded. Rose stood up for her people, and then she was most pleased. That vain little part of her was saddened that he would see her like this. She didn't want him to see her so misshapen. It would break his heart. Still, she would thank him for preserving her people, her power base. Rowan Wilkes may not have realized it, but he might have just made her ascension possible. There was still a chance. I had Holly and the doc with me when Soldier Boy turned, Rink informed her. As soon as we were released from custody, we were aboard the Fury and jumped out of the system before we could be recalled. He shrugged. You can imagine our surprise when we heard from Bleeze on our private channel. We had heard she was dead. Rink laughed. I still can't believe you are a She War Master. I'm a soldier of the Empire, the trooper said. Never forget that, Rink. Gotcha. After that, it didn't take long for me to get us back here. It was a bit tricky slipping through the defenses here, but nothing I couldn't handle. Rink radiated a sense of pride. He was most pleased that he had managed to get the Fury back here, and without being detected. Avaryss could understand. She was quite pleased as well. My lord, Holly said. Yes. If Beric was being manipulated, is there any chance of us getting him back? Bleeze said you killed Sadi. Is there any chance of him freeing himself from her control, coming back to us? I don't know enough about Sadi's power to say for certain, she said, but even if he did, I could not accept him back. He has betrayed me to fear and the Dark Council. Avaryss pursed her withered lips. I cannot allow that insult, or the one who offered it to live. Holly nodded. As you say, my lord, she said. She didn't sound happy about it, but she accepted it. Holly had been around long enough to know how things worked in the Empire. Rink was more pragmatic. Sounds good to me, boss, he said. Never did like Captain Lilas anyway. That was never in doubt, the Dark Lord thought. Still, it would bring her little pleasure to harm Beric, even if he was a traitor. The House of Lilas is filled with traitors, the darkness whispered in her ear. It must be purged. She nodded grimly. She allowed herself another brief moment of shame and grief, and then she let it pass. Beric was lost to her. She would not waste any more time on him. Her brother was done. And what of my apprentices? Avaryss inquired. Where do they stand in all this? Zen has stayed close to Beric, not surprising considering their relationship, Holly said. The Muin is back in Dana City with your remaining enforcers. He is basically running your people in your absence. Both the enforcers and your security volunteers are under his direct command. Necris is aboard the Emperor's Wisdom, Rink added. She has Lord Taya and your pet monster with her. We're not sure where the droid is. Avaryss smiled. She had an idea. HK would have been useful when she confronted her master, but he had another purpose, one far more useful to her future. Her new body needed to be located. It was everything if she intended to survive. And what of the official response to Beric's lies about me? She asked. Have the Dark Council waiting yet on what is to be done? Moff Gallic is keeping everything locked down, for the moment anyway, Rink said. Magistrate Hissa has yet to lift the martial law order, but there have been no further attacks. It looks like the Empire has closed the book on the rebellion here. Sinfear is still acting trade minister, Holly informed her. Lady Sinestra is staying close to her, waiting for her husband and the rest of the council to arrive. Avaryss smiled. So they are coming? Good. She was not surprised to hear that Sinestra remained, considering all that happened. The Lady of House Fear had to have felt her son's death. Now, all she had left was her daughter, and despite her lack of the Force, she was still Sinestra's last remaining child. Sinestra Fear was many things, none of them good, but she was a mother. Avaryss didn't blame her for being one. In truth, she hoped to be one herself one day. Darth Fear is supposed to be making some major announcement when he arrives, Holly continued. Moff Gallic probably figures he is going to get some fat reward for leading Organa through this mess. There will be announcement, Avaryss thought. It just won't be what my master intends. Her new lightsaber was complete, and now clipped to the sash on her waist. She was most eager to start bloodying it. Avaryss turned her head. Do you believe that I'm fit to travel, Doctor? Your muscle scan shows that you should have partial movement, my lord, the Chiss informed her, but it will likely be painful. Avaryss grimaced. There is no pain where the power lies. She managed to find her feet. She tottered briefly but managed to stay upright. She took another deep breath. It was the first step to claiming everything. She could not afford to be weak now. She made her way down from the throne with trembling steps, while at the same time restoring the mirrored faceplate, hiding her damaged face. She would not allow anyone outside of her inner circle to see her like this. She stumbled on the last step down from the throne, but Holly was there to make sure she didn't fall. She nodded gratefully to the engineer, her friend. What now, boss? Rink inquired. Where do we go from here? She laughed. It was the wheezing cry of a septic vulture. The only place we can go, Mr. Rink. She cackled coldly. Straight to the top. Her mind was working quickly. It would not be enough to return to the capital in her fury. She needed a bit more firepower to prevent anyone refusing to listen to her. I need the wisdom, she realized. The destroyer would go far to securing her final meeting with her master, and then everything would change. Master would face apprentice, and after that, everything would change. She would either be ready to rule, or she would be cast down and forgotten. As it should be, she thought. It was the way of the Sith. One last battle, she thought. Winner takes all. Chapter 63. Loyal sons and daughters of the Empire, we have been betrayed. Darth Avaryss paced around the table in the officer's ready room of the Emperor's wisdom. The full command staff had been summoned for this briefing. Taya and Abominus stood sentinel by the door as the Sith Lord explained the situation to her troops. This is where it begins, she thought. Darth Fear's final days. The thought made her smile. It had been a long time coming, but at last, she was here. She was ready. Their escape from Organa had went off without a hitch. Thranton Rink had again proven his skill. The former street rat turned Imperial pilot had managed to slip past the Imperial security net with almost no issue at all. An accomplishment that greatly pleased his master. She was grateful to have servants that she could count on. Avaryss had been in no condition to aid in that escape. She had been in the Fury's medical bay, being tended to by Dr. Vran. The Chiss had taken more readings and given her an injection of an improved version of the serum she had developed. The doctor had not been happy to hear that she had suffered a seizure on Organa. She said it was likely only the first of many. Avaryss was quickly running out of time. She would need her new body sooner rather than later. It was just as well, Avaryss had thought as she let the doctor put her into a kolto tank. I no longer desire to have one drop of Lilith's blood flowing through my veins. The mere thought angered her. The blood of traitors needed to be purged. She had been slipping into unconsciousness as the Fury broke through the atmosphere and vanished into hyperspace. Rink told her later that they had not been detected, that they had been gone before planetary security had even had a chance to respond. Once again, she was pleased. From there, it had not been hard to find her destroyer. Now, they had reached their destination, and it fell to Avaryss to take the next step, recruit the allies she needed to move her plans forward. She was not overly concerned. She knew these people had fought and bled beside them. She was confident that they would do what she needed. They had landed upon the wisdom with no trouble at all. They were cleared for docking without a single challenge. Captain Kennedy had met them when they first boarded, but it was clear from the beginning that he knew where his loyalties lay, who was the one most likely to advance his career. Darth Avaryss, he had said when she had first stepped out of the airlock. By order of Darth Fear, you are hereby ordered to surrender your lightsaber to me and place yourself into the custody of Imperial security. She had smiled when she heard that. She had to give him points for bravery, if nothing else. I see, she had said, and what happens if I say no? Nothing, my lord, her captain had responded. I merely had to inform you of Darth Fear's wishes. Now that they are officially in the log, we can get down to business. He saluted her. Where do we go from here? She grinned beneath her mask. Straight to the top, Captain, she informed him. I have information for the Dark Council. It is time that they heard it. He fell in step behind her as she made her way to the bridge. Kennedy had made his choice. Now, she had to make sure that the rest of the crew made theirs, and that the choice was the right one. Her only concern at the time had been Necrus. Her Devish apprentice remained aboard the Wisdom. Avaryss was not sure where her final loyalties might lay. Had Darth Fear gotten to her, and possibly made her an offer, things could have gotten complicated. Necrus' powers had grown considerably since Avaryss had discovered her back on Mare 9. He could have offered to make her his new apprentice. Avaryss had considered that when she ordered her servant to come before her and reaffirm her loyalty to House Avaryss. If this turned into a fight, things could turn ugly. She thought. She was still healing from her experience in the Sith Temple. Her powers were strong, but her physical form remained strained. If the Devish did decide to make trouble, Avaryss would need to destroy her quickly. She would use her most powerful spells. She wouldn't give the talented young necropath a chance to bring her abilities to bear. Fortunately, that had not been necessary. Necrus had arrived with Taya and Abominus. She had taken one look at Avaryss and smiled. So, she purred, you are still being among the living, my master. So, it seems, my loyal apprentice, she had replied. You know what that means, I trust. Necrus nodded and dropped to one knee, and said the one phrase that Avaryss was glad to hear. What is being thy bidding, my master? Rise, my friend, she said. We have work to do. She then turned to Taya and Abominus. The blonde Sith was grinning from ear to ear. I'm pleased to see you still live, Avi. I was so worried. Abominus snorted, her wings flexing against her back. Avaryss glared at her. Do I sense some dissension, my dear monster? Abominus grinned, showing a mouth filled with sharp teeth. No, master, she replied. I merely see Taya's continue gushing over you as a waste of valuable time. The blonde Sith sniffed. You never did have a sense of the romantic, Nas, Taya said sullenly. Enough, Avaryss said, stopping any argument before it could begin. She needed her servants on the same page. They had no idea what they would soon face when they breached the government tower on Ordana. Fear would not make her return an easy one. They needed to be ready for anything. The first step was getting the crew of the Emperor's Wisdom behind her. For this reason, she had called a meeting of the senior staff. It was time for them to hear her intentions, and the evidence that she would soon be presenting to the Dark Council. Necrus stood behind her as that meeting began. Avaryss could feel the Devish reaching out, trying to probe her master, perhaps seeking some weakness she could exploit later. The thought amused the Sith Lord. It would be amusing to watch her try, she thought. Despite the damage done to her physical form, her connection to the Force had never been stronger, and thanks to Necrus, the wellspring of death energy she had taken from the failed spirit still burned within her. I'm not just a lord right now, she realized. I'm a living weapon. She longed to get bloodied. Yet, it was not yet the time. She was still healing. By the time they returned to Ordana, she would be ready, her wounds reduced to mere scars. Yet, for now, it was wise to keep silent, and not allow others to know the extent of those injuries. Her ravaged body was all but hidden by a heavy crimson robe and a black hooded cloak over that. She still wore the blank mirror face plate that she had gotten in the Sith Temple. She found that wearing it had a disturbing effect on her soldiers, that, and the way her voice rasped through the mask's vocoder. That was good. She understood the value of fear. This meeting was as much about intimidation as it was about explanation. She needed to win these people to her side quickly. Without the Wisdom and his crew, she would not be able to guarantee her safety as she made her way back down to Ordana's surface to confront her master. It would all be for nothing if her fury was blown out of the sky by the capital's defenses. She needed to reach the government tower and confront Lord Fear, lay his failures before the feet of the rest of the Dark Council, and make her challenge to him as public and as final as she could manage. She continued to pace around the table. She could feel the officer's nervousness. Tales of what she had done at the state dinner back on Ordana had likely reached the ears of these men and women. The thought amused her. Though she was mostly recovered from her battle with the rebel leadership, she still walked with the cane. Her right leg was still healing, but the pain gave her a slight limp. It wasn't that physical weakness that concerned her men, but the cane itself. They knew what she had done with the scepter back in the government tower. A cane would have worked just as well. The thought almost made her giggle. Her officers had nothing to fear from her if they did what she wanted. She had no desire to harm them, and she wouldn't, unless they made her. Though she couldn't deny making an example out of one at random had some appeal, she would enjoy seeing the shock and horror on the faces of her men. For now, she held back that desire. Their fear was useful enough. Turning it to terror would be unnecessary and possibly counterproductive. These men and women had heard what Beric had said about her, no doubt. The lies that Darth Sadi had him spread as her failsafe. Some even questioned her being here. They wondered if by allowing her back they were technically committing treason. She didn't let that bother her. Fear would keep her people in line. As for her injuries, those were being dealt with. The retrovirus that Darth Tarek had injected into her was doing its work. Dr. Vran assured her that she would be well enough to fight soon. 2 days floating in a Kolto tank had helped with that. The remaining damage done to her body was mostly cosmetic in nature. She found herself tempted to take off her mask, show these people what the rebel filth had done. She was still mostly bald with only a few wisps of gray hair. The flesh below her right eye was bubbled up and twisted. She had her sight again, but it was still a bit cloudy. Her dark purple eye still had a slightly hazy look, which made their glow that much more intimidating. I see more with the Force now than I do my eyes, but that is okay. She had gotten used to change. They had been fortunate enough to catch up with her destroyer. Darth Fear had assigned the vessel to patrol the space near Fallis, in case any surviving rebels tried to take advantage of the situation. She assured Captain Kennedy that he had nothing to worry about. The rebel leadership had been decimated. She had brought proof of this, which was the whole point of this meeting. They need to see what I've done, see and accept that I, not Fear, am now their one and only chance to return to Ordana and claim absolute glory. She inspired fear, but now she also needed to inspire greed. Greed would serve her far better in bringing her men back into her control. I provided you all with the evidence that I collected from the deceased rebel leader Tal Maritza, she continued. I'm sure you can reach the same conclusion that I did, having seen this data. Avaryss shook her head in disgust. Darth Fear tore apart Ordana, a system that had fed the Empire and our war efforts for centuries. He named a rogue Sith as Dark Lord, only to have her betray him and side with a rebellion that has cost us not only credits but thousands of innocent Imperial lives, and even then, Sadi's betrayal was not finished. She sneered beneath her mask. She also drew my master's son and heir into their web of deceit, and when he didn't agree with their plans for the future, she killed him. Avaryss lowered her head. This is all Darth Fear's doing. His mismanagement of Ordana has brought us to this point. He must be stopped. The last part was a lie, of course, but it was a useful one, though it might be considered true from a certain point of view. Beiel had been killed because he had joined Sadi. Avaryss had done the deed, but he would never have been there if not for his master's twisted ambitions, that and his desire for Talitha. That last part still sickened her. She was glad they were both dead. She had protected the Imperial bloodline. Now the little sadist and the traitor would not whelp any misbegotten heirs. Yes, she had done the Empire a favor. My lord. She glanced up. General Tech had spoken. Tech was the trooper commander aboard the Wisdom. He led the ground teams when they were deployed on planet. She sensed his discomfort in this. You have a problem, General? The man shifted in his seat. I mean no disrespect, my lord, he continued. I've led my men in many campaigns for our people. I've fought beside you many times since this new war began. I know you to be a brave woman, who respects strength and honors the sacrifice of her men. Avaryss smiled. But, she asked, but, what you are asking is tantamount to treason. You are asking us to return to Ordana and put the capital city under the guns of this vessel. This ship has served the Empire proudly. I have no desire to see her legacy tainted." Necris snarled and stepped forward. "You are questioning our master. You are calling our master a traitor." Avaryss stopped the dervish with a raised hand. "Be calm, my apprentice," she purred, then turned her attention once again to the general. Once she would have executed the man for his insolence and his attempt to question her, now she knew better. Avaryss knew her limitations. She was no military genius or master strategist. She had seen tech skill in the field and was not afraid of a dissenting opinion. In fact, these meetings were for dissenting opinions. She allowed open talk among her general, captain, and the rest of her officers. Such talk had led them to victory more than once. The man was merely asking for clarification of the task in hand. She understood that. She was more than happy to provide an answer. "I'm not asking for the wisdom to attack Dana City. I only desire that our gunners cover my ship as I make my way down to the surface. There are those in the capital that will not want to hear my words. They may try to stop me." She leaned forward. "The destroyer sitting overhead will be a great deterrent. I have no desire to harm our people, merely to make sure that the Dark Council receives the evidence I have for them. As for the tainting of the Wisdom's honor well." She shrugged. "If this all goes wrong, you can put the blame firmly on me. If I fail, I will be dead, and in no position to dispute that claim." The general nodded and fell silent. The rest of the Sith Order knew how their Imperials reacted around their masters. They would accept that candidate, and the others had no choice. When a Sith gave an order, you cooperated, or you died. She didn't think they would be punished if she failed. Not that she would be in any position to care one way or the other. She would be dead, and it wouldn't matter. Not that she intended to fail. Oh no, she had waited for far too long for this moment. Avaryss would not fail. She looked over the gathered officers, sensing their emotions, seeking any weakness that might undo what she was about to attempt. "Know this," she added, "we are not going to Ordana to start a civil war. This destroyer will not engage any other Imperial vessels in orbit. Once my interceptor reaches the government tower, you will withdraw and await further instruction, from either me or from Lord Fear." She nodded. One way or another, the matter would be settled. She stood at the head of the table, looking out over her officers, the people that she had led into battle many times. She could sense Captain Kennedy's resolve. She had given him a chance when other Sith had thought him too cautious. He would support her. First Officer Nadal was loyal to his captain. He would follow his commanding officer's lead. One by one she looked over them all, from General Tech to Chief Engineer Radek. They all remained cautious, but she sensed a willingness to obey. Only one man at the table offered her any sort of challenge. She smiled. "Do you have anything to say, Colonel Glask?" The loyalty officer shifted in his seat. He had been unusually quiet during this meeting. Henning Glask was one of Fear's greatest cronies on the ship. She would have thought him to be the one to object to this plan. The loyalty officer had made no bones in the past about doubting her commitment. She was surprised to find him so quiet now. "What?" she said. "No questions, Colonel. You don't think that I should reconsider this course of action?" The man shrugged. "If the evidence you have presented is genuine, then the Dark Council should see it. We are both loyal children of the Empire. I won't question a Dark Lord's desire to defend herself." She nodded, a bit surprised. Normally, Glask would have done nothing to oppose her master. She was surprised to see him willing to offer his support now. "You gave him no reason to support you," the darkness within reminded her. "The infighting between Avi and Kira always undercut what you were trying to accomplish. Since that time, you have proven yourself to him, or at the very least, proven that you are willing to go to any length to ensure the Empire's safety and advancement. Why would he not choose to support you?" That made sense, she thought. She and Glask would never be friends, but they didn't have to be friendly to work well together. Their goals were similar. They both desired to see the Empire rise and become the dominant force in the galaxy. Plus, he was related to Sinestra. Perhaps his cousin had spoken on her behalf. convince Glass to give her more leeway in carrying out her desires. If so, that would be hilarious. She and Lady Fear had been at odds since she had first arrived on Dromund Kaas. Of course, Avaryss' decision to bring Sin Fear into her life hadn't hurt. Sinestra may not have admitted it, but she had missed her daughter. She was grateful for the girl to be back in a place of power, and with the loss of Beiel. It would be interesting to see where Lady Fear's allegiance would be when Avaryss and Fear finally cross blades. It would be most interesting indeed. Avaryss nodded. Then, it is decided then, she said. Prepare the ship to make the jump back to Ordana. The time had come for me to speak with the Dark Council if there is nothing else. One last thing, my lord, Glass said, raising his hand. She turned her masked gaze upon him. Yes. Glass sighed. Chief Engineer Radek is a spy. He has a personal hypercom link to Darth Fear. He will. What happened next was over in a matter of seconds. Radek snarled at Glass and rose from his seat. He tried to pull his sidearm to shoot Avaryss. She didn't hesitate or wait for an explanation. The Sith tilted her head. Chief Engineer Radek shot into the air like a rocket. He struck the ceiling like he had been launched out of a catapult propelled by the Force. His head was crushed like an overripe melon. His neck snapped as it was driven down into his chest. The body fell, striking the table and splattering the weapons officer and docking bay commander with blood, before falling to the deck twitching. The Wisdom's weapons officer squeaked in shock, but she quickly covered her mouth, stifling a scream. Beyond that, no one at the table said a thing. The only sound was that of the dead engineer, his feet twitching against the deck. Avaryss smiled and removed her mask, letting the officers get a good look at her face. She enjoyed the looks of surprise and the sense of disbelief and repulsion. Beauty was fleeting, she reminded herself, but power, that was eternal. She giggled as she regarded the dead Imperial. Well done, Colonel, she purred. Very well done. He nodded, trying hard not to look at the corpse. Think nothing of it, my lord, he replied, for the Empire. She nodded. Yes, she thought. For the Empire. She turned to Captain Kennedy. Inform Radek's first subordinate that he is now Chief Engineer, and send someone down to collect the hypercom unit from his quarters. Make sure that there are no transmissions between this ship and Ordana, not until my business is concluded. As you say, my lord, Kennedy replied. She turned back to Glass. Any other agents I need concern myself with. He shook his head, though she did notice that he had turned a bit paler. Perhaps she had surprised him with how quickly she had taken the initiative. If so, that was his failing. She no longer had time to play things safe. Fear needed to be removed, and she needed to consolidate his holdings. It would make what came next so much easier. She would need to be ready when HK returned. He would hopefully have her new body. I cannot afford to hesitate, she realized. When she reached the capital, she would encounter people that she had once considered allies. Barrick, Zen, Dime, who knew what side they had come down on in her absence. She would offer them a simple choice: join me or die. She could afford nothing else. The time for negotiation and compromise was past. She could afford no distractions. She would deal with Fear, and then all would be well. She gave her crew a wicked smile. History is on the march, my friends. Those that can't keep up will be left in the dirt to die. She stood straighter, putting the full weight of her Sith training into her words. Set course, back to Ordana. She smiled wickedly. My day has come. Chapter 64. I sense you, my master. You have finally come, haven't you? Darth Avaryss opened her eyes. She had pulled away at just the right moment. It didn't feel like Fear had sensed her. He remained ignorant to the fact that she had been looking for him through the Force. I don't want to scare my quarry away, she thought. Merely verify that he had indeed come. It would not have been worth it if he had chosen to speak to the people of Ordana over the hypercom. If he had chosen to remain at the Emperor's station orbit in Dromund Kaas. Fortunately, that was not the case. He had come, and why not? Both his wife and daughter were now on planet. Of course, he would wish to join them in person. It could have been seen as weakness had he chosen to stay away from a place that his wife and daughter moved about so freely. Yes, she could sense him. Even from here, the connection between them remained strong. He had left Dromund Kaas and the safety of his power base. Now that she had confirmed that, there would be no going back. She was most eager to sever the link between them. She no longer had any use for it, and now it was time. Darth Avaryss grinned hungrily. No longer would she have to wait. No longer would she need to plot and plan. At last, the moment had arrived. It was finally time to end their dance. She remained in her quarters as the Emperor's wisdom made the final jump back to Ordana. She had just finished her meditations, gathering her strength before the battle to come. Her body was mostly healed. Some cosmetic damage remained, but that was nothing, a mere distraction. At long last, she was finally ready. She found herself thinking back to the very beginning of her training, back to the days she had spent hidden within the Imperial mission on Ordana. The sister had warned her that she would change, that her motivations would evolve as she studied the Force and the power of the dark side. She had not understood what that meant at the time. She had not grasped the hopelessness that was life. That power was all there was, and that in the end, revenge for her family was too small a motivation. It was not enough to carry her through to absolute victory. Now she knew. As she had healed these last few days, she had had a lot of time to think on what mattered, and how far she was willing to go to finally free herself from Darth Fear's clutches. She now understood that there could be no limit to how far she could go. If she was to achieve her true destiny, she could not hesitate. The galaxy itself was at stake. Once Fear was gone, she would be ready to take on the rest of the galaxy, to complete both her and Darth Hikita's grand work. She would be able to lay waste to the Republic and force the Empire under her heel. She welcomed that coming destruction, the chance to see it all come crashing down, and when it was over, picking up the pieces and rebuilding the galaxy in her image. It would be perfect. She took a deep breath now that the moment was here. It would do no good to overthink it. She would have to act, and not worry about simply trying to act. Yes, she had prepared mentally, but now, it was time to prepare physically. It was time to tend to the small details, and make sure they were in readiness too. She looked down upon 2 sets of robes. She was trying to decide which one she would wear for this final confrontation. It might have sounded strange that she would worry about something so frivolous before battle, but in that moment it mattered. This fight would not simply be a duel between 2 Sith Lords, it would be a statement. Who should rule the 3 systems that her master had controlled for so long? She was finally ready to show the Empire that she was ready to assume true power in the Empire. She had played the role of apprentice for long enough. Now, it was time to show all that she had moved beyond the role of a student. Today, she would show the galaxy that she was a master. Let her enemies look upon her and tremble. She looked back and forth between the 2 robes, still unsure which one would be best. The black one with its purple highlights hinted at her acceptance of Sith tradition, but the crimson one with the Sith glyph for greed embroidered on them let all know that a new Sith had come to claim her crown. Both would make an excellent statement, but which one would serve her best? She frowned. This would be the first time she stood before the council as a true Darth. She desired to make the best first impression. She glanced up, sensing a familiar presence approaching. Excellent, she thought. I could use some feedback. She opened the door before her guest had a chance to press the button. Come in, Lu Jane, she purred. I could use your help with this. The changeling engineer entered her quarters. As always, she seemed to be all business, the perfect example of an Imperial officer. That fact didn't bother the Dark Lord. It was one of the traits she had come to admire about her friend. What do you think? She asked. The red or the black? The Dark Lord frowned. What is a fitting color for when you finally get the chance to kill a Sith Master? Holly gave her an uncomfortable look, not that Avaryss was surprised. Holly had served Darth Fear far longer than Avaryss herself had. She could understand the other woman's trepidation, not that it really mattered. Avaryss could not afford to waste this opportunity. Fear rarely left the safety of Dromund Kaas. If she hesitated now, she would likely never get another shot. Fear had to have felt the change in her. He would not risk her getting another chance. She had grown too powerful for him to hesitate. "Are you sure about this, my lord?" Holly asked. "Surely, if you spoke with Darth Fear, explain all that has happened." "It wouldn't make any difference now," Avaryss said with a shake of her head. "I've come too far to stop now. Darth Fear has sensed it. I'm sure of it. The change inside me is undeniable. The time has come for me to fulfill the Sith imperative. Hesitation, at this point, would mean death." She flashed her friend a knowing smile. "But you have not come here to talk me out of what must be done, have you? You have another purpose in mind, don't you, my friend?" Holly nodded, but she continued to radiate a sense of discomfort. The changeling's feelings were strong. She must have believed that her master would not like what she had to say. "I do, my lord," Holly said, removing her officer's cap. She bowed her head in submission. "I have come to ask you for a personal favor. I would like you to consider sparing your brother." The request caught her off guard. It was rare that Holly asked for anything but this. It was no mere request, not after everything her dear brother had done. "I see," the Sith Lord said in a cool, velvety voice. "May I ask why?" Holly refused to meet her gaze. Her eyes rapidly changed color as a grease spot moved from her chin to her forehead with an almost liquid speed. Both were signs of nerves. The Sith had seen them many times in the course of her friend doing her duty. She was nervous about this, very nervous. "But why? We have fought at Captain Lila's side many times. He has always stood with us. Surely, that must count for something." Avaryss sneered and lifted up the shirt she was wearing, showing Holly the 2 blaster burns on her belly. "This is what trusting Captain Lilas bought me, Lu Jane. I doubt that he would accept my reign now. Sadi has gotten into his head. It is unlikely that there is anything left of the man we knew. Sadi could not afford to leave anything in him that might have threatened her plans." "But you said that Sadi had done something to his mind, altered him. Perhaps he was freed when you killed her. Doesn't he deserve the chance to come back? He was with us for such a long time." It was possible, Avaryss supposed. Beric could have been freed with Sadi's death, but even if he was, she could afford to show him no mercy. He was one of the last links to the past she was trying to slip away from. A link that would no longer matter, or be needed, once she had taken on her new body. Soon, she would not even share a blood tie to him. She would be a whole new person. Why should she bother pretending that they were still family, especially when that was done? Avaryss frowned as she regarded her loyal engineer. Holly had never been anything more than totally committed to her cause. She had seen Avaryss do things that another might have hesitated in aiding her, but Holly had not flinched. Why was this so important to her? Why did she care what happened to Beric? "You ask much of me, my friend," she said. "I don't make this request lightly," Holly added, still refusing to meet her master's gaze. "I ask only that you consider what has been, and what I have given to your cause. I would greatly appreciate you doing this for me." Darth Avaryss nodded. Holly had never asked for anything before. She could grant the changeling's request, or at the very least give Beric a chance to defend himself. It might also serve better for ensuring Zen's continued loyalty, as well. Her apprentice's relationship with Beric would be a valuable lever to pull to keep her in the family. Yet, did the reward outweigh the cost? Beric had attacked his own sister, his own flesh and blood. Holly had to understand that. The Dark Lord reached out with the Force, trying to understand what was going on. Trying to guess why one of her most loyal supporters would stick her neck out so far for one who didn't deserve it. What she felt from Holly surprised her. She frowned. "Oh, Lu Jane," she said. The changeling winced. You sense it, don't you?" Avaryss nodded. She probably should have guessed. Unlike Rink, who had joined her for strictly personal reasons, Holly, like Beric, had been imperial to the bone since the day they had met. Beric had had similar origins. He had also remained committed to the Empire, and he and Holly had been forced into situations together many times. She was not sure how Beric had come to feel about all that, but Holly had now laid her emotions bare. Avaryss understood now why she would risk herself for him. She wants him, Avaryss realized. She loves him. The realization surprised her. She had never sensed it. Oh, Holly, she thought, you are a slippery one, aren't you? He doesn't know, does he? She asked. Holly shook her head. She gave her friend and master a sheepish smile. Why would he? All he sees is Zen, or did, before everything turned upside down. Avaryss nodded. Yes, she could see that. Oh, how the Force chose to shift the pieces on the battlefield, she thought to herself. This move was most unexpected. She had underestimated her dear little changeling, and now she had done the unexpected. Holly was willing to risk her life for Beric, to come before her Dark Lord and plead for mercy for one who truly deserved to die squealing for his crimes against his master. It was brave, though it could also be called foolish. The Sith she had become was tempted to call the changeling's motivation pathetic, but, given their history, all that Holly had done for her, she had chosen to be understanding. She gave her friend a sad smile. It hurt her scarred face, but it was appropriate for what she was feeling in this moment. Does Beric realize what you are willing to do for him? Holly shook her head. He sees me simply as a fellow officer, a friend. We went through so much together. I had hoped he would get over it, that he would forget, and start to see me as more Tihan what I am. And what did he have to get over? Holly gave her a sick look. That I'm really not human. Since that business with Side Darbin on an AR Shatta, he has seen me only as a changeling and a fellow officer, and nothing else. Holly frowned. Avaryss felt a spike in anger from her. Her face morphed, changing into the likeness of Zen Lure. I was the one he came to when he began his tryst with your apprentice, she hissed in Zen's seductive voice. He knew I would cover for him with you. I had seen how your apprentice acted around men, how quick she was to discard them. I played along, biding my time, waiting for what Beric had with her to end, but... Holly shook her head, her features returning to the face of the woman that Avaryss had come to call friend these last few years. That hasn't happened, she said bitterly. All he ever saw was that ex-Jedi whore. I know she is your apprentice, but... Avaryss chuckled. I know what Zen is, Lou Jane. You don't have to pretend around me. The engineer sighed. I was too much of a coward to say anything. I should have. If I had tried, maybe Sadi wouldn't have had the chance to sink her claws into him. Zen didn't watch him close enough. She never cared enough to make sure that he was okay. She. The changeling had no more words. She looked at her master, her eyes flickering with all colors of the rainbow. Spare him, my lord, please. Give me a chance to help, to win him back to our side, please. It was an honest request, though. Avaryss still feared that the risk was far too much for the amount that could be gained as a reward. Beric had lied to her, betrayed her, tried to murder her. The Sith shook her head. If only Holly had come to her sooner. Had she asked for Avaryss' aid in this matter, the Sith would have acted. It was the least she could do for someone who had always been so loyal. Holly would have been a common influence on Beric. She suspected it would have given him something to hold on to, something more than Zen's exotic charms. It might have done more, it might have kept him loyal. Still, Holly had been wise not say anything around Zen. Her apprentice was fickle, but she possessed a greedy nature of her own. She didn't like giving up her toys, and responded viciously if anyone tried to take them from her. Avaryss understood, and admired Holly's patience. She had been smart to wait, hoping for Zen to get bored and then swoop in and pick up the pieces. It had been a fine plan, but she had underestimated Beric's resolve. Perhaps he had changed Zen's heart. Avaryss had been in love herself enough times to understand what it was like. Poor Holly, she thought. Her poor friend. She was tempted to tell her no, that she should forget about Beric, and let the pieces fall where they may. Had she had any talent for forced persuasion, she would have used it now, to make her friend forget her desire, and focus on what needed to be done. Yet, Holly had never asked her for anything. Avaryss understood the value of motivation, the desire to keep what you wanted. Life was hopeless, she understood that, and perhaps Holly's desire was hopeless as well. She desired to be more than Berick's friend, but in his eyes, could she ever do that? Could she be more than the alien engineer? She was a woman who could be anyone that her potential mate desired, yet she couldn't be the one thing that Berick wanted. She could not simply be human. It was tragic. Perhaps he was too far gone now. Perhaps he remained too much of a loyal Imperial to ever accept that Holly could be more than her less than human origin. Avaryss sighed. Holly was too valuable to let slip away. She knew what needed to be done. I will try to honor your request, she told her friend. You will, Holly said, hope blossoming from her in the Force. I will, the Dark Lord promised, but realize how far things have gone. He has not only wounded me, but tried to turn others against me. The links of loyalty and family only go so far, Lu Jane. I cannot let him become a weakness that my enemies will exploit. But you will try, the Changeling asked. You will at least consider what I've asked. I will, the Dark Lord promised. I will do what I can. My brother may be worth saving, but should he continue to resist my rise, he will find that I have no mercy. I can't afford it, Lu Jane, not when I'm so close to absolute victory. Holly nodded and bowed respectfully. I understand, she said. Thank you, my lord, for doing this for me. I've seen you do the near impossible before. If anyone can help Berick, I think it is you. Avaryss nodded. But she didn't want to help Berick, she thought. I want him to die in agony. He must pay for what he did to me. I will do what I can, she said. That is all that I ask, Holly assured her. Thank you, my lord. I'm in your debt. I've done nothing yet, she reminded her friend. For now, you must prepare. We have a fight coming. It could be the greatest fight of our lives, but in success, all that we desire will be ours. We stand on the edge of greatness, Holly. All that remains now is for us to seize it. All will be as you foresee. I'm sure of it, Holly said. She radiated excitement and happiness. Avaryss had no desire to hurt her, but believed that she would have no choice. You will have to do what you can to minimize Berick's loss, the darkness within whispered. Holly has a grand part to play in your plans. The Changeling had a necessary role in her strategy to conquer the Republic and destroy the Jedi. She could not afford to lose the Changeling now. She needed to keep her happy, at least until the plan was too far along to be stopped. Yes, she needed to play along for now. Avaryss refused to be stopped. She was on the path to true power, to godhood. She would not turn away now. She dismissed her friend and returned to her musings. She looked down at the bed and the two robes she had laid out. She smiled. At least now, she had come to a decision. Whatever was about to happen, there would be blood. The Dark Lord nodded. When facing such a challenge, was red ever a bad choice? She grinned and picked up the crimson robe. Let me be wrapped in the colors of fire and blood. She laughed. I will have both when we reach Ordana. The hall is set. The players are on the stage. Now, we will see how this tale of dark power and roaring revenge will end. She shivered in excitement. No more games. No more distractions. She was finally ready. A Sith knew no fear, and tonight, she would grind fear beneath her heel. It is time, my master. I'm coming. This is Captain Kennedy to all sections. Reversion to real space will occur in 2 minutes. All stations stand by. We are coming in hot. Gunners prepare to lock weapons on all preset targets. Ground team prepare to disembark. Avaryss nodded. She gestured her crew forward. They had gathered for one final briefing before their return to the surface of Ordana. They now knew what was expected of them, what would need to happen as their master took her final step. It would not be easy. Darth Avaryss fully expected resistance when they reached the tower. They all had to be ready. Clad in robes of crimson and gold, with her wide Dark Lord shoulder plates in place, the Sith Lord led her followers in what might be their last battle. Things would move very quickly when they reached the landing platform on the government tower. They would not be able to stop, not until they reached the council and she stood before her master, not as an apprentice, but as a rival. The time of testing was here. She wished her crew good fortune as they made this last journey together. Taya, Necris, and Abominus checked their lightsabers. They would be her first line of defense against any enforcers that tried to block their master's path. Rink would remain on the ship with Dr. Vran. Avaryss was not fool enough to think that she would come out of this fight unscathed. Fear was extremely powerful. She wanted to keep her ship and medical crew standing by, just in case. It fell to Holly to make sure that the Imperials in the tower didn't interfere. She was to contact both Ro and Hissa, make sure that their forces stood down. Fear's men would be threat enough. She didn't wish for her master to find any reinforcement from the locals. If he escaped, she would not get another shot at this. He would return with a full fleet and crush her allies, and her chance of ever challenging him again. He won't, she thought to herself. We've come too far to have it all go down that way. The apprentice must kill the master, or the master must kill her. Such was the way of the Sith. She would be content with no other outcome. They all boarded the Fury. On the bridge of the Emperor's wisdom, Captain Kennedy continued to the countdown. Avaryss stood before the boarding ramp, her features hidden behind her faceless mirrored mask. A slight purple glow could be seen deep within its surface, her eyes blazing with power and anticipation. No more waiting, she thought, her fingers curling into fists. She could hear the servos in her mechanical hand whine. No going back now. She both felt and heard when the counter reached 0, when Captain Kennedy brought the Emperor's wisdom out of hyperspace, right on top of Dana City. Rink disengaged the Fury from his docking port and sped down to the surface. No communication was offered to the government tower, no explanation. Moff Gallic and his cronies would just now be hearing that a Terminus-class warship was in orbit, targeting the city. There would be a brief moment of confusion as the Imperials tried to figure out what was going on. Why was the wisdom back? Why were their weapons locking onto the city's defenses? Why? Apprentice. Avaryss smiled. Darth Fear had sensed her. He had re-established their mental link. Hello, Master, she purred. It is time. She sensed Fear's surprise and anger. It is pleasing to sense you, to know that you are alive, my child, but what do you think you are doing? Why is your ship in low orbit? Why have you locked weapons on the capital of my world? Your brother has. I know what my brother has told you. She smirked, imagining the look on Fear's face. He was only partially right. I'm no traitor, but I am coming to the surface. It is time that we talked, my lord. She could sense Fear's building anger. He could no doubt sense that she offered him no submission. She was done with that. What is this then? He demanded. Why have you returned? The council is in session. You can't simply interrupt. Of course I can. What I have to say will be brief. And that is, her master inquired. Avaryss smirked. You may consider this my declaration of emancipation, my lord. I'm no longer yours, body and soul. Darth Fear was no fool. He sensed her intentions. She felt him trying to reach out, to punish her and crush her will beneath his own. He found no purchase this time. She had grown too strong. You will not slap me down again, old man. Never again. For the first time, since they had met all those years ago on Corbin, she no longer had to pretend that she was his servant, that he mattered to her. You don't want to do this, she heard him say. She could almost see him standing before her. Oh, but I do. It is time, my master. Ready yourself. Avaryss. She cut their link. She forced him out of her mind with a smile. Rink brought them in hard and fast. The ship had just entered the atmosphere. It was moving too fast for the guns of the capital to track. And if any did lock on, the Emperor's wisdom would slag them before they had a chance to fire. She took a deep breath and drew her new lightsaber into her hand. She didn't ignite it yet, but was ready. First would come the gauntlet. The last of her master's protectors would try to stop her. They would fail. Then she would stand before the Dark Council and before Fear himself. They would all hear her declaration. She was no longer a student. She was a master. The galaxy was no longer big enough for Fear and Avaryss. Two would stand in conflict, but only one would walk away. Such was the way of the dark side. She smiled hungrily. All hail the Sith. Chapter 65. Boss. I think we're in trouble. Avaryss frowned beneath her mask. Rink's warning had been screamed into the earpiece in her mask. She winced from the sound. Her sonic dampeners had not kicked on in time. She had been gathering the dark side to herself, preparing for the fight that likely waited on the ground. Her pilot had interrupted those preparations. She only just resisted the urge to snap back at him over it. "What is it, Rink?" she demanded. "I'm busy." "The wisdom is withdrawing, boss," he informed her. "We got a heir coming around the planet. It looks like the Terror. They are launching fighters. They're coming in on an intercept vector." Avaryss considered this. "Go evasive," she ordered. "Lose them." Rink responded with a nervous laugh. "We got 3 squadrons of fighters coming in, boss, 36 ships total. I'm glad that you have faith in me, but..." He laughed fatalistically. "I'm good, but I'm not that good." Avaryss rolled her eyes. "I'm surrounded by fools," she thought. "Must I do everything myself?" Despite her anger, she didn't punish Rink. He was not wrong. After all, despite his skill and the attention of the Force, he was still a mundane. "Just get us down safely, Mr. Rink," she ordered. "I will deal with the fighters." She took a deep breath and reached out with the Force. The galaxy opened up to her. She could sense the incoming pilots, their emotions and fears. They had been ordered to stop a single interceptor without being told who was aboard. That last part was unsurprising, and not unexpected. Her expression remained grim beneath her mask. The dark side offered several options to destroy those ships, but, as she had said to Captain Kennedy and the rest of her Imperials, she had not come here to spill blood needlessly. Those pilots would be hers once she had dealt with Darth Fear. No, it may not have been very Sith-like of her, but she was unwilling to break her future toys, not if she could help it. Fortunately, destruction was not the only option open to her. There were alternatives to fighting. She reached out with the Force again, letting her mind flow outward. It was not hard to locate the Terror, or its commander. She smiled. "Captain Branday," she whispered into the Force. "We need to talk." Veet Branday was not Force-sensitive, but that didn't matter. Avaryss had more than enough strength to reach out and touch the man's mind, to initiate a conversation. It didn't hurt that she knew Branday. The two had worked well together during the time of Sidar Bin's rogue Jedi conspiracy. The captain was not only a good officer, but a loyal Imperial as well. She hoped to get him to see sense. She could almost see him standing on the bridge of his dreadnought, watching as her destroyer moved off, listening as the fighters he had dispatched pursued her ship. Branday felt her connection. She felt his surprise at hearing her voice inside his head. She couldn't make him stand down. She had never had a talent for Force persuasion, but she could speak with him. She thought that it would be enough. "My lord," she heard him whisper. How is that possible?" "The Force can do many things, Captain," she reminded him. "Call off your fighters. There is no reason to get any more bloody than it has to." "The ship is yours then." "It is." "You will call off your fighters, Captain. You may consider that a direct order from a Darth of the Sith Empire." She sensed the captain's hesitation, not that she was surprised. He owed much to Darth Fear. What she was asking was technically a betrayal of his patron. It was not something one did lightly. "My orders came directly from Darth Fear, my lord," he informed her, "if I disobey." "I understand your position, Captain, but what is about to happen is a Sith matter, not an Imperial one. I would rather not harm our brave fighting men and women needlessly, not when we have so many other enemies to deal with." She shook her head. "I will make a deal with you, Captain. Order your squadrons to slow down. They may pursue, but they are not to fire, or prevent the ship landing at the government tower. The purpose of my journey is not to attack Ordana, but to effect a change in leadership." She smiled. "You would be wise to remain on the right side of that change, trust me." She hoped that Branday would understand what she was saying. She had no desire to see him punished, and if she succeeded, he would not be. He was only doing his duty. She had no problem with him, or the men and women serving on the Terror. Still, she felt hesitation. He was still wrestling with loyalty to Darth Fear, and the fighters were drawing ever closer. She frowned. She was out of time. As I said before, I have no desire to harm our soldiers, Captain, but your hesitation now forces me to take drastic measures. We are connected, you and I, at this moment. It would not be hard for me to place a Sith spell in your mind. I could make you go temporarily insane, and have you open fire on the city below. I would never do such a thing, he replied. You act like you will have a choice, she answered. Think about it, Captain. Even now our people are heading to the safety of the bomb shelters. You know where those shelters are. I can't make you think that your only salvation is to destroy them, to blast everything within a 2-mile radius of the shelters. All those people, Captain, all those innocent people. For the first time she felt a sense of fear in the Imperial. He was thinking about what she had said, wondered if he dare call her bluff. You wouldn't do that, he said. You care about the Empire. I did, she thought, before it realized how pointless that caring was. There was no hope for future, only the power that she could gain, power she could use to make her dreams a reality, for a better, stronger empire. Care to bet on that, Captain? All life ends, my goals are as good a reason enough as any. You don't think I'm capable, do nothing, but I advise you to think about this, Captain. She frowned, letting some of her anger bleed into their connection. Don't criff with me. She reached out with the force again. The fighters were still coming. They were almost in weapons range. You have to the count of 5, she said, ready in her spell. 1, 2, 3. Stop. She sensed Brande's compliance, his calling out to the communications officer, and the orders relayed to the commanders of the 3 squadrons pursuing them. She smiled as she felt the fighter pilots' eagerness to attack throttle back, even as they slowed their ships. Avaryss smirked. She reached out to Captain Brande again. If Fear asks about it later, tell him that the pilots had needed to slow because of a windstorm in the upper atmosphere. They are quite common this time of year, and most will accept that decision. You mean, excuse? Brande thought bitterly. Whatever you think to call it, Captain. She sensed Brande's moroseness. He likely thought he had just ended his career. Lord Fear is going to kill me for this. He will not be killing anyone, she promised. As I said, a change is coming, and your willingness to be open-minded about it will not be forgotten. She could sense the man's bitterness, but he would do nothing more to hinder her journey. Brande had just learned his place in the coming era. She would not ask any more of him. You had better succeed, my lord, he has said. This won't go well for either of us if you don't. If I fail, I'm dead, Captain, and likely you will be as well, so neither of us will be around to care. He didn't respond, but she didn't expect him to. It was enough that he had obeyed. She had survived the first challenge of Fear's gauntlet. Approaching Dana City now, Ring set into her helmet comm. Time to landing, 2 minutes. A shiver of excitement ran down her spine. Here we go, she thought. On to the next challenge. She stood before the Fury's loading ramp, ready to begin. Her allies formed up behind her, ready to do their part in her plan. The fighters had finally broken off their pursuit, returning to the Terror in orbit. The Emperor's wisdom had withdrawn, but it would be returning as soon as all was said and done. Once she was installed as Fear's replacement on the Council, all her allies would need to be recalled to see the wonder that had risen and the power of the newest Dark Counselor, Darth Avaryss. She felt the repulsor lifts firing as the interceptor slowed and finally came to rest on the Capitol Tower's landing pad. Again, she reached out with the Force, eager to sense what her master had in store for her next. Maybe he would choose to face her himself. No hiding behind his guards, no sending out any more underlings. As she felt her surroundings, she realized that she wasn't that lucky. She shook her head. It seemed that her master was not yet ready to face her. Again, he had deployed underlings to block her path. Pointless, she thought, pointless and wasteful. All her master was accomplishing by his hiding was trying her patience. No mere underling could stop her now. She had grown too powerful to be slowed by such meaningless distractions. She glanced over at Taya. Make sure to bring the council's present, she said. It will help things go more smoothly when we begin. I have it right here, Avi, her old ally assured her, holding up the large leather bag. The council should appreciate what you have brought them. It is not every day that they receive such a token of loyalty. The Dark Lord nodded. Yes, she thought. The Dark Council was not easy to please, especially given everything they were dealing with at that moment. She expected her gift would go a long way to reminding them that she was a better friend than an enemy. At least, she hoped that was the conclusion they would draw. She glanced over her shoulder at her followers. They all seemed eager to carry out the next portion of her plan, but first they needed to reach the chamber where the council was now meeting. She smiled gamely. Easier said than done, but that was okay. The difficulty just made it that much more fun. Lower the ramp, Mr. Rink, she ordered. Let's get this party started. The pilot obeyed without question. Steam hissed from the hydraulics as the loading ramp dropped. Avaryss went out first. She was covered from head to toe with her crimson robes. Her shoulder plates polished to a mirror shine. No other Sith could doubt her position, but she was not facing other Sith, not yet, at least. A full squad of troopers awaited her, their weapons drawn. She smiled beneath her mask. Yet, another stumbling block in my path. Darth Avaryss, the officer in charge, called out, by order of the Lord Counselor Darth Fear, and the Dark Council, Duel, Irk. The man did not have a chance to finish that sentence. Avaryss whispered the Sith spell as she came down the ramp, her hands hidden in the sleeves of her fine robes. As her welcoming party collapsed, some grabbing their heads, others retching on their knees. Several of the troopers had not even had time to remove their helmets. Not a pretty sight, she thought as she walked around them, her servants following in her wake. Avaryss rolled her eyes. As I've said before, she said to everyone present, I've not come here to cause dissension in the Empire. We have too many outside enemies right now. She shook her head. I will not wash my hands in Imperial blood, not if I don't have to. The soldiers were in no position to respond. Some lay whimpering on the deck. Some had managed to get their helmets off before her spell caused them to go into complete vertigo and were now vomiting on the landing pad. Fear not, brave Imperials, she said dismissively. My spell will pass in a few moments. You will need to clean yourselves up, but... She smirked. It is better than the alternative. At least no one will need to carry you off this pad, or what is left of you. Behind her, Abominus cackled. Despite our differences, Avi, the monster purred. I've always enjoyed watching you work. Thank you, Abominus, she called out. Your regard makes me feel so much better. Her eyes narrowed. A sniper is taking position to shoot me, she growled. He is 4 levels up. Abominus, deal with it. The monster snarled and took wing. It was a blur against the fading Ardana day. Avaryss heard the hint of a scream on the wind, a scream cut short, followed by her pet monster's cry of victory. She shook her head. She did what she could to minimize Imperial casualties, but sometimes you did have to get a bit of blood on your hands. She snorted with amusement. So much for a completely bloodless coup. Oh well. A little violence builds character. Abominus returned several moments later, her smile wide, her teeth and lips red with blood. Taya gave her a disgusted look. What did you do? Eat him? Just a quick bite, Abominus assured her, a little snack before we get to the main course. Taya said, rolling her eyes. Abominus gave her a wide, toothy grin. Avaryss said nothing. She remembered her encounter with the Abominus brothers and sisters on Tatooine. She wasn't surprised to find out that her pet creature was carnivorous. Regardless, it didn't matter what the monster chose to eat. As long as she obeyed her master's orders, Avaryss was content. Abominus was no Deshade assassin, but she would serve well as a deterrent to her many enemies. Something they would need to think about facing should they desire her end. They would find her beast a challenge if nothing else. The Dark Lord was most pleased that she had chosen to bring Nass back. In this form, she was just the blunt instrument that a Dark Lord on the move required. Avaryss would be using her well in the next few months. She would need to cement her rule. They passed into the tower without incident. Holly found the nearest communication terminal and plugged in her data pad. The Dark Lord came up beside her, eager to hear her friend's report. I'm scrambling all tower communications, she informed her master. Alarm systems have been disengaged. Preparing to broadcast an all-clear order to all units within the tower. No reason for them to be wandering around and getting in our way. Good thought, Avaryss said with a nod, but I have a better one. Put me through to the magistrate's office. The changeling nodded and began entering the commands on her pad. A few seconds later, the image of Magistrate Hissa appeared. The man looked slightly confused. Greetings, Magistrate, Avaryss said. I do hope you are ready to play your part in my new plan. Lord Avaryss, the man said, is that you? I barely recognized you in that new mask and your voice. She waved her hand dismissively. I'm still recovering from my fight with the rebel leadership, she informed him. Those scars will heal in time, but for now, we have other matters to attend to. She smirked. The day you believed would never come is finally here, Magistrate. Are you ready to seize your dreams? The man was slow to nod, but he did nod. So you are finally ready to remove that fool Gallic. I can't say that I will miss him. Gallic's time is up, as his Darth fears, she said coldly. I trust your men are up to the task that I need carried out. They are ready, he assured her. As for the city itself, it will not be a problem. The security volunteers are already in position should you need them. Ro Wilkes assured me of that. Hissa smirked. The boy is quite loyal to you. Avaryss sneered beneath her mask. Hissa had no idea. Excellent, she purred. Then everything is in readiness. All I need now is to carry out the plan, and we will all profit greatly from our new possessions. Everything is about to fall into our laps. It won't be so easy, he informed her. The Dark Council has taken full possession of the executive floor of the tower. They brought in their own staff and guards. None of my people are up there to aid you should you need it. She nodded thoughtfully. She should have expected as much. What about the enforcers? Where are they? Attending fear and the council, Hissa informed her. Tread carefully, my lord. You may find that their loyalties are not as certain as they once were. I can handle it, she promised. In the meantime, make sure everything is in readiness when my task is done. She grinned hungrily. Keep everything moving, Magistrate. We are about to be rewarded for all our hard work. Hissa gave her a cruel and sly smile. I look forward to that, my lord. Or perhaps I should call you Lord Counselor. Lord Counselor, she thought. She liked the sound of that. She couldn't kill the smile that came to her lips. That may yet come to pass. In the meantime, may the Force serve you well, Moff Hissa. The magistrate smiled. It does sound good, doesn't it? He said, the Force around him radiating with cruel pleasure. Yes, she agreed. It does. She wasn't worried about Hissa. He had waited a long time for this moment. He would do what was needed. He recognized who offered him the best chance for advancement. You were wrong about this one, Dad, she thought, thinking about Andalila's dislike for the man. He, like Abominus, was a blunt instrument. A blunt instrument always had its uses. Always. They avoided the turbolifts, not wanting to take any chances, if they were to be locked down while their party was inside. Well, it wasn't worth the risk. The group pressed on. The various stairwells and ramps reminded Avaryss of her journey to face Darth Tarek. Though the tower didn't resemble the so-called Temple of Life, the workout she was getting certainly took her back. Taya was not overly pleased with it. Her friends seemed to be having a bit of trouble keeping up. Her time as a lord had softened her a bit, that or being a wife and mother. Abominus sneered. The creature would often use his wings to fly up and make sure the next level was secure. It clearly viewed what it was seeing from Taya as a weakness, perhaps something to be exploited later. A chance for revenge, perhaps. Avaryss said nothing. Her only focus was on reaching fear, ending their almost 6-year journey. She was most eager for this confrontation. Every nerve in her body was a tingle. She could not wait to face him, to finally test herself, and see if she was as worthy as she believed. No guards challenged them on their way up. It seemed that Hissa had been true to his word. They encountered a group of Ordana volunteers, but those men bowed respectfully as Avaryss passed by. Ro comes through as well, she thought with an amused grin. She would need to reward her lover the next time they spoke. She frowned. Despite her body's healing, the scarring from her battle with her mother's spirit remained. She was far from the pretty little Sith she had been. Ro would likely be disappointed, but there was nothing she could do about that. Beauty was fleeting. Power was eternal. If the two of them could not be what they had been, so be it. She would find some other way to reward her paramour for his good work. She was glad when they finally reached the executive floor. She could feel the presence of the council, and her master of course. The last door hissed open, the entrance to the floor stood before them, and on the other side. The enforcers of Ardana were waiting for them. Nar, Gull, and Chilled were all there, their lightsabers igniting with an evil hiss. Zen and Dime were also there. Avaryss' two apprentices lit their own blades, but made no movement to attack, at least, not yet. The Dark Lord smiled. Another challenge, she thought, another test to pass. Nar regarded her with cold, angry eyes, his Tutukada pets hissed with anticipation. You will go no further, my lord, he called out. The Dark Council will not be threatened by you today. We have orders, go rasped. The misshapen warrior held his lightsaber in a steady reverse grip, ready to lunge at her at any moment. Mommy is home, Chill giggled. Will she be a good mommy, or bad mommy? Avaryss said nothing. She was curious to see which side these three came down on. The men had been firmly in Sadie's pocket once, with Chilled being a bit of a wild card. It would be interesting to see who they decided to support in the fight to come. She looked at her two apprentices. Dime's loyalty to her was still fairly new. Would he think to support Darth Fear out of a hope to become his new apprentice? It was possible. The Muin was quite ambitious. Her eyes fell upon Zen. The former Jedi had sworn to remain her loyal servant once, believed that Avaryss had freed her from a life of hypocrisy and servitude. Would she still honor that pledge? Or had her desire for Beric turned her against her master? Was she hoping to profit from a new relationship with Darth Fear? So many questions, Avaryss thought. Her face turned grim. She would have her answers now. It is over, Inquisitor, Nar growled. You will hand over your lightsaber and stand down. I don't think so, she said in a sweet yet venomous voice. No. She didn't ignite her weapon yet, but already had it in hand. She heard the familiar snap hiss of lightsabers behind her. Necris, Abominus, and Taya all powering up their own swords. The hall was now blazing with crimson light. This matter does not concern you, she warned. I merely wish to speak with the council, to offer my final report on the rebellion here on Ardana. Darth Fear says otherwise, Ghoul said. Fear no longer matters, she replied. A new power is rising. Its victory, its time, has finally come. She held out her mechanical hand. The crystals in his fingertips glowed with dark side energy. I have a special one-time offer for all of you, a chance to be a part of this new era. She smiled, her purple eyes glowing beneath her mask, that glow shining even through the mirrored surface of her faceplate. You have one chance, choose wisely. She smirked. Join me, or die. The enforcers tensed. Zen and Dime dropped into a fighting stance. Avaryss frowned. She had not wished to waste time and energy like this, but if the fools refused to see sense, if they could not accept the wonder that she had become. It began without any warning. Even Avaryss had been caught off guard. Chilled beheaded one of Nar's hounds. The fight began. The second hound lunged at Avaryss while their master turned on his fellow enforcer. Chilled backpedaled, meeting her former ally blade upon blade. The Twi'lek and pure blood became a blur, their crimson weapons flashing and hissing with each lethal strike. Avaryss caught the hound that tried to attack her in a forced grip. She flung it hard against the nearest wall. Still not bothering to ignite her weapon, her eyes were focused on the remaining enforcers and her apprentices, the ones that had not yet engaged. They moved out of the way as Chilled and Nar faced off. The Twi'lek giggled as she flipped and cartwheeled around her opponent. Traitor, he hissed. The girl didn't respond, she simply continued to fight, parrying his strikes and lashing out with her own. The Force whispered a warning. Again, the hound tried to attack her. Foolish, she thought, Nar was an idiot thinking that she could not handle his pet. She caught it with the force for a second time. She did not waste any effort. She was interested in the fight playing out before her. She sent the animal out the nearest window. It must have survived the strike, because she heard his pained yowl as it fell to the streets below, fell to his death. She smirked. The enforcer should have kept his dog on a leash. The loss of his hounds barely registered on the Sith pure blood. He was pure rage as he attacked the Twi'lek. Avaryss could feel his anger, his desire to avenge Darth Sadi. It was the only thought in his head. Interesting, she thought. So Sadi did maintain some control over her victims and death. She pursed her lips. Her promise to Holly seemed even less likely to succeed. She didn't like that. She had no desire to anger her friend. She still had a part to play in Avaryss' overall plans. I will have to try something more, she realized. Something devious. Still, her apprentices and the remaining enforcer did not engage. All eyes were on the fight playing out before them. The Twi'lek and the pure blood. It was over. Nar gasped and fell to his knees. Chilled had managed to get inside his guard, her blade slicing the pure blood's throat. He held his burnt neck while the green-skinned Twi'lek smiled hungrily. Her fangs turned pink by the light of her blade. What is a houndmaster without hounds? She teased. Nar could only cough and tried to stand. The Twi'lek pirouetted, her blade flashed. Nar lost his head and his body toppled to the ground. Chill turned to Avaryss and bowed deeply. The Sith Lord nodded. It seemed that one of her enforcers had made a choice. Master, she purred, mother of us all, lead us. I shall endeavor to do just that. Chilled, the Dark Lord said. Now, take your place. The enforcer fell in beside Abominus, though the monster still watched her, remembering what had happened to Nar's hound. Avaryss pointed down at the dead body. Anyone else seek to follow his example? She was not surprised to see that the others were not. Zen dropped to one knee. Her lightsaber was still lit, its blade burning the floor. My lord, she said, bowing her head in submission. Master, You supported my brother, Avaryss growled. You let my enemies take me. Beric told me you were dead. You are my apprentice, the Dark Lord hissed. You should have known that was a lie. Zen shook her head. She seemed remorseful. How things had turned out clearly bothered her, and that wasn't all. She sensed that the girl was trying to hide something that she didn't wish her master to know. Zen tried to push whatever it was to the back of her mind, but Avaryss was not concerned. Whatever it was, she would know it soon enough. Once she had defeated fear, all would be hers to know. I thought that Beric was still your servant, Zen continued. Her yellow Sith eyes were starting to whiten in fear, afraid of her master's punishment. No, Avaryss growled. You were distracted by your feelings for the boy. Perhaps you even wanted him to be right, so that the two of you could have my holdings all to yourselves. At Avaryss' side, Necros giggled. Kill the girl, master, she advised. She has betrayed you. She is being a traitor. She has sided with your enemies. Necros' Sith eyes glowed with anticipation. I am being your one true apprentice. I am being the one that is truly loyal to your teachings. Avaryss considered that. Necros had stayed, and she was quite powerful, but her competition with Zen also brought out the best in her. It had helped her excel. She was unsure if she wished to give up on that dynamic. Her one true apprentice, Dime said, finally powering down his lightsaber. I think not, you devish witch. The Mun also dropped to one knee. I never betrayed you, master, he said. You assigned me to watch Sinfear, to aid her, and ensure she continued to work in your best interest. I did that, even though I was surrounded by enemies. I endured in your name. Dime bowed his head. I still serve you, my lord. I wish to continue my training at your side. Zen also bowed her head in submission. What is that bidding, my master? The two said in unison. Weaklings, Necros sneered. She once again turned to Avaryss. They are not being as worthy as I, my master. You are not needing them anymore. Then prove them wrong, apprentice, Avaryss said to the Devish. As I said to you once before, you are not afraid of a little competition, are you? She nodded, accepting Zen and Dime, for now anyway. Rise, she said, gesturing them forward. Rise and serve. The two joined her side, which left only a single enforcer undecided. The misshapen Go regarded them with careful eyes. And what of you, enforcer? She asked, do you still wish to cling to the orders of a dead woman? Go shrugged. You killed my brother, he said. You spared me his arrogance and his slights. Sadi promised me more than what she gave, always doted on the others, though I showed no weakness, and always carried out her will. He bowed his head. I've never been physically good at kneeling, but my fighting skills are yours, my Lord Inquisitor, if you will have me. Avaryss smiled. All who are willing to learn are welcome in the new era, she promised. Enforcers will still be needed here, to carry out my will. They will need a leader. She nodded to the misshaped Sith. Perhaps I found one. I will serve, he promised. Your will be done, my lord. He gave her that twisted smile of his. It will be my pleasure. Avaryss felt an excited tingle go down her spine. She had not only avoided another battle, but gained several new allies as well. Things were working out quite well for her so far. She reached out with the force. Only one final obstacle remained, one final challenge. The ultimate one, the completion of her training as Darth Fear's apprentice. She could sense him up ahead, awaiting word from the enforcers, word that she had been stopped. She almost laughed. He would be receiving word, yes, but it wouldn't be what he wanted. Oh, my master, she thought hungrily. I do hope you are ready. Come, my friends and loyal acolytes, she said confidently. It is time to end this. Yes, she thought hungrily. It was time. Having absorbed the enforcers of Ardana into her house, only one final piece of business remained. One that she had waited almost 6 years to complete. She was more than eager to see it end. She found herself walking beside Chilled. The Twi'lek had surprised her this day. She had not expected her to be the first to turn and join her, but perhaps she should have been. Chilled, she asked. Yes, mother? Why did you support me? She inquired. What motivated you to take this final step? The enforcer laughed. Mother is funny. She has saved my life twice, and is still surprised that good and loyal Chill would support her. Avaryss blinked. Twice. The Twi'lek nodded. She saved me from Rey's blade, but even before that, she gave me the chance to be more than I was. She set me free. For that, she has my loyalty. How did I save you before? We had not met until my return to Ardana. Again, the enforcer giggled. It has been almost 7 years that I've been here, but it was not as an enforcer that I arrived. I was once a plaything of one of Lord Fear's most loyal followers. I was his pleasure slave, his comfort woman. Chilled sneered. I was bought to please him, and he brought me with him on campaigns. His final campaign brought him here. Avaryss thought about what she was hearing, and slowly, she began to smile. She was starting to put one and one together. What became of your master? He was sent to remove the overseers who ruled when Master Fear first took power. He went to one small farm and never returned. Chill giggled again. Even before you became my mother, you were taking care of me. When my master fell, another tried to claim me. He didn't know that I knew the dark, that I had watched my master train, or how he had tried to impress me with his power. He never guessed that I was learning, that I could learn. Avaryss nodded. So, she realized, Chill's master, he had been the enforcer that cleansed her home. The Dark Lord almost shook her head. It seemed that they had more in common than she realized. We were both born that night, she thought, or perhaps, reborn is the better word. The Sith nodded. The Force does move in mysterious ways, does it not? Chilled. Yes, mother, she said, bobbing her head. It does dance, does it not? Avaryss was pleasantly surprised to learn the Twi'lek's history. Fear had been a fool not to remove the girl, but his failure was now her gain. Though she was hardly stable, Chilled would be a useful tool. She was another blade to point at her enemies' throats. Another blade was always useful, especially with the chaos that currently reigned in the Empire. It was all a matter of power and order. One could not exist without the other. She would bring both in the next few months, but first. The last step. She and allies, the bulk of House Avaryss might, marched up to the doors of the executive floor conference room. 2 royal guards blocked the entrance, crossing their force pikes before the door. "Excuse me, my lord." Avaryss paused. A slender Sith, pure blood and fine robe stopped her advance. She recognized him from the time she had been on Korriban, the herald of the Dark Council. I'm afraid you can go no further, my lord. The council is in session." "They are." "Announce me," Avaryss ordered. "My lord," the herald said, bowing his head, "I cannot." Counselor Fear said. Avaryss turned to him. Despite her gaze being hidden behind her mirrored faceplate, the man backed up. "I said, announce me." Necros smirked and stepped behind her. "You might as well be killing him, my lord. I am being more than confident that I can raise his corpse. Simply leave his voice box intact and he will be able to do what we require." The herald's red face paled to a pink. There is no need for violence, my lord. I will do as you ask. If you will excuse me." She nodded. "By all means, herald," she said. "Do your duty." She stood back as the guards parted, letting him enter. Soon she would hear her voice. Soon she would stand before the council. "It is finally time, the moment that I've waited for so long." She took a shuddering breath. "Let it begin." "I'm ready." Chapter 66. "Are you well, my lord?" Avaryss nodded, though she had only just heard Holly's question. The Dark Lord wasn't focused on the material world at that moment. She had been in the Force, and in her own head, playing the mental game she had been taught as a hopeful, readying herself for battle. The final battle, she thought with a shiver of excitement. Every nerve ending was tingling. She felt like she had been tied to an active power coupling. As the herald disappeared into the council chamber, she found herself thinking about the past, and dozens of possible futures danced through her mind, moving almost too fast for her to make sense of any of them. For the briefest of seconds, she was back on that collection tower in the fields of her family farm, checking the collection reading. So long ago, she thought, but that night has much in common with this one. She smirked. The galaxy itself was about to change. She had reached a shatter point in her life. So much was possible right now. So many endings to her story. This could very well be the end, the cautious part of her mind warned. Fear was no mere Sith. He was her master. Killing him, it would not be easy. It was quite easy to be daunted in that moment, to question her decision, but then as she peered into the dark side again, she was overwhelmed by a sense of cold calm and confidence. One of the Emperor's shades could not stop me, she thought to herself. My master, he could not either. She tried to be patient as she awaited the door's opening, to hear the pure blood call out her name, to inform the Dark Council that she had come. Whatever happened in the next few hours, everything would be different. She took a shuddering breath, not of fear, but of excitement. Yes, everything was about to change. This is the end, she realized, the end of the beginning. The future awaits me like the coming of the dawn. Only one final test remains, one final challenge to conquer. The one true challenge. The only challenge that ever matters to a Sith. She risked a glance at her house, her followers. Whatever happened, she would show no weakness. Her house and allies were all gambling on her success. If she failed. But that won't happen. The darkness within her purred. I am ready. She smiled beneath her mask, the scar tissue on her face twisting painfully. I am ready. She drew strength from Lu Jane's presence, grateful that the changeling was here. Taya offered similar support. Her pet monster and apprentices remained vigilant, but guarded. But that was as it should be. One Sith master challenging another was a major event, a solemn event that heralded the rising of a new era. She was most eager to grasp it. The doors began to open. She took a deep breath, and she centered herself. No more plots, no more training, no more excused. Today was the day she had waited almost 6 years for. Master versus apprentice. She took a step forward. She was ready. The Dark Council were deep in debate. They didn't even acknowledge the opening of the door. Avaryss heard several familiar voices. Some she counted as allies, others she did not. We all know whose fault the current situation is, Darth Ravage growled. If Nox had done what he was supposed to, the Regent's threat would have ended before it had even begun. My forces are doing all they can, Ravage, the former pleasure slave, responded. Revan's talent for strategy cannot be underestimated. He is proving that on every theater of war we have engaged him on. And still he has not tried to contact this council, Darth Voron said, the pure blood radiating curiosity. As our dear brother Nox reminds us, the man is not a fool. Perhaps he is playing a more subtle game, and is not merely interested in the throne. He is not that overconfident fool, Malgus, Darth Nox reminded him. Of course, he has his own agenda. I shall never bow to that former Jedi, Darth Mortis spat. I don't care how skilled he is. He has no place amongst us. The Empire endures, we don't need his manipulations. Whatever he is planning, it will fail. Revan is after something, Darth Maul agreed. I don't know if even his followers understand his true goals, but it is more than simple power he is after. He attacks us. He attacks the Republic. Provoking such a war on two fronts makes little sense, especially for one known for tactical brilliance. It makes no sense. Maybe it is not meant to, Mar, Darth Fear said, his voice sending a chill down Darth Avaryss' spine. Her master chuckled. And in the end, it doesn't matter. My securing of our food and medical supplies now means that we are free of worry and can deal with all our enemies without the concern of getting a knife in our backs. Let Revan attack the Republic. Let him weaken them. All it does is make things easier for us. But it is not just them that his forces are disrupting. Fear, Mar reminded him, he has struck at us, as well. We have all read the reports from Lana Beniko. We must do more to prepare for whatever endgame that Revan is planning. I'm not sure how much we can trust those reports, Fear replied. Has the woman not been observed aiding both a Republic officer and a Jedi Knight? The same Jedi Knight that likely murdered our glorious Emperor. Fear sighed. Though, I should not be surprised that you would be willing to accept the woman's report, Mar. You have gone to the Jedi in the past when you needed aid in dealing with certain problems. Avaryss felt a flash of intense anger in the chamber, one directed at her master. She shook her head. What was Fear doing? Was he actively trying to provoke Darth Mar? That was not smart. What exactly are you implying, Fear? Nothing, my dear brother, Fear said dismissively, only commenting on what I observed during the Battle of the Inferno Nebula. The Jedi were tools, nothing more, Mar responded. They were our pawns, and they performed their role famously. But were they mere pawns? Perhaps you. Avaryss had heard enough. She let her presence in the Force flow outward. She had kept it small up until this point, let her master believe he was safe. That his own pawns were handling her, that they were capable of handling her. Now that she fully opened up, she could sense his surprise. He paused mid-sentence, his eyes turning to the open door. Apprentice, he hissed. She smiled. Give the man a prize, she thought with a sneer. Yes, I'm here. She took a step forward, as the herald finally called out her name. My lords of the council, presenting Darth Avaryss, Dark Lord of the Sith, and High Inquisitor of Ordana. And she chimed in, Dark Lord of all of Ordana, with the retirement of Darth Sadi, I have assumed command. She paused, letting the council drink in her presence. That is right, you collection of old fools, she thought to herself. Mommy is home. She counted only 4 of the council members actually here in attendance. Nox, Voron, and Mortis had all made the journey, no doubt eager to see Fear's success for themselves. Her master, of course, had needed to come, to prove that he had successfully ended the rebellion. Like he did anything but try to hamper my efforts, she thought with a sneer. Now he thinks he can just swoop in and claim all my glory for his own. That is not happening. The rest of the council, with the exception their chairman, were likely on Corbin or Dromund Kaas, Ravage's image, as well as most of the others were coming in strong. Darth Maul's hologram was slightly out of focus, unsurprising considering that he was likely on a ship hunting the Regentess right now. She felt his cool regard and, since adopting a faceless mask herself, now understood why the Dark Lord had always chosen never to reveal his face. It was disconcerting to know you were being watched, but unable to see the eyes of the watcher. Mar leaned back on his throne. He seemed curious if nothing else. Lord Avaryss, he said, this is most unexpected. Not really, my lord, she said blandly, turning her attention to Darth Fear, a cruel smile spreading across her lips. In truth, this has been a long time coming. Fear gave her a cold frown. She could sense him reaching out, trying to judge her intent. In truth, he didn't need to reach out. She had made her reason for being here quite clear. She was most eager to get down to business. Welcome, young one, Lord Voron said with a cheery smile. The slender pure blood radiated a sense of eager excitement, perhaps sensing that they were in for a bit of a show today. Mortis also had a hint of a smile on his face. He had clashed with Darth Fear in the past. Perhaps he had also deduced what was coming, and was eager to observe what came next. You seem changed, Lord Avaryss, he said. I can sense the darkness writhing within you, your hate boiling just below the surface. The counselor leaned forward, her eyes sparkling. Should we be feeling sorry for someone? Nox said nothing. He simply sat back and watched. His Deshade assassin stood in the shadows behind him, always on guard to protect his master. If Zash was still part of the creature, she could not tell, not that it mattered. That was Nox's issue. He would deal with it in the way that he wished. Her only concern was Darth Fear. The time had come to settle their accounts, once and for all. Fear continued to regard her carefully, perhaps trying to think of a way to talk his way out of this. He must have realized by now that his old punishments would no longer work on her. If he hoped to avoid this battle, he would need to come up with something else. You do have a sense of the dramatic, don't you, my child? To interrupt a council meeting like this, a wise Sith would have been more cautious. Caution has its place, she agreed, taking a step towards him. The time for caution has passed. Nox smirked at her, no doubt picking up on her meaning. Having already dealt with his own master, he likely understood what she was feeling right now. You claim that you are now the Dark Lord of Ordana, he asked. That Sadi has been removed. A necessary evil, my Lord Counselor, as my report to you will show. Indeed, Mar said, drawing her attention back to him. What have you discovered? She stood at attention, drawing all eyes upon her. She expected resistance from Fear. He would not like what she had to say. Too bad, the truth hurt, but it was still the truth. She would not be silent now. By all means, my dear, Voron said, gesturing. Please make your report. She stood at attention and smiled. Here we go. My lords, as Lord Fear has no doubt told you, the rebellion here on Ordana has been crushed. While our brave warriors dealt with rabble, I took it upon myself to cut the head off the snake, seeking out the traitor Tal Maritza and ending his foul existence. We have all heard this part, and more, Fear said, interrupting her. We also heard of your death, from a very reliable source. A source that, it seems, was mistaken. Avaryss smiled then. She noticed a familiar figure standing behind Fear's throne. Hello, Beric, she purred venomously. She giggled, barely able to restrain the desire to snap his neck with the force. For the first time she sensed more than familial love from her brother, more than concern for her safety. She felt fear, true and honest fear. She shuddered. Good? It tasted delicious on her tongue. Don't be shy, brother, she called out. Stand up and be recognized. And yes, to all of you that didn't know, Captain Lilas and I are brother and sister, which makes what happened between us that much more hurtful. Beric stepped out. He was visibly pale. He looked over at Avaryss' followers who stood in the doorway of the chamber. He looked at Zen, his paramour. She shook her head no. She wouldn't come to his aid, not this time. She knew the consequences if she did. My lord, sister, he stammered, you need to know that I. She held up her hand, pinching her thumb and forefinger together. Beric hiccuped and found himself unable to speak. He squeaked weakly, touching his throat. She grinned, yet it didn't touch her eyes. If the council could see them, they would have seen only anger, and the desire for vengeance there. You will answer Beric, she thought. Yes, you will. Your betrayal will be dealt with, she promised. I just wanted to make sure that all could see one of the puppets before I finally dealt with the puppeteer. She turned back to the council. Beric no longer mattered. He would be punished for his crimes soon enough. My lords of the council, she continued, we have been lied to. Ardana was always a jewel in the imperial crown, a source of sustenance and healing for our army and navy. But in recent years, the jewel has been tainted by greed and mismanagement. Mismanagement that has resulted not just in loss of productivity, but forced the empire to come down hard on what should have remained a loyal holding. We can no longer tolerate such willful and spiteful incompetence. Fear's eyes narrowed. Hold on there, girl, you can't. Since the death of Darth Avaryss, my master has pushed to turn this productive and loyal world into a mailed fist that he could use to strike our empire with. Though I don't doubt the rule of the strong and its value to our people, I do wish to point out that Lord Fear has done everything in his power to crush our own people needlessly, and ought to fulfill some pathetic need to dominate others. Fear's jaw dropped. Pathetic, that was the one word he was focusing on, his anger building. Avaryss smirked. She wasn't done. She had far much more to say, to fuel his anger. She had much to say, period. It had been far too long. Though, I'm sure that no one here will deny that it was my master's right to do with his holding as he saw fit. His actions here have done more harm than good. Take Darth Sadie's appointment, for instance. Her eyes once again fell on Beric. She wanted him to know just what had happened to his beloved master. As my master's apprentice, and a native of Ardana, I would have been a natural pick to govern this world in your name. Yet, my master chose another, one whose skill at turning others against each other made her a poor fit to rule this world. There is little benefit to manipulating those that are already loyal. She shook her head. Again, my master misread the situation. Sadie was more ambitious than he realized, and even worse, he let the woman take his son as an apprentice. He let her sink her claws deeply into the poor boy. He put the very future of his house into the hands of one who cared little for it, and all for what was in master. A means to amuse yourself and degrade me at the same time. Fear said nothing. He was silent, gripping the armrests of this throne tighter and tighter. Gather your anger, my lord, she thought. I want no doubt that you were at your best when I killed you. She laughed. Fear made a choice, my lords, and this time, he chose poorly. The rebel leader Tal Maritza reached out to her, offered her a chance to manipulate not just Ardana, but the future of the empire as well. Sadie seduced Beiel Fear to her cause, and brought him in on the side of our enemies. They staged this rebellion to make the woman look more capable than she truly was. Either to elevate her above Darth Fear, or make her seem more valuable to his house than I, his chosen apprentice. And where is young Master Beiel now, Lord Avaryss? Voron inquired. His testimony on this matter would be most helpful. It would have been, she agreed, which is why Sadie made sure it would never occur. She shook her head. Beiel realized his mistake. He tried to make up for it. He died trying to help me defeat Tal Maritza and Darth Sadie. She sighed heavily and looked at her master. You would have been proud of your son, my lord. He died a hero. Again, Fear said nothing. He continued to glare at her. She smiled. He is smart enough to recognize the lie, and why I'm using it. Fear had made no attempt to hide his lack of confidence in his son's abilities. That was part of the reason she was here. Plus, her own animosity with Beiel was well known. The fact that they had not liked each other would further sell the lie. Avaryss was not stupid. Even after Fear died, she would need Sin and Lady Sinestra. Time had made her realize that their presence would legitimize her reign, and by laying Beiel's death at the feet of Maritza and her allies, she would bind the two to her. She would be able to control House Fear's holding by proxy, at least until she had her new body. When she was strong and healthy again, she would need nothing or no one. She would finally be free. She smiled up at her master. I've returned Beiel to you and Lady Sinestra. He should rest on Corbin with the rest of his brave forebears. And what of his murderers? Fear snarled. What of Tal Maritza? Captain Lillis has told me much about your involvement and your relation to the rebel leader. I'm sure, she replied, I was a bit surprised when I realized the truth. She once again addressed the rest of the council. Tal Maritza, otherwise known as Talitha Lilas, was my sister. She was strong in the Force, and with the aid of Sadi and other disloyal Imperials, conspired to push Beiel forward and seek to infiltrate not only this council, but the Imperial bloodline as well. She bowed respectfully. Talitha Lilas will no longer threaten this empire or this council. I have dealt with her. How? Knox inquired. What punishment did you offer this traitor? Your own sister. See for yourself, Lord Knox. Avaryss nodded to Taya. Her friend smiled and opened up the present she had brought to the council, dumping its contents on the floor and using the force to roll it into the center of the chamber. Several counselors gasped in surprise, others giggled, or snorted with amusement. Talitha Lila's head rolled to a stop at Avaryss' feet, its dead eyes staring up in a frozen state of surprise. Avaryss smirked. Count yourself lucky, sister, she thought. I could have trapped your treacherous soul in a crystal for all time, like I did with that fool, Tarek. In this, I gave you the mercy of a quick death. You should be grateful. Beric looked down on the head with a look of pure horror. All color drained from his face. He didn't need to speak for her to know what he was thinking. Kira, what have you done? She laughed. He would know soon enough. Kira was gone. She had destroyed her. They were dealing with the true Darth Avaryss now. She was the heir of Hikitas and fear, and she would birth many horrors upon her enemies. All would soon suffer. Voron smirked as he regarded the head at her feet. You killed your own blood? He asked. She nodded. It was for the Empire. Voron laughed. Oh child, I think you will do very well among us. Mortis smirked. I've heard you were a bit of a soft touch, Avaryss. It seems that the rumor mongers were wrong. I merely learned my final lesson, my lord, she replied. True power comes not from knowledge, blood, or hope for the future. Power, true power, is power. Well said, child, Voron said, raising his cup to her. She turned her attention back to Darth Fear. You created this situation, my lord. You tried to wipe out the Lilas family, and you failed. Darth Davros' allies came back to haunt you. And Lila's daughter turned your own son and chosen lord against you. She hissed with distaste. You brought this chaos down upon us, Fear. She spat his name like the insulted was. She snarled, no longer having to hide her rage, her hate. You are blind and foolish, and more to the point. She laughed coldly. You are weak. The Empire can no longer tolerate your foolishness. She took a step back and used the force to pull her lightsaber from her belt. I challenge you. I will be the lord of your holdings. House Avaryss will ascend as it was always meant to. She gestured to him. Step off your throne, you old fool. Defend it if you can. Fear hissed with barely restrained fury. She felt him trying to reach out to her as he had done in the past, to grab her and pin her in place, to reach into her mind and send it spiraling down into the darkness. She resisted. The power she had taken from the spirit of Maya Maritza buffered her strength, that, and her understanding that the loss of hope was the beginning of true power. Fear was no longer her master. He was her rival. And he would be tolerated, no longer. You, he hissed angrily, you dare. I dare, Darth Fear, she purred, face me, if you have the guts. Fear looked at his brothers and sisters on the council, his fellow lords. They were all watching eagerly. It sounds like you have been called out, old man, Voron said. Nox snickered. You will not let the slip of a girl talk to you that way, will you, my lord? Mortis sneered at Fear, and nodded to Avaryss. It is about time, sister, he said. I've grown weary of this fool's prattling. Fulfill your destiny, and take your rightful place at our side. Fear glared at Mortis. You will regret saying that, Mortis. The other Dark Lord shrugged. Only if the girl fails, Fear. He laughed. The Tukado on the bottom is always hungrier than the one that has been on top for too long. Darth Fear rose from his throne. His power seemed to fill the chamber. Avaryss could taste it on the air. Her master was shaking. She had never seen him so angry. Good, she thought. Angry people make mistake. Cold hate was far better. It helped you focus. Well, she said, holding out her hands innocently. I'm waiting. Fear roared. The force scream he unleashed shook the chamber. The counselors shielded themselves, some even covered their ears. Avaryss remained unmoved. Her sonic dampeners had done what they could to lessen the sound, but it had still been bad. She felt a brief moment of fear and indecision, but pushed it away. His simple tricks would not aid him now. She was too strong for them. She took another step back, gesturing her master forward. Come on, she said, laughing. Come on. I'm waiting. A maelstrom of force lightning exploded from Darth Fear's hands. Avaryss raised her hands. The lightning struck her force shield, a bubble of energy that was as strong, if not stronger, than the one her master had summoned when they had first met on Korriban. His lightning wrapped around it, turning her shield into a crackling ball of blue-violet energy. She slowly began to drink it in, even as fear threw even more at her. She held that back too. It was not easy, but the strain was bearable. It is not even burning my robe, she thought with a smirk. Well done, master. You trained me well. Fear briefly ceased his attack to gather more power, perhaps. Avaryss struck back. She fired all the energy she absorbed back in a single bolt of pure dark side energy. Fear ducked underneath it, but it didn't stop. Beric squealed silently and dove for cover as the blast tore through the wall behind Fear's now vacant throne. Someone had been standing on the other side. They had been struck by her attack and had been vaporized in seconds. Avaryss felt their passing, reveling in their final scream. She smiled. It had been Moff Gallic, she realized. The fat fool had been spying on the council. She sensed his fading echo in the force. She almost laughed. Oh well, she had promised his job to Hissa. Now there was no reason to drum up charges and kill the idiot. So much the better, she thought. It seemed that the force favored her little coup. I can't be stopped, she realized. The dark side loves me. Fear stumbled to his feet. He found her standing before him. Once again, she gestured him forward. Come on, she hissed. Come at me. Fear sneered. You have grown strong, he acknowledged, but not strong enough. His lightsaber emerged from his sleeve. Its crimson blade sprang to life. It seems the apprentice needs one final lesson. He charged. He swung wildly, trying to take her hand. He was all rage and no self-control. She flowed around him like water, drinking deep of his fury. She ducked and pirouetted away from each strike with the grace of a Twi'lek-veiled dancer. This is what true power is, she thought. It is dominating the strong, making them go where you need them. And then, when you were ready, to grind them beneath your boot. Fear was nothing to her now. He was a nerf to the slaughterhouse. She could dodge all day, but that wasn't the point. She sighed. Finally, tiring of this game, she ignited her own blade. Their weapons locked, as he tried to push her back. She smirked. She could see her reflection in his eyes, the distorted mirror image of his own face. You made me, she wanted to shout. Now, you shall pay the penalty. Foolish, ungrateful child, he hissed. We could have done this together. I'm greed itself, she purred. I'm pure ambition given form. She laughed in his face. I don't share power. She thrust her mechanical hand forward. For the first time in their relationship, Darth Fear had been caught flat-footed. He was launched through the air. He struck the window behind him with a crash. He didn't scream, but he did gasp in surprise and disbelief. He flew through it in a shower of broken glass, flew out to the street far below. Avaryss smirked. So quickly, she thought, it was over. She yelped as she was yanked up and out as well. She shielded her face as she crashed through the glass next to the one her master had just exited through. She felt the shards cut her flesh and tear her robes. She didn't panic. She reached out to the dark side. This is not over, she thought as she fell toward the street below. We're not done. She saw Fear falling, the force slowing his descent. Her perception slowed as the dark side took over. She dove after him, using her power to propel her like a missile. She took a deep breath. The duel continued. Chapter 67. The glass exploded beneath her as she fell through the skylight. The the Force only just saving her from being shredded by the thick pain that protected the atrium below. Again, her Force shield held. She struck the ground hard, but not hard enough to be killed or left broken. It still hurt, though. She moaned painfully. It criffin' hurt. She found herself laying in the middle of an open atrium, nothing in here but a few potted plants, and 4 large crimson banners bearing the sigil of the Empire. No threats, she noted, no soldiers or sycophants in sight. Good. She had no desire to be distracted. Darth Avaryss groaned and tried to rise, shaking her head, feeling the dozens of cuts she had got after being pulled through that window on the executive floor. She had let her guard down. It had only been for a second, but that had been enough. Her master had taken full advantage, and now he. Avaryss leapt out of the way as large chunks of glass flew down through the broken skylight. Like missiles, she had only just managed to get clear, only just. Another second, and she would have been impaled. She heard laughter above her. She glared upward. Her master crouched on the edge of the now broken skylight, his golden Sith eyes glowing with malice and rage. It didn't have to be this way, my child, he called down. We could have. The Force scream that the young Sith unleashed sent shockwaves rippling out in all directions. Her fury exploded up and out like a maelstrom, shattering the remaining glass of the skylight, causing her master, her former master, to lose his footing. He teetered where he stood. Avaryss reached out with the Force and yanked. Fear lost his balance and came down, but in a surprising showing of strength and skill, he turned his fall into a controlled tumble. He ended up before her on one knee, ready to receive her next attack. He didn't need to wait long. She lunged forward, eager to taste his fear and his blood. Her master ducked under her wild swing, her crimson lightsaber passing only an eyelash from the back of his head. He spun around and ignited his weapon. The 2 Sith lords danced back and forth, their weapons humming and sparking with each contact. At last, neither Sith was holding anything back. They struck out at each other with savage fury and cold ruthlessness. Avaryss let the dark side flow through her. She let her rage and hate guide her blade. This battle had been a long time coming. She would accept nothing less but victory. Victory and her master's head on a plate. She had waited long. She would wait no longer. Fear met her blade with his own. No taunts or jibes escaped her master's mouth. For the first time he was realizing just how strong she had become. He was focused entirely on winning this battle. Or at least, surviving it. No one will step between us, she thought, not this time. Even if Hissa had not locked down the tower, by now the council had likely made sure that no one would interfere in their duel. Fear was not well loved, but even if he won, they would prefer that he won cleanly. At least then his position would not be openly not challenged, not that she intended to give him any chance to win. Still, he was no pushover. His skill with the blade remained. She found herself being pushed back. Impressive. Yes, his speed and strength were impressive. She had always wondered if his years of rule had weakened his combat skills. That didn't seem to be the case. He met her strikes with his own, and those strikes were as lethal as any Sith warriors. You are too slow, she chided herself. Her pain limited her speed and made her cautious. She tried to fight through that, to turn that weakness into a strength. If she didn't, she would fail. Yes, she was pain. Fear had made sure of that by yanking her out the window after him. Her wounds burned. She could feel the glass that cut her. Some shards still remained in her flesh, and that had not been the worst of it. She had caught up with her master in midair, but he had made her pay for it. He had tried to make it to one of the balconies that dotted the tower's face. He had used the Force to slow his descent to make a safe landing possible. She had denied him that, but in her haste had let her shield drop for a few seconds, giving him a chance to blast her with Force lightning. It had struck her in the chest. The armor beneath her robes had protected her somewhat, but only just. The 2 Sith had tumbled together trying to claw at each other as dark side lightning crackled between them. Fear's own blasts were affecting him as much as her. She refused to let go, making him pay for every jolt of lightning that had struck her. Yet, he had somehow managed to come out on top again. Her master was nothing if not fortunate. Fear had managed to get the better of their exchange, their fall from the executive level. He had flipped her over and used the force to send her speeding towards the skylight over one of the tower's atriums. She had managed to blast her way through, with only minor injuries, but the damage had been done. Avaryss could feel the cuts on her body, the shards of glass that ground their way into her flesh as she met Fear blade upon blade. Normally, pain would not have been a problem. It was just more fuel for the fire that was the dark side, but this was different. She felt her injury slowing her. Such a realization was not a good sign. She hated to admit it, but she had not completely recovered from her fight with her mother's spirit. It was a small crack in her armor. Her master had not fully realized it yet, but if he did, if he managed to exploit it. It doesn't matter, she realized. She was committed. She could not back away now. Every challenge and test she had faced up until this moment had led to this. She couldn't afford to turn back now. She focused on the pain, using it to fuel her hate as she pushed forward, parrying the Dark Lord's attacks and meeting them with her own. Once Fear's power had dwarfed her own, that was no longer the case. They stood, it seemed, as equals. She was intent on showing all that she was in fact, his superior. Again, their blades locked. Avaryss stared into her master's golden eyes. She could see the tension on his face, the furrow of his brow as he tried to push her back. That look of tension was mother's milk to her. How many times had he lorded over her, forced her to bow down to his greatness? He had made her kneel in the rain, and in the high temperatures of Dromund Kaas, she had endured exhaustion, dehydration, sleep deprivation, and so many other pains at his hands. Yet, it had been worth it, she thought. Each of those challenges made me stronger, fueled my hatred for this man. As she stared into those yellow eyes, she had an epiphany. Fear had been in her life for so long, she could no longer remember what it was like not to have him in it, not to hate him, and desire his end with every fiber of her being. What had it been like before? Before she had seen that holo of Darth Fear in the public square of Ord. Before he had sent an enforcer to destroy her family, and started her down this path. She truly could not remember what that was like, not to hate him. Yet, you are now prepared to kill him. Are you ready to live in a world where the one thing you hate is no longer in it? Are you ready to live in a world without the one driving force that has defined you for the last half a decade? She smiled grimly. It would be a challenge, yes, but it was one she was prepared to meet. What would her life be like with Darth Fear gone? She was most eager to find out. Fear stopped trying to push her back. He shot out his elbow and struck her in the chin. His heavy gauntlet spun her around. While she recovered quickly, she lashed out with her metal arm, backhanding her master across the face, making him stumble. The two Sith Lords regarded each other coldly. Darth Fear spat blood and a broken tooth. Avaryss sneered. Oh, she had waited so long to see him bleed, to make him bleed. It was a type of heaven all his own. He continued to watch her, his golden eyes glowing fiercely. It didn't have to be like this, daughter, he hissed. It could have ended no other way, she growled back at him. I thought we had an agreement to seize the Sith throne together. He shook his head. It could have been glorious. Ordana is back under our control. It is only a matter of time until I removed Mar from his position. From there, the path to the throne would be open to us. We could have built a new world together, remade the Empire in our image, but you have thrown that all away, and for what? He glared hatefully at her. I thought we had moved past this. Are you still driven by the need to avenge Kira Lila's family? Does the needs of a pathetic farm girl still govern the actions of a mighty Sith Lord? Avaryss sneered at that. This is not about the past. It never really was, she replied. Kira died years ago. Only the schemes of fools kept her alive. Avaryss began to circle her master. She felt like a shark, one that smelled blood. She was eager to surrender to that bloodlust, to unleash a furious frenzy. This is not about the past. This is about the future. My future, the one that you stole. She glared at him. You never intended for me to surpass you. You had me sterilized like I was some pet cur, and that is not the worst of it. You sealed my medical records. You knew about the retrovirus in my blood. You knew that it was killing me. Fear didn't deny it, he merely shrugged. I saw no reason to distract you. Distract me, she hissed. You were willing to sit back and watch me die. You were content to do nothing and merely watch as I worked myself to death. Had I not discovered the truth? Everything dies, child, even a Sith. There was nothing I could do about Tarek's little toy. You were already too far gone to try when you were taken to the Citadel. Then I didn't realize that. He told me, and I had the record sealed. As for your sterilization, well. Fear chuckled. You nearly abandoned the path to power for a boy once. I wanted to make sure that you would not be so distracted again. It was not like you had much chance at breeding, not with your limited pedigree. Avaryss shook with anger. She couldn't believe it. He talked like she was his pet, his humble dog that he threw scraps to when he was bored. It was almost more than she could bear. This man stole her future. He stole from her. She was more than eager to take it out on him, 1 pound of flesh at a time. She could barely contain her rage in that moment. You used me. You lied to me. You have lied to me since day one. Yet, you are shocked that I now rise up against you, that I desire my freedom at long last. Fear shook his head. She could feel his disappointment. It radiated out through the Force. And how free will you be? He asked. Do you honestly believe that you can take what you want without me? You think I'm not aware of what you and Darth Mar have been doing? You and your little cabal of loyal Sith. He shook his head. You think Mar will let you be free? His cabal binds you to the old ways. You will never be more than he allows. Even if you destroy me, you will be nothing more than Mare's figurehead. He plays on your patriotism and love for the Empire to keep you in line. He always has. She considered what he was saying. She even found herself agreeing. What you are saying is true, she admitted, or rather it was. She laughed coldly. Mar exploited my weaknesses for his own gain. What that day is done. I will continue to serve the Cabal, but I will do so for my reasons. The Emperor is gone, and the Empire needs new vision. The Council will, of course, try to maintain the status quo, or at least, the illusion of it. Her smile turned predatory. Once you are dead, I will be free to consolidate my power. I will have the Empire by the throat. Our food and medical supplies will be the lever that I use to rise to greatness. I will continue to play Mare's little games. I will appear to be the perfect puppet. The Council will look at me and see the figurehead the Empire needs. They will put me on the throne because they believe that they can control me, as you and Mar have done these many years. Fear sneered at her. It won't be a throne, my child. It will be a gilded cage that you won't escape from. The Council will never allow you to be more than you are now. I'm willing to let them think that, she thought, at least, until it is too late. She had a plan already in place. All she had to do was give the word. It would be the work of years, but she could afford to be patient, or would be able to after she had claimed her new body. If HK did what he was supposed to, she would have her pick of new bodies. The two she had chosen were perfect. Either would serve to move her plan forward, and most important of all, taking either would hurt her enemies, and that was always a good thing. Why simply win when you can destroy your foe's spirit? Winning in such a way, it made a Sith a legend, and that is what she intended to be. Legendary. On the day that I truly rise, they will not be able to deny me anything. I will have billions of loyal followers, or rather, followers that have no choice but to be loyal. The Republic will be a bug waiting to be squashed. The Jedi will be destroyed before they even realize that they are under threat. Fear laughed. You have big dreams, my daughter. I have ambitions, father, and they no longer include you. You will find that my death is not easy to arrange. Nothing in life is easy, but Fear didn't give her a chance to finish. He attacked. It took all of her skill to turn back his strikes. His talent with the lightsaber was not to be underestimated. I should not be surprised, she realized. He came up through the Fury like me. The Fury Academies didn't produce weak Sith. You excelled or you perished. There was no in between. Her blade whirled in a perfect example of Sarisu. Her master's grasp of the duelist style was impressive, but it would not be enough to get through her guard. She gasped. Her head spiked painfully. Avaryss staggered back. It took all of her strength to stay focused on the fight. Blood seemed to pound in her ears. Not now, she wanted to wail. Not now. She tasted her own blood. Her nose was bleeding profusely. Her vision began to darken, but she refused to give up. I will not be beaten. I will not. She tried to blast him with force lightning, but he sidestepped her attack and closed in, his blade moving faster and faster. She barely had time to block, barely time for a spell. Fear's blade came around and sliced at her face. She backpedaled, but miscalculated. His blade grazed her face plate. She felt the barest of stings from his lightsaber as it cut through her mirrored mask. Koto dribbled down the front of her robes. No longer was it being fed directly into her. She whirled around and ended up on her knees. She panted, feeling the pounding in her head and the loud beating of her heart. Her lower lip burned from the cold. The tip of the lightsaber had brushed it, but that was enough. Koto spurted from the damaged mask. It got in her eyes, angering her. She tore the mask away and threw it across the room. Fear stepped back. He looked down upon her with disdain, yet she could sense his sick amusement as well. He enjoyed watching her suffer. Look at my pretty one, he purred, my beautiful daughter. Look what my enemies have done to you. She could see her reflection in the mirrored floor, her eyes blazing red with the barest flecks of violet within them. Her flesh was bubbled up under her eyes that were sunken into purple darkened sockets. Not a pretty sight at all. Her master was right on that point, but it didn't matter, not in the end. Blood from her nose filled her mouth. She spat it at Darth Fear. She smiled with bloody teeth. Kira was pretty, she agreed, but the face of Darth Avaryss is what the people will remember. It is that face that I shall carve into the stone of our history, the future of our glorious empire. She cackled. Though, perhaps I will show a different face when the time comes. Why settle for something scarred when you can have the pristine? Fear sneered at that. What you hope to accomplish is impossible, he said. We are Sith, she replied. Nothing is impossible. My poor Avaryss, he said, shaking his head. You are not the first Sith to go running off in search of immortality. I do not seek to live forever, father, merely to cement a legacy. She struggled to her feet. Her head was still pounding, but she was able to force much of the pain away. She would not allow it to stand in her way, not now. I have studied long and hard. The ancients knew things that we have abandoned. They were not stopped by such weaknesses as Tarek's diseases. I shall soon be reborn. I will undo all your attempts to hold me back. I will have all that I desire, an empire, a consort, and heirs to construct a glorious dynasty that will last for the next 1,000 years. My progeny will be the stuff of legends, and you will be but a footnote in my reign. A single page in the history of the empire's long line of rulers. You are kidding yourself, apprentice. You will not. She leapt forward. He tried to catch her, but this time he had miscalculated. The plants that dotted the atrium tore themselves from the ground and flew at his back. He dodged them, but could not escape the imperial banner she had freed from his moorings. It fell down as she pushed him back. He was unable to completely get out of the way. The metal bar holding up the banner fell with a crash. Fear dodged that, but the heavy cloth caught his leg while he was trying to flee. He stumbled as he tried to break away. It was only a moment, but it was all she needed. She moved an An. H. Fear gasped as her blade sliced across his chest. It was not deep enough for a killing blow, but it had wounded him. He had been raising his left arm as he lost his balance. Her blade caught him in the bicep, cutting deep into the muscle. She tried to end it quickly. She brought her blade around Anne. She gasped as all the air was driven from her lungs. The large metal bar that had held up the banner struck her like a missile. It caught her in the belly, sending her flying back. Before she could recover, Fear was on her again. He reached out with the force, picked her up, and slammed her back against the wall, hard. Before she could recover, he sent her flying back across the chamber. In her dazed state, she had not had the strength to block it. She struck hard, likely cracking several ribs. She slid down the wall. Fear closed in for the kill. She blasted him with force lightning. He caught it on his blade and responded in kind. Her skeleton glowed as the blast caught her in the chest. Yet, she didn't relent. She continued to attack. Fear stood over her, almost being bowled over by the sheer strength of her lightning. He continued the attack, but it was taking much of his strength to resist her, to hold back the sheer force of her power. Avaryss screamed but didn't stop. She wouldn't stop. She would destroy him. She had to. Fear stumbled back, ending the maelstrom he had been unleashing on her. Avaryss lay on the ground, gasping for breath, wheezing for her very life. Her skin was burned, her red eyes flared. Her bald head was smoking. The few wisps of hair she had possessed were now burned away. She hissed and tried to stand. She could barely make it to her knees. She still held her lightsaber in a death grip. To lose her weapon now would have been a death sentence. Her master rose unsteadily to his feet. He was not in much better shape than she was. The battle was taking its toll on him as well. She took some solace in that. "Still, you struggle," he gasped. "Still, you resist?" "Yes," she hissed. "I will always resist." He smiled despite the pain. His left arm hung limp at his side. "Your death brings me no pleasure," he assured her, "but perhaps it is better for you to die like this, rather than wasting away from your illness. Besides," he chuckled, a chuckle that turned into a cough, "none will dare question my reign after this. Your end will improve my standing among the council, and it will be a good lesson to my next apprentice." "I'm not dead yet," she gasped, glaring up at him. She ignited her lightsaber, but the blade was unsteady, easily blockable. "Any last words?" he asked. She looked up at him, her eyes cold and defiant. She smiled coldly. "Scream for me," she said. Fear brought his blade around and Avaryss sprang her trap. She held up her lightsaber. Fear's strike would have easily pushed it out of the way, and opened her defenses up so that he could take her head. That had not happened. She pressed a button on her lightsaber. The blade gained an extra foot of length. It was a little trick she had built into her weapon, one using the extra crystals she had gotten from dissembling Sadi and Beiel's lightsabers. Fear's weapon had been out of position. Her saber's blade pierced his stomach, just above the waistline. Fear gasped in surprise and disbelief. "Wow," he gasped. "No." Avaryss felt him trying to gather his power, perhaps seeking to use life drain to heal himself, to save him. She didn't give him a chance. She picked him up with the force. She slammed him into the wall to the right of them, and then sent him flying across the chamber. She finally managed to find her feet. She grinned as the blood flowed from her nose. She watched as her master bounced back and forth, each strike harder than the first, breaking first his shield, and then his bones. "Scream for me," she snarled. "U-O-M-E-A scream." She thought of what he had done to her before she came to Oridana. She remembered being helpless in his grip. She would never feel that way again. Never. She finally let him drop to the floor. She heard the wet sound of bones snapping as he struck the ground, but still she didn't let up. She blasted him with force lightning. She blasted him again and again. She was in pain, but with each strike that pain was turned into ecstasy. "I have you now," she thought. "I have you." Fear tried to counter. He raised his hand, blasted her with lightning. She easily blocked his attack. It was a desperation move, nothing more. She had nothing to fear from it. Her blade returned to its original length as she advanced on him. He tried to lash out with his weapon, but she easily ripped it from his dying hand. She sent it flying out of reach and gave him another blast of lightning. Her master screamed, his first real scream of agony. She shivered, drinking up the sound. It was music to her ears. "Can you see me?" she called out. "Members of the council, can you see my victory? Do you see?" "We can, my dear," Darth Varon's voice came in strong over the loudspeaker. "We can see," Darth Mortis said. "Well done, little sister." "Well done, indeed." "Yes," she thought with a wicked smile. "Yes. Let them all see. My master's destruction is complete." Is my brother still there? She asked. Can he see? He is here, Avaryss, Darth Nox assured her. He cannot speak, but he is watching. Good, she thought. She had promised Beric long ago that he could watch the end of Darth Fear. She always endeavored to keep her promises. She looked down at her master. Darth Fear, Dark Lord of the Sith, didn't look very well. Blood ran from his nose and mouth. His hair smoked from her force lightning. He gripped his wounded belly. His golden eyes were cloudy with pain, but he didn't take his eyes off of her. She sneered down at him. How quickly the tide could turn. It is over, my master. Fear took a shuddering breath. He nodded. I know. She smirked. Oh, she had waited so long for this moment, She held her blade to his throat. Any last words, she asked, any oaths of vengeance or curses? He shook his head. No more curses, and no more schemes. He coughed, perhaps it had been an attempt to laugh. I always swore that I wouldn't end like this. Avaryss shrugged. It could have ended no other way. He nodded, and then he smiled. You are so predatory, my daughter. You are here now. Perfect. He reached out for her. Come closer, he asked. Grant me this last request. She didn't. She knew several spells that only require touch, vicious ones. She would not risk being caught up in one. Fear, realizing that she wouldn't fall for it, chuckled. And so, the apprentice learns the final lesson. She nodded. Yes, she had. Trust no one. He continued to smile. A single tear ran down his cheek. In spite of everything, know that I hold no ill will. Let our past die with me. It will, she promised. Then I die not simply as a Sith Lord but a proud father. She swallowed hard. She was surprised that she had a lump in her throat. She took a shuddering breath. She was shocked by what she was feeling. She would actually miss him. Amazing. Her eyes stung. You are proud of me. He nodded. You are my legacy, far more than Beiel ever was. My teachings will live on in you. You shall pass them, and they will, in turn, pass them on to theirs. I shall live on in you. Fear and Avaryss will be one, forever. I will rule the Empire, she promised. Do that too, he said. Make what I made you mean something. It will, she promised. Survive your sickness, become immortal if you can, bring the whole galaxy to his knees. You must grind it beneath your boot. It will be done, father. A tired sigh escaped his lips. Then, my work is done. I have won. She raised her lightsaber. Goodbye, Fear. He looked upon her, his eyes radiating a sense of acceptance and happiness. He had taught her well. That fact was what truly mattered to him. Farewell, Avaryss. I love you now, my child. She hesitated, for the briefest of moments, just enough to whisper one last phrase. He deserved to hear it. She had to say it. She felt a single tear roll down her cheek. I love you, Dad. Fear nodded and offered his neck. Her blade fell. She took off his head with one mighty stroke. She stumbled back as she felt her master enter the Force, enter the madness beyond death. She took a shuddering breath. It is over, she realized. It is finally over. She giggled. Tears of joy and sadness came in equal measure. Fear was gone. Her father was dead. He was dead. I've won. She roared in victory, letting her force scream shake the very windows of the tower. I've won. Chapter 68. Your guests have arrived, Lord Counselor. Darth Avaryss, Dark Lord of the Sith, daughter, and one true heir of Darth Fear, and Lord of 3-star system smiled. Lord Counselor, she thought, with a barely stifled giggle. Has a nice ring to it. She settled back in her new throne, slipping deeper into the shadows of it. She found the whole thing soothing. This is it, she knew. This is where I belong. The Dark Lord, and new Lord Counselor, had wasted no time using her new authority. She had ordered the throne room in the government tower open to her. It would be the perfect place to see to her business interests. She could have used one of the board rooms in the tower, but they would not have served. She had a point to make today. Normally, this room was closed off. Only the Emperor or one of his staff would have been allowed to use it, but her new position as a member of the Dark Council did allow her some leeway. Let the people know from the moment they see me that I now rule here, she thought. Whatever they think of me, it doesn't matter, as long as they understand one thing. She fought down another girlish giggle. From now on, Avaryss rules. Her fellow counselors had all left, returning to their various ships. With their leaving, she now found herself the highest-ranking Sith on Ordana, the true Dark Lord of this world. She had already started to enjoy her new position. Avaryss had just finished concluding some business. She had officially been confirmed as a member of the council last night, which meant she still had many matters to attend to. Her coup had been mostly bloodless, but in its wake, matters still had to be handled. By Sith law, all of her former master's holdings had now passed to her. It was an avalanche of new responsibilities and privileges. So many are dependent on me, she realized. So much has to be done, choices had to be made, and so many bodies need to be buried. She had gotten started with the meeting that had just ended. There were 23 military commanders here on Ordana, men and women that Darth Fear had installed to ensure his power here. She had called them all together, including the newly named Moff Hissa and Sin Fear, her trade minister. Hissa and Fear were safe, but the others needed to understand what she needed of them, what she expected. Surprisingly, she had only needed to kill 8 of them. She had gotten the names from Sinestra Fear. Her master's widow had been more than happy to provide her with what she needed, especially considering what Avaryss had offered her in exchange for that information. The new counselor took a deep cleansing breath, relishing the fading scent of death on the air. The droids had only just removed the bodies, but she was wise enough to know that it wasn't enough. Soon, her commanders would understand that too. She dismissed the remaining officers. Sin was also allowed to leave. Avaryss had more than made her point to her late master's daughter. She did ask Hissa to remain. She wanted him to see what was about to happen. While she awaited her next round of guests, she accessed the hypercom built into her throne and bathed her scarred face in blue light as she made the calls necessary to the business of rule. She enjoyed the slight paling of the new Moff's face as he listened to her making those calls. 8 full strike teams were currently moving out across the planet. Their mission was simple: purge any friends or family members that could possibly try and seek revenge for the deaths that she had caused here. She had spoken with each team's commander personally. "I want a clean sweep, no survivors," she informed them. And then, she smirked, an old memory coming back to her. "And if by some twist of fate you discover a Force sensitive among the victims, there is something that I need you to do, something special." "Whatever you need, Counselor," one of her commanders assured her, "we will do what must be done." Good, she thought. She preferred to do business with loyal and smart people. She leaned in closer. "If you do come upon a Force sensitive, kill them quickly. Do not take the chance of them escaping. Let none stand in your way, not even the Imperial mission. If one of your subordinates tried to talk you out of it, execute them as well, and send word to me so that I may deal with their families and loved ones as well." All the commanders paled at that last part of the order. "My lord, did we hear?" "You heard me correctly," she hissed, her red eyes blazing beneath her black cowl. "No survivors." She ended the transmission without further debate. There had been no reason to. She leaned back in her throne, enjoying the sensation of letting herself slip deeper into the shadows. It might have been better had she killed all of the officers, but restraint did have its place. 8 would be enough. She had now freed up enough space to begin reconstructing the old farm system. The lands that the slain had ruled now fell to her. She would give those lands to the most loyal farmers of this world. They would still have to pay her tribute, but she would offer them a fair contract, and in 5 years their lands would be fully theirs. The wealthy landowners in the south would be restored, and from there, she would be able to begin rebuilding the private farms as well. Sin had actually agreed with this plan, and it would cost far less than the military build-up that Fear had used to maintain control. The old system had worked. She saw no reason that it couldn't work again. Ordana would be restored to its former glory. She would not be as hands-off a ruler as Avaryss, but she would let those that knew how to rule this place rule it. It had been Fear's mistake to play micromanager. Excellent, my daughter. Excellent. Do not make the same mistakes that I made. I won't, father, she thought. I do learn from the mistakes of the past. Yes, she had learned well, both as a ruler and as a Sith. Fear had been a fool to let her live, and he had paid for it. She would not risk making that mistake, only she would rule here. She would offer her enemies no chance for revenge. She took a deep breath and used the force to pull a glass of green champagne to her hands. She sipped the liquor from a flute glass and nodded. I'm not my father, she thought grimly. I will not repeat his mistakes. I know you won't, Darth Fear whispered from the ether. It will make me proud. She had not been sure what would happen. In the moments after she had slain Darth Fear, she had been briefly unsure. She had felt his end, and yet, she frowned. His body lay at her feet, but even in that moment she had remained truly uncertain of her victory. She had lived under threat of her master for so long, and now, that she had finally stepped out of that shadow, she had felt a brief frisson of fear. Was it over? A part of her wondered. Was he truly gone? She wasn't sure how she was to feel about this. There was pain that came from more than the injuries she had suffered. She was shocked that she felt guilt. She had done what was expected, what she had desired for so long, but still. He was her master. Was it possible to love and hate someone at the same time? She had avenged herself. She was now free. But. She felt elation and guilt, but she expected more. Fear always filled a room with his presence, at least, that is how it always had seemed to her. Now that he had crossed over, she felt. She was empty again. She felt nothing had changed. He's not dead. It was an irrational thought, the thought of an animal caught in a trap or an abused child who could never find peace. This is awesome trick, a Sith glamour, or maybe something else. He wants you to feel safe. He wants you to think you've won, but soon he will appear behind you, make you suffer for thinking you were strong enough to kill him, that you were foolish enough to even challenge him. A shiver ran down her spine. She thought if she turned around, she would see him standing there, laughing at her. Scream for me, apprentice. I want to hear one little scream. She took a shuddering breath and glared down at his corpse. No, she growled. You're gone. I got you bastard. What did hate or love matter in the face of that cold hard fact? She took another breath, slowly regaining control, finally throwing away the scared 15-year-old girl who had been inside her for almost half a decade. You do not rule me, not anymore. She stood straighter. I'm not some frightened farm girl from Ardana. I'm Darth Avaryss, she said to the fallen Sith. I'm a Dark Lord of the Sith. She sneered down at the body. I'm not yours anymore. In that moment she felt it wash over her, the dark side that Fear had always kept to himself, that power that had always intimidated her, and at the same time, made her mouth water, hunger for it. Master and apprentice. One to embody the power, the other to crave it. The words flowed over her, much like the power itself. It filled her up, she accepted it. It was part of her inheritance too. It was both cold and hot. It froze her fears and scoured her clean. You are free, she heard her late master whisper. And now, the galaxy is yours. Hearing that, it made her feel better. Fear was gone, but his training remained. He had given her what she needed. The galaxy would be hers. She turned, noticed several Imperials standing there, watching her. She gave them an icy glare. See to the body, she ordered. Have it prepared for transport to Corbin. The Imperials nodded and hurried off to fulfill her wishes. She didn't look back. She no longer needed to. He was gone, but his legacy would remain. It would live on in her. I will claim everything we talked about, Master, she thought. I know you will, my child, she heard him whisper back. I know you will. What followed had been a whirlwind. Voron confirmed her as Fear's heir, and her appointment to the Dark Council. None of the lords objected, despite her young age. Despite the injuries she had suffered during their final duel, she had not sought out medical attention. She had used that pain to make her powerful. She fed on it and grew stronger. There was no pain where the power lies. She paid close attention to her fellow Sith, the other lords of the Dark Council. Nox nodded thoughtfully in her direction. She could feel his acceptance. Even Darth Mar, somewhere out on his destroyer, radiated pleasure through the Force. They thought she had removed an overly ambitious Sith and was now working strictly towards Cabal interests. The thought amused her. If they thought that way, then they were fools. The Cabal had given her what she needed. They had taught her the secrets of rule. Once she had the throne, she would deal with them. She had no need of them looking over her shoulder, questioning her motives and plans. No, an Empress had no need of such a distraction. An Empress ruled. Be patient, my child, Fear's voice advised. Let them believe they have won a victory here. Take your time and gather your strength. All will be yours soon enough. Wise advice, she thought. She would be a fool to ignore it. Dealing with the Cabal would come later, but first, she needed to cement her power. She could leave nothing to chance. Her first order of business had been to make sure that any chaos in the fear control systems would be kept to a minimum. She called the Lady Sinestra forward. She had felt a brief sense of fear from her master's widow. By the old traditions, Sinestra and Sin would need to die to ensure Avaryss' power base. She was tempted to do just that, given their history, but decided against it. Tradition had its place, but knowledge and experience could be useful. In a somewhat surprising move, she declared the Lady Sinestra the new Lord of House Fear. Her house would continue to exist under Avaryss control. The move surprised some of her fellow counselors, at least, until they heard her reasons. Your daughter will remain here, on Ardana, my lord, she informed Sinestra. She will continue in her role as trade minister. Sinestra glared at her. As a hostage? She asked. As a loyal servant and minister of trade, Avaryss responded. You will be welcome to speak with her whenever you desire, and when she chooses to marry, you will have some input in that choice, I'm sure. Avaryss smiled. Sin deserves her own life, not to be caged like some pet. She will be protected here, and respected. The woman said nothing. What could she say? Avaryss had her, and she knew it. I'm sure you can see the value of her remaining here, the new counselor said with a sly grin. She will have her fingers on the very pulse of the Empire, and she will be close to me, so very close, so that she may advise me. The Dark Lord leaned forward. She will remain very close to me. I'm sure you can understand the value of that, do you not, Lord Fear? There was a brief and pregnant pause between them, but finally the lady nodded. The threat was implied, but it was there. She would have her daughter back, but a blade would always hang over the girl's head, should the mother get out of line. It would keep things civil between the two of them. Sinestra was not entirely happy, but that was the whole point of compromise. Sin had helped draw Avaryss' master here. She had played her part, and now that that was done, her continued presence would ensure the mother's loyalty. Sinestra knew that Avaryss was not above executing her daughter if it came to that, but Avaryss didn't think that would be necessary. Sin is her last living child. Her husband and son are dead. Avaryss would honor them, and by naming her a lord, she ensured that the remnant of House Fear was now beholden to her. She would keep her allies close, and her enemies even closer. Plus, it was a suitable revenge for all she endured as an apprentice, and it would help smooth over matters with any Fear loyalists that saw Avaryss as a usurper, and those that would not play along. Sinestra likely knew their names too. She would provide those names. It would be good to remove any troublemakers quickly. Avaryss would not hesitate. She would show no mercy. House Fear had finally learned its place, and if it wished to continue, it would remain there. Yes, she thought. In this, compromise was the best. The last of the bodies had finally been cleared away by the time her inner circle had arrived. Avaryss didn't rise from her throne. She saw no reason to. Things had finally changed between her and her loyal crew. She was far above them now, but that didn't mean she would forget where she had come from. No, she would remember who she had been and who had helped her rise to such heights. She honored those that stood beside her. She had always been generous when faced with loyal service. She intended to remain that way. Bleez, once again clad in full trooper armor, led the others in. The War Master's suit had been polished to a mirror shine. The black cloak with crimson lining she wore was new, but it fit her position as War Master for one of the most powerful houses in the Sith Empire. Avaryss smiled slightly. Now that she knew what was under that helmet, she felt more relaxed around Bleez. The dark-skinned woman had defended her against the rebels, had aided her despite her injuries. The Dark Lord would not forget that. As for the others, they would see their own rewards. Such was her generosity. Her 3 apprentices said nothing as they approached her throne. She could guess what was going on in their heads at that moment. They likely now realize how close they are to achieving great power of their own. Avaryss knew that she would need to be much more careful around them. How long before their hunger for her station grew too great? How long before temptation proved too hard to resist? She would need to watch them closely. Taya and Abominus followed behind them. Her friend and her pet monster, their trio reborn. The Dark Lord was pleased to have them back, and even more pleased that her vengeance against the creature that had once been Nas would continue. You hurt me, she thought as she regarded the winged enforcer. I'm going to enjoy watching you suffer. Taya, of course, would have a large part to play in her new order. Avaryss was now certain that she could trust her friend to help with her resurrection. The spell would be trying, both on the caster and on the one that it was being cast, but Avaryss was not worried. Taya's own feelings would keep her loyal. The affection that she still had for her dear Avi would keep her on the right path. Avaryss had no reason to doubt her old friend. She would play her part. Dr. Vran came next, once again being orbited by her various micro-droids, recording notes and taking readings as their mistress asked. The Chiss remained committed to Avaryss' health, or claimed to anyway. I still need her, the Dark Lord realized. She could feel the sickness now, like a shadow cast over her life. Vran's work would allow her to stay functional, at least until the spell was completed, and she could live anew in a strong, healthy body. Holly and Rink brought up the rear, her first servants and true friends, next to Taya. Both the street rat and the changeling had been invaluable to her work. She would have never made it this far without them. They had their roles to play in her final plans as well. Holly especially, which was why she knew she needed to be careful. She didn't wish to give the game away too early. They would have questions, and the final gambit might seem a bit confusing to them, but she was confident that it would work out. Avaryss had no time for anything else. Moff Hissa, who had stayed behind when the other officers left, leaned in closer to the throne. Where's Wilkes? He asked her. Avaryss blinked. What? The newly minted Moff frowned. Surely, you have not forgotten about him, my lord. I assumed you would be promoting him to magistrate, the man added. He would serve well in that post, I think. Avaryss nodded. He would, she agreed, but I have other plans for Ro. Do not concern yourself with such matters, Hissa. Everything will make sense soon. The Imperial nodded, accepting her take on the situation, and why not? She had given the man his dreams. Why wouldn't he accept her handling of the situation? Hey, boss, Rink called out, waving. Looks like you have finally found your throne. It looks good on you. Avaryss smiled beneath her hood. Yes, she said, running a finger down the armrest. Yes, it suits me. Her pilot grinned broadly. We've definitely come a long way from hunting droid heads on an AR Shadow. The memory of their first mission together made her chuckle. Simple times. Indeed, she nodded, we have. One of Vran's droids flew up to her and began scanning her face. The light hurt her damaged eyes, damage that had only been made worse since her fight in the temple. Avaryss only just resisted the urge to swat it away. Must you, Doctor? I need to take new scans. The Chiss informed her, typing on her data pad. Your condition has not improved, despite the increase in your ability to heal. The doctor frowned as she looked up from her pad, her red eyes glowing brightly in the dim light. I fear that your time for games is quickly passing, my lord. We will need to do something about this soon. You need not worry about that, Doctor, Avaryss replied dismissively. Soon, you will all bear witness to the true power of the dark side, and will understand the miracles that are possible within its shadow. The Dark Lord leaned back in her chair, steepling her fingers before her face. She sighed. I owe much to you all. You have all served me well. I ask much of those in my service, but you will all see that the rewards that are on offer are far more than any losses or pain you have suffered in carrying out my orders. Her expression turned cool, her eyes cold and flinty. Sadly, one of you has not remained loyal. One of you has abused my trust and consorted with my enemies, and that is a matter that I shall deal with now. She pressed a button on the armrest of her throne. Bring him in. The door hissed open again. Mythil and Brunt dragged the traitor between them. He had been taken into custody shortly after Darth Fear had died. Her master could no longer protect him. Avaryss hissed under her breath. One last step to take, she thought. One last piece to remove from the board. The two troopers flung the beaten Imperial at her feet. Avaryss could sense the discomfort in the room, particularly from Zen and Holly. She understood why, but she could not let it affect her judgment. Treason could not be tolerated. Do you have anything to say for yourself, Captain? She asked. Do you wish to try and sway me with your words? Beric, her brother, looked up at her. He was frightened, but at the same time, remained defiant. I only did what I thought was best for the Empire, for the Lord of this system, for Lord Sadi. Avaryss shook her head. The woman is gone, forgotten, yet she still holds your leash from beyond the grave. Avaryss shook her head. Pathetic. Her hand went to her belly. She could almost feel the scar tissue there. You shot me, she growled. You shot me, and then went to Sadi like some pet cur. You sided with my enemies and the rebels that were tearing our world apart. Sadi would have brought order, Beric said, shaking his head. There was no reason for you to have killed her. She opposed my rise, Avaryss responded. That is all the reason that I needed. Beric looked around him, at her crew, his former shipmates. Sadi showed me what is going to happen. She showed me the truth. He called out to them. My sister is leading you to ruin. You will all be irk. Avaryss gestured. She lifted him into the air, her force grip pinning him like a fly in amber. Red flame glittered in her eyes. They blazed beneath the shadow of her black cowl. I didn't want it to come to this, she said. I had such high hopes for you, Rick, but now. She shook her head. This is breaking my heart. I will never be able to forgive myself for this. A whimper escaped her lips. She put her hands to her face. To those that weren't paying attention, it would have looked like she was sobbing. She was not. She took her hands away. Her whimpers turned into giggles, and those giggles into cold, evil laughter. Oh, who am I kidding? She cackled. Her smile turned predatory. I'm going to enjoy this. She splayed out her hands, pulling at Beric's arms and legs. She could see him gasping, trying not to cry out in pain. It will do no good to resist, Avaryss thought. You can't, not for long. She shivered, enjoying his suffering through the Force. Now, she understood why fear had tortured her on the Emperor's station. It was a test, to hurt something you love, to be strong enough to do it. It was a strength greater than what most of her kind could understand. She watched Beric gasping, trying so hard not to cry out. His resistance amused her. The last Liliths, she thought with a sneer. Their treacherous bloodline had been a threat to her rise from the very beginning, threatening her rule by offering rewards of a past that she had left behind. They had become a torment, and had made Avaryss' life one of constant pain. She was eager to be rid of that pain, to free herself. It would be liberating. She watched her allies through the Force, particularly Zen and Holly. They had been closest to Beric. If they showed weakness, she would need to remind them of their place, but for now. Let them watch. Let them understand. Another pain gasp escaped Beric Lila's lips. Wonderful, she thought. Delicious. My lord, Holly said. Avaryss could sense her concern. Avaryss shrugged. You heard him, Lujane. Sadi has ruined him for us. Far better to put him out of his misery, and remember the man he was, the man we knew as a friend and ally. The words were to comfort her friend, but Avaryss didn't believe them. She had no ties to Beric Lilas, not anymore, and once she rid herself of this body, she would be truly free of the Lilas bloodline. She would be free too. Stop. Zen stepped forward. Avaryss glared at her, her hand going to her belt. If Zen drew her lightsaber, it would be the last thing her apprentice did. The girl didn't do that. She dropped to one knee, bowing her head in submission. Spare him, my lord, she pleaded. I beg you. Behind her, Dime and Necros cackled. Those who are asking of mercy are not being worthy of it, the Devish purred with a cruel smirk. She should die too, master, the Mun added. She is weak and unwilling to accept your judgment. Avaryss considered their counsel. They made valid points, but... Zen, Beric gasped, no. The apprentice didn't step back. She simply remained on her knees awaiting her master's whim. You would risk yourself for him? Avaryss asked. How very Jedi-like of you, Zen? She sneered at the girl. Sidar Ben would be so proud of his little slave. Zen lured didn't rise to that bait. She simply remained where she was, offering her neck. I ask you for his life, my master. Please? Concern for your paramour. That is unlike you, Zen. Avaryss smirked. Do you actually care for him, apprentice? Aren't you the one that told me you didn't believe in love? She looked up, finally meeting her master's gaze, her golden Sith eyes radiating fear. I know why you seek to do this, my lord, but the situation is more complicated than you realize. And why is that? The Dark Lord asked. Explain it to me. Give me a reason to reconsider what is about to happen. Zen looked at her master, and at her lover. Beric continued to shake his head no, trying to get her to step back maybe. It was, however, too late for that. Avaryss would have her answers one way or the other. Her apprentice sighed. Tell me, my lord, would you leave your little niece or nephew without a father? Would you do that to them? Avaryss blinked in surprise. What? She reached out with the force. Her apprentice stood submissively before her. Her shields were down. The Dark Lord frowned. Ah, she thought. I see. She hadn't paid much notice. What now that she looked back, there had been a change in the girl. Zen was not wearing her usual revealing outfits, and had not been for a few weeks, if she remembered their last couple of missions together. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. Now, the Dark Lord understood. She could sense it. Zen was pregnant, she could feel it. New life growing inside of her. She was only a few weeks along, but... The Dark Lord growled. Another Lilas, she thought. Another generation of traitors. She would not have it. Kill them both. The though came to her through the darkness, whispered in the voice of her master. Kill both mother and child. Make Beric watch. Let him realize that his life was for nothing, and that his failure is complete. Yes, Avaryss thought hungrily. Yes. She gestured. Zen gasped as she was pulled to her feet. She now dangled next to her lover, struggling and gasping for breath. She tried to reach for her weapon, but Avaryss' grip was too tight. You made a mistake standing up for him, the counselor thought. Now, you will pay the penalty. Even Rink looked shocked by her choice, but Avaryss didn't let go. She couldn't. They all needed to understand. All who opposed her would die. Sister, Beric gasped, his face turning red. Let them go, please. No, she hissed. I don't think so. She smiled at Beric. I warned you, brother, she purred. I told you that Zen was trouble, but you didn't listen. Yet, now, I see that I had it wrong, reversed. She rose from her throne and went up to him. She still had a slight limp from her fight earlier, but that pain was good. It reminded her she was still alive. She pushed back her hood, letting her brother see the scars that she had gotten in her battles with her enemies. She was no longer Kira, no longer looked like Kira, mostly because of him, but that was fine. The face of Darth Avaryss was fine enough for her. She could live seeing that face in the mirror. You were the one that she should have feared, Avaryss said, gently stroking her brother's cheek. The Dark Lord shook her head in amusement. You ruined her for me, and you doomed her, you doomed them both. The Dark Lord ignited her lightsaber. You made your choice, and now I've made mine. She turned to Zen. She raised her weapon, her apprentice's eyes widened. She was not strong enough to resist. She could neither free herself or fight back. Pathetic. Avaryss glared at her. You are no longer my apprentice. I will. If I may, my lord. She turned, angry that she was being interrupted. What is it, doctor? Can't you see that I'm about to pass sentence? If the Chiss was worried about standing between the Sith and her prey, she didn't show it. She remained as cool and analytical as ever. I merely wished to point out that it would be a pity to waste their talents, especially when you might profit far more from their continued existence. Avaryss paused. What was this now? She deactivated her saber. Speak quickly, doctor, she ordered. Explain. The Chiss regarded the two lovers. I've been reading through the files you sent me. This, Project Death Knell wished me to reactivate. The research you've provided has been most promising, but it is all theory. I will need more. Avaryss nodded. More. Such as? Lab animals, Vran replied. You wish to use this project to reshape the Republic military. Yes. Having a soldier to test it on would be most useful. As for your former apprentice, the developing child might serve well in aiding your continued survival. The child will likely be strong in the Force, considering his parents, and it shares your bloodline. I may be able to use it to develop a new serum, to buy you more time. Avaryss considered it. Interesting. It would hurt Beric to watch his lover die in front of him, to know that his seed was wiped out forever, but... She smiled. Until death knell melted him from the inside out, he would have to live with the fact that his lover and child had been reduced to nothing because of him, that they now existed simply as lab animals. Her red eyes glinted wickedly. Oh, this was wicked. She licked her lips, growing more and more excited. Yes. She liked the idea. The torment that Rick would suffer would be delicious. Yes, Darth Fear whispered through the ether. The perfect revenge. In this, the two were in agreement. It was perfect. No, Zen gasped. Please, let me fight. Let me draw my blade and die like a Sith. Avaryss shook her head no. You are no Sith, she spat back. You're a failure. She backhanded Zen with her metal hand, knocking her unconscious. Beric struggled, trying to resist her strength to grab her. He spat angrily at his former lord, at his sister. Damn you. Avaryss laughed. His impotent rage amused her. He truly was nothing to her now. Excellent. No, she said sweetly, you are damned, Beric, or should I say, test subject. You will provide me with what I need to take the next step, to continue to climb the ladder of imperial power. She returned to her throne and pressed one of the buttons. The guards would come and take the two away. Vran would have a place for them in her lab space. All would work out for the best. Her followers said nothing as the two were removed from the chamber. Avaryss kept Zen's crossguard saber. It would be a useful trophy, if nothing else. Zen, she thought. What a waste. She was sad to lose her, but she still had Dime and Necros. The two would continue to fight for her favor, and that was never a bad thing. She looked at Holly. Her friend looked hurt. She still cared for Beric, but his continued survival was simply too much of a risk, and he was too far gone for her to forgive his failures. Holly knew that, but would still try to save him. She knew that to be true. She will try, but not here. Holly knew enough not to broach the subject any further here, not in front of the others. She knew how the Sith worked, and would not let her lord look weak in the presence of her apprentices and Sith allies. She may try to reason with me later, Avaryss realized, but those pleas would fall on deaf ears. Vran was right. She was not the type to waste something that might be useful. Beric and Zen would still serve her, after a fashion. Zen had been a fool, she thought. She should have kept up with her injections, never took the chance of getting with child. A foolish move on her part. If she thought that bearing Rick's child would endear her to Avaryss, she had been wrong. Rick was part of Kira's past, and now, he would be removed. That was for the best. Kill the past, and let the future be born. She nodded. Yes. Only one piece of business remained when it came to Kira Lilas. She would take care of it tonight. I'm ready, Darth Avaryss thought. The past must die. The future belongs to me. Chapter 69. This will be the last time. Avaryss smiled as she opened up the throttle. The old swoop bike shot across the plains of Ordana, the long golden grass swaying in the spring wind, the collection towers growing larger and larger as she drew closer. This was unnecessary. She knew that. She had people that did tasks like this now, but still. She felt a brief sense of nostalgia, and a bit of sadness. Have to check the readings, she thought to herself. I want to know what it feels like to do it, one last time. Yes, the thought was bittersweet. She hated to admit it, but she had missed the simple things in life, the youth that had been stolen from her. Chores, schoolwork, and everything else, those had been part of another life, another girl's life. The mad scramble for power and prestige had taken up the last of her teenage years, and even though her tormentor was now gone, she could not deny that he had left his mark. That part of her would always belong to him. That is not true, the darkness within whispered. You have freed yourself. Avaryss shook her head no. She knew better. As she rode, she could hear the distant sound of beeping and whirring. She knew what was doing it, but did her best to ignore it. Not yet, she thought. Not yet. And so, she rode on, trying to recapture something of the long-lost past, or perhaps just trying to lose herself in the nostalgia. The past that she had given up or destroyed thanks to Darth Fear's meddling in her life. My tormentor and my father. The thought made her shake her head. She both hated and loved the man, just as she loved and hated Andor Lilas. One held me back, and the other pushed me to the stars. They had made her what she was, but now, she needed to move beyond all that, and find a new path. But first, she wanted to remember her two fathers were part of that. She wanted to explore that past one last time. I will always be with you, my child. That whisper in the back of her mind made her frown. It sounded like him, like Darth Fear. He would always be with her. His teaching made her what she was, and given her the strength she had needed. He would always be part of her. I know, she thought. I know. She owed Fear much, and blamed him for much more, but that was the way of things, the way of the master and the apprentice. She was fine with that. Fear had been her master, her teacher, and father. He had made her what she was, and now his lessons would stay with her for the rest of her days. She could no more rid herself of them than she could stop seeking to claim all that was rightfully hers. I'm Sith, she knew that in her bones. She had always been meant to be Sith. That would never change. She was Avaryss, but this was not about Avaryss. This was about Kira. One last time, she would be Kira, and then, it would be over. The time had finally come to truly cast Kira Lilas away. She would no longer be the farm girl, the acolyte, or the apprentice. She would be someone new, but the same. She would be free, and she would finally cut the last few strings holding her to Kira Lilas' life. But first, she wanted to spend one last moment savoring what it had been to be Kira, to revel in what had been happier times. The sound and smell of a strong Ordana breeze. The hum of her swoop bike beneath her. The sweet sensation of shooting through the long grass like a blaster bolt. She smiled. One last time. The beeping grew louder and more insistent. She did her best to ignore it, to focus on what needed to be done. First, the tower, she thought, and then, it would be time to go. Then, she would be done. She brought the old speeder bike to a sliding halt, and found herself idling before her destination. She found herself thinking about how the old bike really needed a tune-up, and that she and Andor Lilas had never really had the time. Things had always come up. They had been so busy, especially before that last harvest. Well, it didn't matter now. The bike would soon be cast aside, like everything else from her past. She welcomed that. It would be a liberation of sorts. Ordana would always be hers, but she would no longer belong to it, and that is the way it should be. A Sith should have no ties but to the power they seek, and the victories that they claim. Yes, she thought with a nod. It was time to finally let go. The collection tower seemed bigger than she remembered, slightly out of focus. It didn't matter, she knew what she needed to do. Avaryss leapt from her bike and hit the tower's ladder with a single bound. She quickly began the ascent, trying not to focus on the fact that this was the last time, and instead take solace in the fact that a new world was about to open up to her. She was so close now, and there were so many new worlds out there, so many new challenges, so many new things to conquer. Though it was an easy climb, she found herself winded quite quickly. She felt a slight burning in her side, and the beginnings of a headache. She did her best to ignore it. You're out of shape, she thought. Too many council meetings. That is not it. The darkness within her whispered. You are wasting time. The thought annoyed her. My time to waste. There is so little time left. You can't afford this. Again, she ignored the thought. Couldn't she have this one last thing? This one last chance to feel something from Kira's life, before casting it off forever. Didn't she deserve that much? She continued to climb, higher, and higher she went. The beeping grew louder in her right ear, but she didn't let it bother her. She had to do this. She needed to check the readings. She finally reached her destination. She took a deep breath and smiled. Finally. Kira, help me. She looked over at Ro Wilkes, a pleased expression on her face. Her lover and old friend was interfaced into the tower. Wires and tubes ran up and down his body. Indicator lights blinked mostly green, but some were still in the red. That was okay, she thought. She could fix that. Hello, Ro, she said dismissively. How are we feeling today? He groaned weakly. Kira, he murmured, his pain radiating out through the force. Why? He asked. Why are you doing this? She gave him a gentle smile. Because the past has to die, she informed him, her eyes going over the various lights and tubes connected to him. I need to be more than what I was, and to make that transition, to truly evolve and become what I need to become, sacrifices are required. Many sacrifices, 1,000 to be exact. She chuckled. 1,000 lives will restore the one. It is for that reason that you are now here, you and all the others. Her eyes twinkled mischievously. You should feel honored. She glanced up and looked around, both at this tower and the others. No less than 10 people were plugged into each one, their own settings flawlessly tuned for the ritual that was about to begin. When the time came, the tubes would feed Sith poison into their veins, not to kill, but to increase their anger and rage to crescendo. In that moment, in that one perfect moment, the spell would be cast. The bodies and souls of the 1,000 would be changed, their flesh ravaged, their life energy drained and focused. They would not become one with the Force. They had another, grander, purpose. They would all be part of her, a tide that would wash over her new body, scour it clean of the Jedi fool that currently occupied it, and in that moment, they would all be complete. Darth Avaryss would be reborn, stronger than ever. The thought made her smile. Rebirth, and just in time too. The galaxy needed her. It had fallen into total chaos. She finished making the adjustment, and just in time. The pressure in her head was growing worse by the moment. She tasted blood on her lips, her nose again. She was out of time, she realized. The ritual needed to happen now. She had no more time for games, or dreams of the past, because that is what this little trip was. It was just a dream. Ro looked down at her with pain in his eyes. He wasn't really here either. His body was in a stasis tube inside her hidden base, like all the others, being ready to make the transition. I loved you, he informed. I know, she said, but I can't let the past have any hold over me, Ro. The future is what's important, but I couldn't part with you either. There is too much history between us. You might have made me question this path, and I couldn't allow that. She touched his face with her human hand. I'm a Dark Lord, you are a mundane. It would never have worked, but at least we will be together forever. She giggled. If we can't have a future, then, well, I'll have to settle for stealing your life energy and your soul. She smiled, enjoying the way he tried to flinch. It was delicious. Together forever. Thunder rumbled. She looked up at the sky. It was getting dark, clouds were rolling in. She sighed. No more time. She leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. Don't worry, she said. It will all be over soon. Kira. She ignored him and leapt from the tower, backflipping into the air while the ground gave way beneath her, turning into a sea of shadows. She fell and fell, as she had been doing for half a decade. She fell down into the dark. Down and into power. Avi. Darth Avaryss opened her eyes. She gasped, tasting oxygen and kolto. There was no more time for dreams. She was back in reality, for the moment. She coughed weakly, her head throbbed. Reality was not so pretty. She was laying in a medical capsule, her body plugged into it through many tubes and wires. The beeping she had been hearing had been a life support monitor, and the readings were no longer looking good. She had reached the end of her journey. Kira Lila's body could no longer sustain the retrovirus. Her mind was dying. This body was spent. Despite its regenerative capabilities, her brain was mutating beyond being useful. The time had come. She needed a new body, to be reborn. That day had finally come. She looked up. Her eyes had resumed their deep purple color. She would have been considered beautiful again if not for all the tubes. Taya, Dr. Vran, and War Master Blee stood over her. She felt her best friend's touch on her cheek. Avi, Taya repeated, "Can you hear me?" Avaryss nodded. Her friend gave her a sad smile. It is time to begin. Are you ready? Another nod. The Dark Lord couldn't speak. She was on a steady diet of oxygen and kolto, all to try and preserve her long enough to complete the ritual. She was aware of what was going on, mostly. Her connection to the dark side remained strong, allowing her to stay in this moment. Her diseased brain did not make it easy, however. Her thoughts skipped back and forth when she was awake. From Fury 9 to Tatooine to Hoth and back again. So many worlds and faces passed through her mind, threatening to distract her, to get her to accept that she needed to let go, to either fall into the madness beyond death, or let go of her hate and become one with the Force. It was not easy to hold on. She was so very weary, but she refused to quit. She wouldn't give in. She had a destiny, to rule the galaxy. She would not let Tarek's disease stop her. Hold on, she thought, must hold on. I have to wait, there is still time. Yes, it was finally time. The wait was over, all was finally in readiness. The alchemical machines were ready, as was her many sacrifices, and her new host body, the Jedi fool that HK had brought her. She remembered when he had told her. She had been unsettled. The body he had chosen was not her first choice, but it would have to do. It was strong in the Force, and would give her what she needed. It would be enough. All that was left now was to do the deed. Avaryss was more than ready. It was time to live again. The life support capsule continued to beep in her ear. She felt a slight breeze as one of Rand's droids flew near her face and shined a light into her damaged eyes. She groaned and tried to look away. Her rage lifted her up. When the ritual was done, she and the Chiss were going to have a talk. When she no longer needed the woman, she would take her little hoverbots and shove them right up. I'm not certain about this, my lord, Vran said, looking down at her data pad. The readings I'm seeing aren't good. Moving you now could be fatal. Perhaps we should wait. Let the devices stabilize your condition before we. Avaryss shook her head no. They had no more time. It had to be now. If she waits any longer, doctor, she will die. Taya said coldly. What does it matter if she dies here waiting for stability that never comes, or if she dies attempting to save her life? I prefer to do something. I will no longer wait. Avaryss nodded, or at least, she tried to. Taya was right. They were out of time. She could feel it. She was slipping away. They needed to act now. The escort is ready, Lord Taya, the War Master promised her friend. Good, Taya said, smiling down at Avaryss, her new Sith eyes glowing like two amber stars. Finally, we can begin. She continued to drift back and forth between dream and wakefulness. She looked up and saw the various stasis pods that lined the walls. The men, women, and children inside were stirring. The injection of the Sith poisons had begun. A hissing breath escaped the Dark Lord's mouth. She could sense it. The power building. It was intoxicating. The construction of the temple where they now stood had only just finished when the first of the sacrifices had arrived. Ludo Hitch, the steward of House Avaryss, had overseen those efforts. Construction on this place had begun before Avaryss had gotten sick, but for a far different reason than what she used it for now. This temple, this ritual, had originally been designed to bring back Fel, to give Avaryss' fallen first love a new body. The project could have been abandoned after the boy's final death, but Avaryss had opted to see the work finished. She had labored too hard and spent too much to simply abandon all the work that had been done, and it was a good thing too. Now, all was in readiness. This place had been designed to grant new life, and that is what it would do. Avaryss was about to be reborn, and there was nothing her rivals in the Empire could do to stop it. She could only stare blankly at the various pods on the wall. It felt so strange to be floating by in a medical capsule, like she was already gone, and passed into a new realm. She again felt the desire to let go, to slip away, and be nothing, but again her anger and hate pulled her back, reminding her what she was doing and why it needed to be done. The empire she had sworn to seize and rule was crumbling. It was time to make sure that that didn't happen. It is all Revan's fault, she thought. If he was not already dead, she would kill him again. He had brought doom upon them. He had restored the Emperor, and by doing so, set him loose on the galaxy. The Sith people had suffered for that slight. The people of Zyast had suffered. They were all dead. All life on Zyast was dead. The memory helped her focus, helped hold her in this moment. Zyast. Aya. The face of Taya's little girl bounced through her brain, of holding her as a baby, then watching her as a toddler, running around her mother's garden. Avaryss took a shuddering breath. Aya had died with her father on Zyast, her life stolen by their former emperor. Taya had only survived because she had been with Avaryss at the time, preparing for the ritual. The pain her friend had suffered had been terrible. Avaryss still remembered being there. The memory of Aya laying dead on an examination table aboard the Emperor's wisdom. Taya sobbing pathetically, holding the tiny cold gray body to her breast, reaching out with the force, trying to bring her precocious little girl back, trying to will her back to life. Avaryss had been there. She had been at her friend's side, forced to rely on a hover chair after an exceptionally bad seizure. The two friends had been united by true hatred in that moment, true hatred and a new purpose. The former emperor had taken something precious from them. He deserved to suffer for it. Taya had finally stepped away from the body, her heart shattered into a million pieces, but in that pain had been born new resolve and a desire to destroy everything their former emperor had built. I don't want him dead, Taya had informed her. I want him to watch. Wherever he has fled to whomever that might shield him. I want them to die squealing, Avi. Whatever hideaway that the Emperor has built for himself, I want to find it and destroy it utterly and any who dare to still serve him. Avaryss had nodded. She agreed with her friend's take on the situation. After stealing the life energy of Zyast, the Emperor's spirit had fled into wild space. Darth Maul was organizing a hunt to pursue and to find a way to destroy the Emperor's spirit before it could do any more damage. He had even spoken with the Jedi. She knew this to be true. He had reached out to the Jedi Battle Master that had slain the Emperor's body on Dromund Kaas. Maul hoped that lightning would strike twice, that he and the Jedi might be able to find and destroy the former master of all Sith. Avaryss could have volunteered to go along, but she had been too sick by that point, and besides, she had her own plans, her own ambitions. Whatever happened, Maul and his Jedi allies would return to find the galaxy forever changed. Avaryss had discovered something, a new way to deploy Project Death Knell. By the time the Jedi Battle Master returned, the entire Republic fleet and army would be under Avaryss' direct control. She would prove her strength by destroying the man who had defeated the Emperor on Dromund Kaas, and then she would kill Maul for daring to try and contain her, to think that he could control her and keep her empire from rising to the pinnacle of absolute power. She would slay the Cabal, and the Dark Council would be warned. As the Empress, she would tolerate no dissension or weakness among her followers. The galaxy would finally know true order and security. She would make things perfect. She gasped painfully as powerful hands lifted her out of the medical capsule. She was no longer sure where she was, only that what happened next needed to happen, and quickly. It was almost too late. She was fading. It had to be done now. In the midst of the pain and confusion, her thoughts turned to Ro Wilkes. He was somewhere close by. She could sense him. She smiled. Soon, they would be one being. He would be a part of her. She welcomed that transition. They had spent their final night together the day after she had had her brother arrested. Ro had come to her quarters, wanting to speak with her. She had thought of sending him away, but couldn't do it. She knew what needed to be done. He had come to her and looked upon the scars that the rebels and Darth Fear had left her with. He had not been afraid or pitied her. He had only wanted to be close to her, the woman that he loved. She had let him have that, one last time. He had made love to her, a slow, passionate love, and when it was over, he had fallen asleep, holding her in his arms. She had not slept herself. She had waited for him to fall asleep, waited until he could not defend himself. Belize had provided her with what she had needed to get the job done. A small carbonite projector hidden in her quarters. She had slipped out of Ro's arms, retrieved the device, and put him into hibernation. She had smiled down at the body in her bed. He had not even had time to flinch when she had frozen him. He looked so peaceful. At least he would die without really knowing what was going on. She had already decided that he needed to be among those to be sacrificed. There was too much history between them. She couldn't take the risk, and she could not allow him to move on with someone else. He was hers. She did not like giving up her toys. She gasped. Different sensations now. The droids were strapping her to the focusing crystal in the main chamber. On the other side, the Jedi hung, her own powers muffled by drugs and fear of what the Sith were about to do to her. So much the better, the Dark Lord realized. Fear would make the transition that much easier. Soon she would. She gasped, her head spiked painfully. She knew what that meant, another seizure, perhaps a fatal one. It almost caused her to shut down completely, to let go of life. Distantly, she heard Taya's voice, chanting. She began to feel the dark side beginning to move through the crystal, its matrix filling with more and more life energy. She took one last breath, using the dark side to try and clear out the cobwebs that now shrouded her mind. No more waiting, she thought with another shuddering breath. Here we go. She felt the first wave of energy touch her, pass through her. It was so strong, it almost took her breath away. Goodbye, Ro, she murmured as she felt the sacrifices dying around her, their energy flowing into the crystal and through the crystal into her and her new body. I'm ready, she murmured. It was time. A wave of dark side energy struck her, hit her harder than anything she had ever felt before. Her spirit was ripped from her dying shell. She felt it tear away. If Avaryss still had a mouth, she would have screamed. It hurt. It hurts. No longer was she a she. She was a shadow, darkness given form, and she was out of her mortal shell. It felt strange. The shadow could feel the cold emptiness of the dark side as it passed through the crystal. It could feel something both cold and hot licking at his feet, if it still had feet, that, and a sense of something malicious wanting to drag it down. The shadow struggled, pushing away from the darkness. It could almost see all its victims there. They were all waiting to greet it, hungry for revenge. Not today, the shadow howled, or would have if it had had a mouth. Not today. A shadow has no real body, but the pain was still intense. It felt like every molecule of his being was now being pulled in a different direction. It was beyond painful. No one could say if being born was painful, but the shadow could say one thing. Being reborn was agony. It felt like an eternity in hell. The wave continued on. It fell upon the Jedi like a tsunami. Pure dark side energy set the girl's soul aflame. The shadow felt it as the Jedi girl's memories, her consciousness, her very spirit burned away in a flash of pure fury and terror. The vessel is emptied, it thought distantly. For the first time in months, the shadow felt no pain or confusion. It felt strong again. It fell upon the body like a tucata on a nerve. The shadow reached out hungrily, eager to take all that it could, everything that it was. It is scoured clean, and now, to settle in. The shadow fought its way through the wave, let it lift it up, and soon it was right in it. Distantly it could hear Taius chanting, and something else as well. It felt the Jedi scream as she was washed away, screaming for both friends and family. Fool girl, the shadow thought. Nothing can save you now. The world came back. It began to see again, hear again, and feel for the very first time. The shadow changed. It was no longer in it, but a her. She had made it. She was here. She took a deep breath, letting fresh air fill her new lungs for the first time. The tattered remnant of the Jedi soul wailed weakly and dissipated. The shadow, or the girl who had been the shadow, let it fall apart. It was no longer useful. So, it was discarded. She opened her eyes for the first time, and what she saw amazed her. It is done, the shadow hissed. I'm here. She looked around. Her skin was covered in blood and sweat, like a sheen of birthing blood that cocooned a newborn infant. I'm still shackled, she realized, and reached out with the force. The dark side broke the binders like they weren't even there. The shadow slid down, and to the floor, feeling strange. Strange but whole. She looked down. One of the stasis tanks had ruptured during the ceremony. The burnt husk of a body hung out sideways through the cracked shell. Ro is like that now, she realized, somewhere down here. Strangely enough, that thought didn't bother her. He was gone, and yet, he had saved her life. She would always owe him for that. At her feet a puddle had formed, giving the shadow his first real look at his new form, his new healthy body. The shadow, the Dark Lord, smiled. Delicious. The Jedi's pretty peach skin had gone bone white. Her eyes had sunken in and were now ringed with purple bruises, and those eyes. They were perfect too. They blazed with golden light. The yellow glowing eyes of powerful Dark Lord now looked out upon the galaxy, and that was not all. Oh no. There was more. Her hearing was razor sharp. She no longer needed sonic dampeners. Her eyes were strong. The brightest of lights would not shock her now. She peered down at her hands, both of them. She wiggled her fingers. She touched the pads of each digit with her thumbs. She smiled. 2 hands, she hissed. I've got 2 hands. She began to giggle. She couldn't help it. It was funny. Her short black hair was stuck to her neck. Sweat and birthing blood left her a bit of a mess, but that didn't matter. She felt no confusion. Her head was clear for the first time in months. She was no longer sick. The virus could not follow her spirit through the force. I've won, she thought. I've won. She stood tall, proud, and defiant. I'm whole, she thought with a smile. I'm back. The chamber around her was full of mist, yet she could hear her servants moving around. Avi. She saw Taya appear out of the darkness, her friend's golden eyes shining. She held a black zed cloth robe in her hands. The Dark Lord pulled it to her and wrapped herself in it. She was not ashamed of her state of undress. It was simply a matter of the fact that no one was worthy of seeing her in such a state. She took another deep cleansing breath and pulled up her hood, taking solace within the shadows of her cowl. She saw Dr. Vrain emerge. The Chiss looked, surprised to say the least. Is that you, my lord? She asked. The Dark Lord laughed. It is me, she cackled. It is me. Mad laughter filled the chamber. She had done it. She had walked through the fires of hell and returned. Best of all, she had cut all ties to the past. That insipid farm girl would never bother her again. She was free. Free. She could do anything now. Anything. The Sith Lord raised her hands to the sky, as if she could take the entire galaxy in her hands and crush it into submission. She laughed madly. Kira Lilas is dead. The Dark Lord crowed. All hail Avaryss. All hail the darkness reborn. She listened as cheers went up from her servants, those that had toiled so hard to see her return. Those that desired to see her lead them to glory, to destroy the Republic and Jedi, to bring the Empire to his knees and ascend to his throne. They cried out now, shouting her name. For Avaryss. For the Sith. For the Empire. Darth Avaryss, the Dark Lord of the Sith, drank it in. She was healed, and she was now whole, perfect. And now, to seize the throne. For Avaryss, she murmured with an evil laugh. She thought of the Jedi of the mongrel, Master Jazz, and her dear Finn. She smiled, her lips black as night, bruised by the raw power she now wielded. They have no idea what is coming for them, but they will learn. She looked skyward, her yellow eyes hungry and mad. The galaxy was weak and divided. They needed Death Knell, and they needed her. It is time, she realized. And now, we begin?